face prison if these wars end because he's a criminal inside his own country as well as outside and international. Yeah. So, speaking of maniacs, so Benjamin Netanyahu, it's known that he's going to face prison if these wars end because he's a criminal inside his own country as well as outside and internationally. Yes. But and he can't get a pardon because the Supreme Court in Israel has said he can't. They're not going to allow that. And so I don't think that he's ever going to stop, and Trump will never rein him in to the point where people are now worried that Benjamin Netanyahu will use a nuclear bomb on Iran. Do you think that's a possibility?
Netanyahu's a serial war criminal. He's extraordinarily
worried that Benjamin Netanyahu will use a nuclear bomb on Iran. Do you think that's a possibility?
Netanyahu's a serial war criminal. He's extraordinarily sick man, actually, in modern history. He's been prime minister for much of the last 30 years of this period, and he has repeatedly put Israel into wars all over the Middle East. But from our point of view, he's pulled us into wars, or sweet-talked the American government into absolutely disastrous wars like this one against Iran. And of course, he was the great cheerleader of that wonderful war in Iraq. He came and told Congress in October 2002, oh, you just overthrow Saddam Hussein and all your problems will go away, and you will inspire the entire region of the Middle East, to make a wonderful democracy. So he's been doing this for 30 years. In fact, I have to correct myself, because I was saying for a long time that his greatest ambition was to pull the United States into a war in Iran. I said he'd been dreaming of that for 30 years. But when this war started, he corrected me. He tweeted that this is his dream come true for 40 years. I wasn't following the 10 years before he became prime minister.
35.
But when he became prime minister in 1996, he and his henchmen issued a policy statement, which is kind of a guideline for the next 30 years. It was called Clean Break. What was the break from? The break was from international law.
That guy's Professor Sachs. He happens to be Jewish. So for those of you who leap all over me for pointing out truth, all right. We have achieved almost kind of a round number. We're at 18,739,626 shares, almost at 18,750,000 of Railtown. You guys are amazing. That's a huge position. I think it's hard to call what's happening, of course, in a war, because wars are unpredictable. But I think it's pretty clear, and we'll find out, I guess, tonight at 9. I'm sure that Trump will use his real estate negotiating style, which is to go with the extreme position, but always that way you find out how much the opposing party will come, and then you settle. So I'm sure we'll hear that he's going to continue in Lindsey Graham, Benjamin Netanyahu, John McCain, all great statesmen, path. Miriam Adelson, a wonderful global thinker of raining as much destruction on the Arab neighbors. Do you understand how racist that is? There's 5 to 6 million Jews in Israel, maybe 8. There's something like 500 million Arabs surrounding it, Israel. But it's not good enough for Israel. You gotta disrupt, murder, maim, regime change, create an outdoor concentration camp of Gaza Strip, steel houses, steel farms, steel olive groves, but blame the other side for being immoral. Make the other side other, just like Goebbels did with the Jews during Nazi Germany times. It's amazing. It must be a reaction to all of that suffering. It may be God's way of pointing out that in each one of us, whether it's an individual or a culture, there's a battle between good and evil. So I think we're going to see Trump growl and bark, but I think anyone that is willing to approach his cage calmly will find out that his tail wags and he's willing to let you pet him, and he becomes docile. I think the way it's going to settle out probably is that Russia, Putin, might be the interditor, might be the company that intermediates between Iran and the United States. I think Russia and Iran will say, we cannot deal with those two Zionists whose priority is Israel, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. We want to talk to somebody else. And that somebody else might be a J.D. Vance or even a Robert Kennedy, maybe a Tulsi Gabbard, but she's turned out to be pretty her presence isn't, at least right now, being felt. So I think the ultimate agreement will be that Iran will control the Straits of Hormuz and be allowed to charge a toll. I think Israel used to, maybe Egypt still does, charge a toll at one end of the Suez Canal. I think that'll be set up that way. So I think the end result of this foray, Miriam Adelson, who controls U.S. foreign policy with her checkbook, with her husband's checkbook, is Iran's going to become wealthy and become a regional superpower, if not a major power herself. So I think we're going to move more quickly to a multipolar world where the United States is North America and as much of Central and South America as she can control. Russia is the great energy assets, but also I think Russia will befriend, well, Germany will realize they have to, their future is with Asia. And so I think it'll be Russo, whatever you say for Germany, Russo-Prusso alignment, sort of on the eastern side of the Ural, the western side of the Ural Mountains, if from Russia's standpoint. So that part of Europe and a broad swath of Asia, that'll be the Russian sphere of influence. And then you're going to have the Sino sphere of influence, which I think is going to be pretty powerful, except they have a lot of issues. China has a lot of issues. But it could be as broad as taking over Taiwan. Could be, or maybe not. And I think that's the world we're looking ahead to. In that world, for most of you my age or about my age, that means for the rest of our lives, we probably will never see the benefit for all the belt tightening and the adjustments we're going to have to make in the United States. All we can do is try to make sure that our resources allow us to be independent of the wave after wave after wave of feminism, Marxism, maybe socialism if that's not redundant, wave after wave of intolerance. As women get control and women solve the problems, it won't be from facts. It'll be from the way it should be. And that's where you get intolerance, like the woke movement, that women always tell the truth. You have to believe women. Black lives always matter, which they do, of course, but you're not allowed to say white lives matter or other lives matter. The whole thing, it's the evolution of gender studies, and the actor in the world that's evil is the white straight male, even if he's old, even if he's short, even if he's Irish instead of British, even if he's Italian instead of British, even if when he was young his parents divorced, even if he had to work 3 or 4 jobs at a time, the evil is the white straight male. Well, this is inanity. The way young people are being trained today is going to tear down the very fabric of the United States society. And we have to get through that. I don't know that I'll see it to the other side. Doesn't mean we can't make money. Doesn't mean we can't live well. But the changes ahead are going to be dramatic. And you're driving around still thinking that somehow what happened in Iran, we're going to get through and everything's going to be okay. I think that complacency is going to bite you in the It's going to bite you. Europe, I think, is finished for a long time. Although there'll be pockets of resilience. Africa's trickier. If China comes in, which they already have, and claims a lot of Africa's resources, the Chinese are not that devoted to the local population, so that may or may not work. But I think the Chinese are better than the U.S. Debt-based system. And I hope in some ways that Africa does well so they don't have to kill the last remaining large animals, driving the last remaining large animals extinct. But you've got Africa, you've got South America, which I think will fall under, I think the United States increasingly will speak Spanish. And there's plenty of resources and people. We can have perfectly good lives in the Americas without being the world's policeman and without being the world's supporter of Israel. I'm not against Israel. I'm against this murderous leadership of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, the right wing, and it's a sickness. It's a propagandized population. But it doesn't matter what I think. It's what the world thinks. They will isolate us. And so anyway, we're rapidly heading, Trump just accelerated it. We're rapidly heading to a new world financial system, a new world balance of power, new way of waging wars. And, it's not clear if the United States will stay one country. We may break up. We don't get along. Particularly women in academia and women in power and women voting. I hate to say that. The Democratic Party, it keeps us all apart, just keeps us all apart. It's not just that. And yes, you're going to say, well, men do it too. Well, there's a lot of men out there that have been just worn out, worn down, and in the popular terms, they're simps. And it's just going to be hard for the United States to compete in a world of alphas. Russians are not simps. They're not simps. It doesn't seem like the Persians are either. I don't know how to call the Chinese, because the Chinese is a culture where women are very strong. And it's different, though. They don't have all the issues of modern feminism. They just do it. There's a lot of wealthy and very powerful women in China. But I guess the overall power is still wielded by one or two men. I don't know. But the rest of the population cowers. You don't want to stick your head up because it'll get shot off. So I don't know how to call their population exactly. Anyway, I think if we're lucky, the war in Iran ends this month, unless it gets out of control, which it easily could. I think Trump will allow Iran to have the Strait of Hormuz. I think Iran will be a superpower in the region. I think that'll upset Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia will either lean further into the U.S. relationship, or Saudi Arabia will turn to the Russians. That's what I predict is they will. So oil no longer will be priced in dollars in return for U.S. protection. At least that's a possibility, a very strong possibility. Our ability to consume 20 to 25% of the world's resources simply by writing a check when we have 5% of the population, that's over. That's over. So our ability to order things, throw away the packaging, eat half our food, throw the rest away, buy brand new outfits every other month, buy a car, drive it 2 years, get a new one, whatever our patterns are, that's all going to be history. We can make changes. We can make changes. Unfortunately, we probably won't. The vanguard of the third or fourth wave of feminism and the simps that support it will not allow us to make the adjustments we need to make. So we're headed down there. Now, I'm not saying men aren't complete idiots. Look at these warmongers. This is hubris on a level that's close to insanity. We've built up a war machine. We spend over $1 trillion a year on 4- and 5-star generals and building equipment that would win World War II. We don't even have hypersonic missiles. So, it's not that men get away scot-free from participating in idiocy, but I think there is an answer to America's future in the red states, believe it or not, in the goodness of the conservatives, who I spend a lot of time with. I'm a Democrat, but these are good people who believe in America, believe, for the most part, believe in God, which, I guess everybody, I don't think any one person should lecture another person about God or about their faith. I mean, it's an individual thing. And if anybody feels like they have their relationship with God sorted to such an extent that they can lecture others, I would say that they're seriously misguided. I think you have to kind of concentrate on your own relationship, if any, and help out where you're asked. But otherwise, that's other people. That's not your business. But if we go on blaming, I'm a old white guy. I'm going to physical therapy and I can't even do the most basic exercises. It's embarrassing. Do you know, never once in my lifetime did I own a slave? Never once in my lifetime, although women are going to hear me and say that I am, but I never thought that women should be tied to the stove and barefoot and pregnant. I never once in my life. But younger men than I am, white men, straight men, they're being blamed for everything. We cannot have a society if we do that. And we have to pull together. We have to pull together on some core ideals. I lived abroad. I'll tell you, one of the biggest ideals that used to make America stand out against the rest of the world, individual liberty. It's a free country, isn't it? Number one. Number two, free speech. Freedom of press. Say what you want to say as long as it's not inflammatory in terms of danger, immediate danger, like crying fire in a crowded theater. So free speech, freedom of expression, freedom of opinion, free press, another great strength. And then property rights. A right to a basic certain amount of education. I don't personally agree with the Republican trend to, what do they call them, magnet schools or whatever the hell they're called. I think every child in America should be given the same education, the same excellent education, probably through a 2-year college. If you don't want to go to get a degree, a doctorate in gender studies, maybe at least you should have a right to go to a 2-year program to learn how to be an electrician. But we're not going to do that if we tear apart. Anyway, I think what's going to happen in the Middle East is the United States is going to withdraw, and the part of us that doesn't withdraw is going to be ejected. We're not going to control the Middle East anymore, and oil prices and oil are not going to be a purview of our banking system. It's over. Which, you know, it was coming anyway. It's just going to happen very quickly now. I think Russia is developing its own internet. China, I think, maybe has already. It's going to be a brave new world for Americans, and we're going to have to come together. I think all Americans deserve the same opportunity. I think all Americans, regardless of differences, should be equal and treated equally. But we're going to go through, I think, I think at least one generation, but possibly 3 generations of sacrifice and change. It won't be all bad. We just won't be able to be as wasteful, self-indulgent, useless as we have become. So it'll be all right, but it's going to be a lot of changes. So I think Trump is going to withdraw. I think the United States is going to be out of the Middle East. I think the dollar, oil will no longer be priced in the dollar, so the dollar will precipitously fall as a percentage of reserves. However, there is no replacement for the U.S. market yet. So I think maybe we'll have a bit of a glide path. We don't have to panic. I think. There are some risks. Netanyahu, as long as he controls an estimated 90 to 100 nuclear weapons, he could take the whole Middle East down, like they were afraid Hitler would do when Germany went down. It's possible. It's also possible on the positive side, in my judgment, that Trump decided to show Miriam Adelson and the Zionists like Huckabee, well, all right, I'll show you what happens. And the next time they come knocking on the door of a president asking for the entire might and power of the United States to support 6 million disgruntled individuals who were given their own homeland by expelling a population from theirs. And instead of gratitude, they decide to go to war and kill and maim everyone around them instead of saying, wow, we're lucky to have this. Let's get along. Now, I know there's an argument, and it might be true, I wasn't born then, that the Palestinians and other Arabs should have been grateful for this influx of white supremacy, taking their olive groves, taking their cities, destroying entire families, setting hundreds, if not millions, hundreds of thousands, if not millions in flight. Palestinians and other Arabs should have been grateful rather than upset and angry. I don't know how to process that. Maybe we all have to be grateful when things are taken away from us. Maybe it's lessons that we're learning for the hereafter. I don't know. But I think here as we sit, I think Israel is in great danger of not existing anymore, at least not the way it was. And I think part of the agreement with if Russia brokers an agreement with Iran, not only will the United States be out of the Middle East, our bases out of the Middle East, we may have to agree not to finance Israel anymore. That'll look like a loss, but let me assure you, Israel does not care about the United States. Israel cares about greater Israel. Israel cares about Israel, but Israel does not care about the United States. So we'll feel the sting. But if we can come back to North America, focus on it's a free country, focus on having compassion for each of ourselves, not blaming white men for what white women and white men did 400 years ago and 300 years ago and 200 years ago and 100 years ago and even 60 years ago. White men and white women did. If we can start getting past that rather than inflaming it, and probably it'll only happen after Hillary Clinton dies. You need that ball of hatred to pass from this earth. But if we do come back together and focus on our ideals, there's no greater country in the world. And we can build a great future for younger generations and children yet to come. And we can accept immigrants, through a legal process. A lot of immigrants. I know that when my forebears came to the United States, they came through Ellis Island. And one of the things you had to do on Ellis Island, they didn't come in steamers with money. They had education, they had brains, they had hard work, but they didn't come with money. And the Irish, you can if you care, you can look up the slogans of the day. One of them was no dogs, no, another word I can't even say, I hate the word, and then no Irish. So, it's a very delicate reading of history that these modern women have forced on the education system. And, I think about it, most of the women are not attractive. So maybe their anger is with women, more beautiful women. I mean, I grew up, you watch these 6'2" men, who can play sports, and if they're handsome and they have a sense of humor, you're like, how can I compete with that? But you'd be surprised. They ain't so tough. They ain't so tough. All you need is a little game, and you can do all right. But we've got to stop seeing the world in, what's mine. I want what's for me, and we're going to have to be a country that pulls together again. Anyway, so I think we're going to be out of the Middle East, and there's great changes ahead. Now, I've heard some positives that, in fact, what Trump is doing is getting rid of China and Russia from the Western Hemisphere and stopping the terrorism that Iran spread around the world, which I don't have a basis to know the extent of that. I can see how the rest of the world would see what the United States and Israel has done as terroristic, but who knows? And so that might be too. Maybe my view was totally doom and gloom, but I will admire Trump if he pulls away from the Middle East and he makes a deal with the Russians And then that'll mean that Ukraine is finished and Putin is pretty powerful. It's a big blunder following Miriam Adelson and Benjamin Netanyahu. It's a huge blunder. And there's a cost for making mistakes. We can't sugarcoat it. But it would be even more costly to double and triple and quadruple down on our mistake. We've got to cut our losses and get the hell out of there. We're still strong. We're still vibrant. We can still be the world's most powerful country, but we got to pull back. We can't go down the toilet with Israel. And I'm not talking about, I'm not saying that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. I'm not saying that a more peaceful Israel would not be welcomed. But for now, Israel is in the wrong, and they're really in the wrong. And the United States too. That's just how it is. We're just the bad guy. So anyway, how does that help you make money or avoid losing money? I think if some sort of settlement happens, brokered by Russia or otherwise, I think the stock market is on the verge of a rally that's going to go to those numbers I used to give you. I'm looking at my notes. I had the I kept raising it, but the last time I wrote it down, I had the S&P going to 9,500, the Dow going to 65,000, NASDAQ going to 32,000, and the Russell index going to 3,800. I had silver going 120 to 150, and I had gold going to 5,000 or higher. And I think it's possible this summer, if there's a settlement of this gigantic blunder that the United States has made, if we pull away early enough and we get back to the business of America being business instead of war, the S&P could go to 10,000. The Dow could go to 70,000. These are my numbers. I haven't heard them anywhere else. NASDAQ to 40,000 and the Russell to 4,000. I think you're going to see a blow off top for the baby boom generation of the stock market. That's going to it's just going to knock your socks off. If I knew how to play calls on it, I'd tell you, but I really don't. I ask all the time. Nobody gives me an answer. When you listen to the news coverage of the Iran war, you hear about stockbrokers and insiders making millions of dollars by playing calls and puts. I don't know what the index is anymore. I used to trade the XMI and the QQQ, I think it was. But the XMI doesn't trade anymore like that. So I don't know where you buy calls. Maybe just buy calls on everything, all the stocks. But I think the stock market has probably, I'm trying to figure that out, probably anywhere from 35 to 50% higher coming. It's going to be a blow-off rally. Into it, you're going to have to sell. It's going to be hard to sell, but you're going to have to sell into it. I think silver's going to $200 and maybe 250. And if people had listened to me, and some of you did, and one investor who doesn't speak to me any longer, I guess he's miffed at my stubbornness with Railtown, or he just lost belief that I know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Or I'm an asshole. I don't know. I wanted him to put 5 million into silver when it was $25 to $30. Let's call it $28 an ounce. And I think he felt at the time that the silver market was too small. Well, all of you are about to see how big the silver market gets, because price is what'll do it. But if some of you bought it at $25 an ounce or $30 an ounce, you're going to get 10x in silver, and it could happen by the fall. It could happen much sooner. It could happen by the summer. I think gold is headed to 7,500 an ounce, probably it could happen in the summer, but probably by the third quarter. And oil is tricky, because if the Straits of Hormuz remain closed, the world, just roughly, you're not wrong if you think of it this way. The world produces 100 million barrels of oil a day. I think it's 102, but you can't trust the numbers. And we consume 103. So just treat it as 100 in your mind. The world produces 100 million barrels of oil a day. The world consumes 100 million barrels of oil a day. The United States accounts for 20% of that broadly. Used to be 25%. China, on the consumption side, is probably equivalent to the United States. Russia, Saudi, and U.S. production are neck and neck. The United States production looks a lot greater when you add natural gas to oil. And I think that's what they're doing with Saudi production as well. I guess they're doing it with Russian. So it's hard to get what's going on strictly for oil. But anyway, in Russia, they don't consume all that oil and gas. So they're an energy exporter. The Saudis, more and more, consume what they produce, but they still export oil and natural gas, and the rest of the Middle East too. The United States, I don't buy into that we're self-sufficient. I don't buy into it at all. I think North America, if we take over Mexico and Canada, in the new world order, whether militarily or economically, there's enough oil for the next generation or so. But the world is going to have to do with less oil as oil peaks. That's my opinion. So anyway, I think the markets are going to have this huge blow off top. And I think AI is going to be a big part of it. Big part of it. Then we're going to hit reality. And reality is going to be probably a depression. It could be a recession, but it's probably a depression. As the world goes from one monetary system to another, as people in Europe and in East Africa starve because there's not enough fertilizer, starve to death. As economies implode, I think we're headed into a depression as private equity collapses, but it'll be something else. Everybody's talking about private equity now. It'll be something else that we don't quite know what it is. So after the market goes, let's pick one of these. Let's say the market goes to 70,000 on the Dow. When it collapses, I think the Dow could go back to 2,500, 3,500. It's going to cause you to want to vomit. It's going to be so scary. So what do you do to prevent from that? Well, there's several things. As the market goes up, and I think AI, Railtown AI is going to be leading the way on the way up. We're going to have to buy puts. And if the banking system stays alive enough, we'll make money on the downside by owning puts. Puts are tricky. They expire worthless. You can be correct on your call, but if you buy the October puts and the crash happens in December, you don't benefit. So that's one way to do it. The other thing is when the correction comes, from whatever level gold is, or silver, or platinum, or palladium, or any of those, all of those will come down. All of them. When there's margin calls, everything will get sold. When there's collateral, calls for collateral, collateral will get sold. So another thing to do as the market goes up is either have cash or perhaps borrow cash or own gold, own silver physically, so that when things come down, you have something. Even I don't know, let's say gold does go to 7,500 by the fall. Maybe it pulls back to 4,800. It's still worth 4,800 if the whole market pulls back 95%. I think it'll pull back 95% at the low. So you still have something to work with. Cash, bonds. See, it's tricky to call what's going to happen in a world of high oil prices. You would assume that means inflation. But as oil becomes too expensive, it destroys demand, which destroys jobs, destroys the economy. Also, if because of the shadow banking system, if because of private credit, private equity even, the money supply contracts, we're not going to have inflation. So it's going to be weird. Or we'll have inflation in certain areas, like food that you can't get. Anyway, it's all food for thought. I don't know the answers. I'm just telling you, hell is coming for breakfast. And it's time to own some chickens, have some eggs, a few pigs, some heifers, and maybe some cash cows. It's time to get your financial house in order. Sell all the crap you have. It's going to be worthless. And start thinking in terms of survival. The birds will still sing. The sun will still come up. There'll still be love, and dogs will wag their tails, and cats will meow, and the wind will blow, and the seasons will change, and there's books to read. You know, life will still be fantastic. It's just we have to adapt. So anyway, let me just get off that topic. I didn't expect to talk about that so long. So why in that whole backdrop would I recommend Railtown and just be stubborn about it? because I think Railtown can go up 20, 25x from here. I don't have another idea that can give you 20 times your money based on fundamentals, maybe 25x, perhaps in the next 90 days. Now, CJ Yukon makes a good point that we keep hearing there's one thing I didn't finish the thought on oil. If everything settles and the Straits of Hormuz open up, I suppose oil could go back to $45-50 a barrel, but I'm not so sure. Ultimately, there is a population collapse coming, as individually and maybe collectively. People have decided that having children holds back equality in all sorts of ways. So in the West, in Korea, in Japan, birth rates are well below what is necessary to maintain, much less grow a population. So one thing about oil is by the mid-century, populations in the West in particular are going to collapse. And when the baby boom generation leaves this earth, I don't know it's going to be different. So anyway, that works toward lower oil demand. But on the 100 million barrels a day, if you just say that existing fields, existing production declines 5 to 7%, just call it 5% a year. And we haven't, for the last 15 years or so, we have not been, other than the almost panic to get into shale oil and shale gas that was very brief. It was fueled by fees and it was fueled by cheap money. But other than that, for the last 15 or 20 years, the greatest minds of our young people have been taught by silliness, overeducated silliness, that by 2035, 2040, the world would stop using oil. So all the oil reserves are going to be worthless. It's just wishing it. It's as inconsistent as it can be. So we really haven't found that much new oil. The subsalt in Brazil seems to be, it wasn't found, but they've got it into production. It looks like Libya and Iraq are up in production. The UAE's up. But a lot of our production, I think, is natural gas. And one thing about natural gas, it turns off very quickly. Oil kind of gives you some warning. Anyway, if you start with 100 million barrels and you assume every year it goes down by 5 million barrels because of decline rates. So if year one, you're producing 100 million barrels a day, year two, you're producing 95 million. Year three, I know it's not perfect arithmetic. Year three, you're producing 90 million. Year four, you're producing 85 million. Year five, you're producing 80 million. You can see after 5 years, your new discoveries or your new production has to race just to get it back to 100 million barrels a day. And I think in that environment, you're going to see oil prices go to $200, $300, $400, $500, $600, $700 a barrel. And so investments in oil, I have a project. My investor doesn't want to do it. If any of you know anybody, let me know. 100 million barrels oil in place. 100 million barrels oil in place. 100 million barrels. Need 5 million to claim an equal position forever. 17 million to control it and run it. And the first pattern gets drilled. 90 days to 6 months later, production proof. Netherlands Sewell reserve report, and you can bank the rest. You need probably 100 million, 120 million over time to develop it. It'll produce for 10 or 15 years. 100 million barrels. And it sets up additional plays throughout the area. It's a way to become a billionaire, but my investor's not interested because he thinks I'm stubborn on Railtown. So if any of you have an investor that has $5 to $20 million, wants to control one of the most exciting projects, safest projects I've ever seen, and you want to become that investor, she wants to become a billionaire, let me know. My address is Farron Balance, but my investor is not interested. Not interested at all. Not interested in anything, because my judgment is so piss poor that I didn't turn Railtown into a day trading exercise and get out at the end of November. But hey, when you're rich already, you can your perspective is different. But it's like that scene in Arthur. Hobson, do fish ever get tired of seafood? What are your thoughts, Hobson? And then he turns to Hobson and he says, you know, bathing is a lonely business. All right. So I think oil's going to go up massively in the near term and the next 5 to 20 years. I made the rookiest mistake of all. I was really counting on the word of one investor, and I should have been out gathering additional investors. This project is what can allow rich men and women to stay rich and, in fact, become super rich. All cash flow from oil. Cash flow. And it makes money if oil goes down to $25 a barrel. But private equity's there. I don't think it's going to sit around very long. So it's another thing that I'll just have to say, hey, remember, I was right about that. I had an investor, but he got pissed off at me because I didn't tell him to sell Railtown at the end of November. Ugh. Our almost 19 million shares of Railtown, though, are going to make you guys independent, give you a lot of options on what to do. Let's go with some of the stories of Railtown now. Railtown, let me get the prices. It signed me out. I was signed in. knew I got it wrong. Okay, so Railtown is down 2 cents. That's interesting because I'm going to show you a chart on it, and I was going to warn you that it could be under pressure short term. So it's at 27.50. Now, let me remind you that the people suppressing the price of Railtown can sell an unlimited number of shares because Dan Wagner allows it. Unlimited. Second thing is, nobody's selling the stock. Nobody. I mean, maybe a few people are giving up. It's possible. But nobody's that knows the story is selling. So it's all fake selling. But their goals are short term. That guy that came on yesterday ridiculing me, he doesn't care about you. He just wants you to sell it that day. That person that said it's going to go to 5 cents, they're not going to even be here when the stock's over $1 or over $2. They just want you to sell that day so they can make money that day. Anyway, we'll go over Railtown right now. I didn't realize it was this low, but the chart didn't look good this morning. So it's 27.5 to 29. The volume's 236,000. So maybe there's some stop limit orders there. It's possible. But again, these guys, they have short-term goals, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week. This is an investment, not a day trade. And it's an opportunity to buy. Finger is up 2.5 cents at $1.02. GTII is up almost 3 cents to 3 cents. Hey, if you can get out, I would get out. Mountain is down. MTEN is down 4.5 cents to 118.5. Next trip is up 2.5 cents at 327.5. And let's look at Railtown. 33,500 on the bid. It's barcoding, as you guys call it, I think. 2738 by 2895. 236,000 shares. 4,000 shares is the last trade I see at 11.55. And I believe what I see on my service are the real shares. 4,000 shares sold at 27.5. If I had to guess, that's a stop loss order getting triggered. The rest is all El FACO. And I think you have to take advantage of the El FACO shares to build your position. I'm going to go through some of your comments before I show you what I wanted to talk about today, because if I show you what I want to talk about, I'll lose your comments. Jimmy McCate, looking like Ben Franklin. Well, let's see. You look a little George Washington, maybe. Yeah. I know, Jimmy, I need a haircut. I know that. But, yeah, I know it. It's on my list. Eddie, thank you, Jimmy. Ben Franklin. Eddie Rawlings, hello. Hi, Eddie. Julius, salutations. Hi, Julius. Fast Eddie, good day, dollar bill. Jeff Grimm, howdy. Rick Brogan, thanks for being such a supporter of everyone here. Says hi, William and RT crew. Jack Hamilton probably bought another 2 shares. Good, William. Good afternoon, William. Interesting volume today. Well, it's the first day of April Fools. What could it be? I don't think there's any warrants expiry. You know, it may just be spoofing and spiffing and spliffing to cross some shares to get it out of some accounts. I don't know. It's not anybody selling the company. Guys, well, you're not going to believe me if I tell you the 2 best technology investors in Canada just bought into the company. They did a lot of due diligence. This is just temporary. So it gives you a chance to buy it. And it's like silver. Silver ran up. I got very cautious about it. It's pulled back. And now, you know, I can't say it's not going to go down further. It's not going to be volatile. But I think silver's setting up to double from here. I think Railtown's setting up to do a hell of a lot more than that. Pat M, hi, William, and all. Hi, Steve. Hi, Uncle Bill. Finished my big buy. Added up. Wow. Someday Steve is going to have so many shares. He's going to be the next baseball player or football player or rap star. That's amazing, Steve. That is absolutely brilliant. I don't think I have the list of what you have here. Maybe you don't want people to know anymore because they'll be jealous. No, I do have your total. I won't read it out. But my gosh, that's a big number, Steve. That is a big number. Good. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Jack added 44. So who are we more proud of? Jack adding 44 and then adding 32, or Steve adding 38,746 to his pile? Which is more inspiring to you? I would have to go with, I think it's fantastic that Steve added 38,746. I think it's amazing. But I also admire Jack for adding. Nicely played, unknown stuntman, Jack says. Pat M says, mein Gott. Pat M says, nice job, unknown stuntman. Ricky Brogan. So is Ricky Brogan different than Rick Brogan? This is Rick Brogan. And this is Ricky Brogan. This is Rick Brogan. And this is Ricky Brogan. I think it's 2 different people. I hope I didn't screw up when I've been adding the numbers. All right, Ricky Brogan. $68.4. I may have consolidated you 2 guys into one person. So that means I've undercounted by quite a bit. Pat M claps for Ricky Brogan. Ricky Brogan says, Thank you, Pat M. Go RT. Ricky congratulates Jack. I agree. I think it's awesome. Chestnut. Good afternoon, William. I had another $88 left in my account, so I bought 250. Yay! Yay! I love it. That's great. Good for you. Marlene McCabe, the media is the worst. I agree. I mean, you don't know what you're reading, if it's true, if it's really frustrating. Quit that. Can we talk about why our $50 stock is at 28 pennies? Yeah, we can. I don't, Clay, I don't know. Yes, we can. Let me get through it all. I'm going to write it down here. Let me get through everybody, and then I'll get to that while I go through some things. Pete Greek, a little worried about the price. Well, come on, 27. Yeah, they know that. They know that. They know it's going to get people to panic, to sell, and they're gleeful. You know the reasons. It's nothing new. But people get tired. What stock is going up that's making you wish you were in it? I don't know. I can't think of anything. But you guys might know something from the headlines. But let me go through, and then I'll come back to you, Clay, and Clay's question and your question. But I want to go to show some things. Justin Babish, regard to reverse split with Telus, was the statement that Railtown will share in the revenue of AI service, share in revenue of all AI services revenue at Telus, not only who chooses to use Telus products. I guess, Justin, it's kind of both. But what Telus announced was that the CEO of Telus announced is that he expects annual revenue from AI-enabled technologies to be equivalent to $2 billion a year by 2028. And I think it went further to say something like substantially, or a substantial portion coming from the Rimouski data center. So I think the CEO would know what his current customers are spending on software as a solution companies, on data centers, on internet, on telecom. So I think he's probably done a study and analysis so that he's confident of projecting that within his own user base, a company that does $20 billion in annual revenue. He's projecting 10% of that revenue will be derived, either moving there or growing, or both will be derived as we just described. And I would expect that he can make that projection with confidence. Secondly, the AI data center, the sovereign AI factory built at Rimouski, is the only one ready to go in Canada. Behind it immediately is Telus's sovereign AI factories, data factory called Kamloops, ready to go. So Telus has a head start on anybody else in capacity, in using state-of-the-art NVIDIA chips, in building some of the tools on the stack that NVIDIA doesn't have or others don't have, like Fire XI or Fire IX. So Telus is committed to being first and maintaining its lead in AI-generated revenue. And I believe it's primarily from the data centers and the stacks within that data center. Thirdly, Telus is part of a national awareness, a national campaign in Canada, bridging universities, bridging think tanks, bridging startups, bridging banks, bridging telecoms, bridging hyperscalers, bridging the whatever you call it, Bay Street, all the investment pools. Everybody in Canada is focused on using the plentiful energy supplies of Canada, possibly the world's second or third largest reserves, with a small population in comparison, in a country that is replete with cold. It is full of water and full of green energy, full of capacity to build out AI. It's a highly educated, a highly intelligent population. They have fantastic universities. So all of Canada is on a campaign of building a consumer of Canadian energy in the AI sector, but also building a world-class AI sector based on intellectual property, based on technology, based on revenue staying in Canada, keeping AI projects from Palo Alto and from Trump, sovereign data. Canada is on a mission. And in that mission, Telus, I think, wants to be the go-to hyperscaler, data center provider, compute power provider for all of the AI startups, software as a solution, AI startup companies in Canada, so they can succeed and grow with worldwide customers, but they can bring the revenue back to Canada. So those are the three areas I think Telus is focusing on in its AI picture. And You guys know the story, but you know who doesn't know the story of Railtown? It's a big list, I'm sure. Top North American technology funds by assets under management. ETFs. The Technology Select Sector Spider Fund, XLK, a leading fund with high liquidity, mainly Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA. They don't know about Railtown, nor could they invest in Railtown probably. Vanguard Information Technology, 300 tech firms. They don't know about Railtown. Invesco, QQQ, NASDAQ 100. They don't know about Railtown. iShares US Technology. They don't know about Railtown. Fidelity, MSCI Information Technology. They don't know about it. Top private technology equity firms. Thoma Bravo. They don't know about it. Spectrum Equity. They don't know about it. Here's some technology mutual funds. Allspring Innovation Fund, All Berkshire Focus Fund, Black Oak Emerging Technology Fund, BlackRock Technologies, BNY Mellon Technology Growth, Columbia Global Technology Growth Fund, Columbia Seligman Global Technology Fund, Columbia Seligman Technology and Info Fund, DWS Digital Horizons, Alger AI Enablers and Adoption Fund. None of them know about Railtown. Eventide Exponential Technologies Fund, Fidelity Advisors Semiconductors Fund, Fidelity Select Enterprises Tech Services, Fidelity Select Semiconductors Port, Fidelity Select Software and IT Services, Fidelity Select Tech Hardware Port, Fidelity Select Technologies Portfolio, Firsthand Technology Opportunities Fund, Hennessy Technology Fund, Alger AI Enablers, Eventide Exponential Technologies, Fidelity Advisors Semiconductors Fund, Fidelity Select Enterprises Tech Services, Fidelity Select Semiconductors Partners, Fidelity Select Software and IT Services Portfolio, Fidelity Select Tech Hardware Portfolio, Fidelity Select Technology Portfolio, First Technology Opportunities Fund, Opportunities, Hensley Technology Fund, Eventide, Fidelity, I already did Fidelity. A lot more of these Fidelities. All right, I'll leave it there. I can only get through the F's. The 10 biggest artificial intelligence, ETFs by assets under management. It's an old article, but it's Invesco QQQ, Vanguard Information Technology, Technology Select Sector SPDR Fund, First Trust Dow Jones Internet Index, iShares US Technology, iShares Global Tech, iShares Exponential Technology, Fidelity MSCI Information Technology, Global X Robotics and Artificial Intelligence, iShares Expanded Tech Sector, Robo Global Robotics and Automation Index, Investco, NASDAQ and Internet ETF. None of them know about Railtown. The world's top 18 technology private equity firms. Silver Lake Partners, they don't know about Railtown. Excel KKR. They don't know about Railtown. Hellman Friedman. They don't know about Railtown. Francisco Partners. They don't know. Genstar. Vista Equity Partners. Austin. They don't know. Tomo Bravo. Providence Equity Partners. Spectrum Equity. Warburg Pincus. Wells Carson. Blackstone KKR. Carlisle. Permaria. Vitruvian. HG Capital. Platinum Energy. Look, you can do this yourself. None of these companies know about Railtown. Why? Railtown on February 8th, 2025 announced that it was acquiring AIP Partners. That started for lack of a better word, if you Google it, you're going to find out this is not the definition. But a blackout occurred on news. A great curtain descended across the entire investor relations department and management team of Railtown, but also of all the investors who worked with Canaccord Genuity and the entire space. Nobody could buy shares of Railtown during this quiet period. It's the wrong word. That's not what it means. Well, whatever. Why? Because Canaccord Genuity was selected as the exclusive investment banker. Canaccord Genuity works with the shorts, by the way, but Canaccord Genuity was the advisor on this merger, or the evaluator anyway. For a year, Canaccord Genuity had the news but couldn't spread the news. They couldn't talk to investors without an NDA or without a strict you can't act on this information. And they couldn't put out research. That's 1 year. That's because of February 8th, 2025, they announced the acquisition of AIP Partners using Canaccord Genuity exclusively. 1 year. Well, it's not really a quiet period. I don't know what to tell you. But during this year, insiders can't buy stock. People that have knowledge of the Telus arrangement can't buy stock. People that have knowledge of the size of AIP and the AIP contracts and the hyperscaling, they can't buy stock. People inside of Canaccord Genuity who already own stock, they can't buy more. Whales who own stock, they can't buy more. Nobody can buy. You know that. You know that. Further, in that announcement, the headline said MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. It said acquisition. The first or second paragraph said weeks, several weeks. It said in negotiations or to be determined or some language like that. So the price was not set in stone. So the computers that they short sell, you know about this, but your brain doesn't allow you to accept it. You think the stock price is telling you something. But anyway, the program sellers, these are computers that work at the speed of AI. They read the news and they sell. And they do it without any human input other than the original establishment of parameters. So they started selling short without shares being in existence. They started allowing people to buy from them shares that did not exist. These sweatshops and hedge funds and trading desks use program selling computers to sell stock into thin air. They create stock out of thin air to sell. You know this. You think it should be illegal, but Bill Clinton made it legal. The attorneys that work with the hedge funds slowly, incrementally made it legal. Congress, by inaction, says, it's all right. No worries. No worries. So Congress makes it legal. The regulators make it legal. You know this. So during the time that the stock has been in this, for lack of a better term, quiet period, the term quiet period describes exactly the restrictions that they're under. But what it does not describe is a protracted period of time beyond earnings announcements. I'm sorry. There isn't something in the public consciousness to describe what I'm describing. But guys and girls on Wall Street call it a quiet period. So this has gone on now for a year, primarily because of AIP Partners. AIP Partners had legal teams, mostly women, mostly young women. Well, there was one young man. Maybe they were the best those law firms had to offer, or maybe they were the JV team. I have no idea. I'll tell you one thing. They were SLOW. And the company was run by a professor type guy who never ran a public company. And his combination of skills and the attorneys assigned to the project resulted in, I think, prolonged delays in getting a closing of the AIP deal. They didn't get the votes in on time. I think the deal could have been closed 90 days to 120 days sooner than it was. And we had to live through that hell. But you get attorneys involved, and you might as well go into a whole different time zone. Attorneys, everything attorneys do is important. Everything they do needs to be paid for. Every slow period of time for thought is valuable. When they schedule things and it takes 2 or 3 weeks, it's important. Attorneys are in a completely different parallel universe. So the selling, the short selling doesn't stop, and the quiet period doesn't end. You know this. You just can't accept it. Just can't accept it. Well, during that time, a time where Railtown had at least 3, if not 4, separate products, divisions, separate markets, going out and learning how to sell its product, just like Langchain, just like the rest. A brave new world. They're going out to sell one company at a time, one conference at a time, one demonstration at a time, one group of developers at a time, giving away access for free, hoping to hook a customer at a time, hoping it goes viral. Just like Langchain and all the other smaller orchestration framework companies. All of a sudden, somebody, and it may have been John Ruffalo, but I don't know that. That's speculation on my part, total speculation on my part. Maybe it was Dr. Tom Core. I don't know. Maybe it was how Corey explained it to me, that they had a booth right next to or on the same aisle as Telus at a convention. I don't know. But somewhere during that period of time, Railtown met with Telus. Now, Telus has the AI data center in Canada that's ready to accept the massive footprint potential of AI as a software service companies. All of the software as a service companies have to shift from SDKs to ADKs. As those ADKs, as that agentic agents are created by, in this case, many more, hundreds, if not thousands of Canadian AI startup software companies, they need an AI data center with the supercomputing power of a NVIDIA chip. NVIDIA accounts for 90% of these chips. And in Canada, Telus had the fortune or the vision to keep their data centers open without destroying them in the last cycle. So they simply went through their data centers, completely retrofitted them. And at Rimouski, they have a hydro-powered data center, 99% green energy. It runs on a third of the electric costs of any other data center. And oh, by the way, it has state-of-the-art NVIDIA chips. It has 3 customers: healthcare, Salesforce, and somebody else. But it is not ready yet to ramp up the volume that it foresees. Now, Clay and the other gentleman are frustrated because it's pennies. And as Clay summarizes it, it's a $50 stock. Well, I think Clay is leaving out a lot of description of that move to $50 and where it might be, but whatever. I actually think Railtown is going to be much more valuable than $50. It's a question of where is the $50? Is it inside of Oracle, or is that as a unicorn? We don't know that yet. Clay might know it. He might know that Railtown's going to stay as a unicorn. I don't know that. But Clay's point is correct. Why is the thing 25 cents instead of $2.50, if it's so great? This is the problem I had with my friend and my investor. He said, of course, if it's so great, people are going to cheat. They're going to break the law. They're going to ignore their NDAs and their non-competes, they're going to risk going to jail to buy uh, uh, to buy shares of Railtown when they're not allowed to, because of course the people in New York cheat, so they're going to cheat in Canada. It perfectly made sense to him. And obviously that's kind of how some of you might see it. If it's so great, why aren't they buying? Well, you know what? If you're John Ruffalo, as an example, and you know what the deal is with Telus and nobody else knows it, and you start buying stock for yourself, or you start buying it for Mavericks before that news is shared in a way that the regulators are happy with, you know what John Ruffalo risks? Going to jail, losing his license, losing his Mavericks Co. Do you think he's going to break the law to buy Railtown just so that we can see the stock price go up? No, he's not. Now, my friend disagrees with me. He hasn't spoken to me for 4 months to show me what an asshole I am. But he doesn't agree with me. He thinks, of course, if it were good, they'd be buying. I don't know if he means Ruffalo. I don't mean that at all. So I can tell you till I raise my voice and get frustrated that Railtown has been in a period, what I call a quiet period. According to 2 or 3 of you, that's the wrong word, but you never gave me the correct word. It started with AIP, and then it extended with Telus. The company is still in that quiet period. They finally fired, that's my words. I don't know that they fired them, but they disengaged from Canaccord Genuity's exclusivity agreement. But that was last month. But to you, well, obviously they should be telling other firms and other analysts and letting other investment bankers encroach on their exclusive deal. No, they don't. They don't. That means other pools of money are not hearing the story. Those that are hearing the story cannot buy it. If you owned a bar and you sold beer and liquor and wine, and you made so much money, it was so crowded on Fridays and Thursday, Fridays, and Saturday nights that you could charge $12 a drink, $8 a beer, $20 a fancy drink. That is supply meeting demand. The place can only hold 500 people, and everybody wants a drink. It's the hottest place on the strip. You can charge maximum prices. If all of a sudden the government got involved and made 3 changes. 1, you can only have 250 people here. 2, the drinking age is now 30 years old. 3, you can't sell free pour drinks. You have to measure everything. 4, if someone leaves the bar with we're going to breathalyze everybody as they leave the bar. And if they blow over a 2 drink per hour or 2, whatever the limit is, we're going to take their keys away. Well, all of a sudden, you have all this supply of alcohol that you've brought in for the weekend based on years, but the demand disappears. There's no buying, very little buying. Are you going to be able to charge those prices if you want to sell all your booze? I can't give you an example. If you don't get supply and demand, you just don't get supply and demand. The buyers are missing from Railtown. Well, if the news were good, they'd still be buying it. Well, there are buyers when they can. Look at the 2 guys from RIM. They bought $3.5 million worth of stock. Well, the consortium did. Because that's the only way they could. They bought it. They did their studies. Do you think they got in just for a lark? Yeah, but the stock price isn't going up. There's no buyers. No buying is allowed. Well, that does. It's been over a year, and they should allow buying, and there should be some revenue, and the proof of concept should have already happened. Why is it taking so long? Do you know what makes Railtown valuable? Is Railtown GTII? Is Railtown GDC? Is Railtown a short squeeze story? Is Railtown a hyped play? Do you know what makes Railtown valuable? No. Why is it still 29 cents? 27 cents? Why is Lang Chain worth 1.25 billion? Because you guys can't buy it. Because you can't whine, you can't complain, you can't say, oh, it's selling for pennies and supposedly it's $50. That's why it's trading for 1.25 billion. Because only professional buyers can buy it. I'm not saying they're correct, but only pros can buy it. You can only buy it in a private placement. You can only buy it based on all the information and news you can't share on Railtown is shared on Lang Chain with those investor groups. There is no public market. There is no short selling. There is no hypothecation and rehypothecation and sales of counterfeit shares. There's no computer program selling of Lang Chain. But there is in Railtown, but you don't want to believe it. Why is Railtown a $60 million market cap and Lang Chain is valued at 1.25 billion? Why? Lang Chain was analyzed by private equity brains on Wall Street, from Sequoia to Benchmark and beyond. Lang Chain was priced in a private investment channel. Lang Chain is never shorted, ever shorted. Lang Chain is not hypothecated and rehypothecated. The trading debt, the stock loan desks do not issue endless shares of Lang Chain. Lang Chain has a defined number of shares, both in its cap table and in its marketplace. Railtown doesn't. Railtown reportedly has over 60 million shares sold that don't exist, and that's a 6-month-old number, and that was just in the United States. And it happens every day. It happens at rapid speed. It happens intraday. And then they true it up at the end of the day. And Ann Wagner doesn't want you to see an audited trail because she wants to protect your privacy. And you still ask me the same question over and over again. If Railtown were to go to the value of Lang Chain last summer, it gives you 20x. 20x. Now, if you're Clay and the other guy, maybe I don't want to speak for Clay, but if you're some of you, you may think Lang Chain is mispriced. Railtown, in fact, reflects the true value of an orchestration framework company. Railtown, which is better than Lang Chain, but I've showed it to you. I've shown you the 3 products. We've gone through it, but you don't believe it because the stock price should be higher. If it were true, you cannot separate from in your brain the idea that Wall Street has peddled to you for 30, 40 years so they can manage your money and charge you fees, that everything you need to know about a stock is in the stock price, which is inane on its face, but that's what you believe. That's what you believe. So which price is correct? Lang Chain, all the information was taken and they priced it at 1.25 billion, and they do 12 million a year in revenue and don't make any money. Railtown, on the other hand, doesn't make any revenue now. But I've shown you from the purchase of AI Partners, it's likely they'll do 40 million in projectable revenue out of the gate. So which price is correct? 60 million or 1.25 billion? Which price reflects the true value of Langchain or the true value of Railtown? I mean, I'm not talking literally, because literally those are the values today. But which one accurately reflects the value of the future revenue of each of these companies? So where's the investment opportunity? To call up your broker and see if you can give some money to Stevie Cohen's SAC fund, pay fees every year, and hopefully he'll go buy some Langchain, or to buy Railtown. Where's the investment opportunity? All right, I'm just gonna, damn it, just gonna ask for describe predatory short selling in stocks below $5. Princeton University, first thing that comes up. Let's see what it says. 29 pages, but of course you guys can't read this and believe it because the stock price is telling you something. Okay, Marcus K. Brunermeyer, Martin Oekme from Columbia University, and Marcus K. Brunermeyer from Princeton University, November 2008, wrote an article called Predatory Short Selling, talking about financial institutions. Lehman Brothers and Morgan Stanley. All right, I'm not going to read that one because it's too specific. It's just two stocks. Here's investor news. Stop predatory short selling. A call for ethical and fair trading practices. So our supposedly $50 stock is trading for 27 cents. Can you explain it to me? In the short selling mechanics, you borrow stock and sell it. Predatory short selling, more aggressive and potentially manipulative. It happens in junior mining and other smaller entities. Power nickel is an example. It's a short article, and it looks like it was written by Power Nickel. Cabot Wealth Network, 8 days ago. Short selling, the good, the bad, and the ugly. What's the good?
pleasure of speaking with Terry Lynch and Peter Causey on a very topical subject, predatory short selling.
Why is
Terry,
your stock
let's start
down?
with you.
Why is
Define
the stock
what it
down?
is predatory short
Supposedly
selling
it's 50 cents. Why is it down?
So we're not against short selling. So what is short selling? Short selling is when you bet against the security. You think it's going to go down, and you say, I sold the stock short, and you're looking to cover in the future, hopefully at a lower price and make a profit. So that's completely legitimate, and we're not against that. What we're against is when you don't declare a short sale, and you sell a stock with the hope that it goes down. You haven't declared it short, and you never declare it short, and you just keep on selling because this is what happens. And eventually it does, selling begets selling, and it drives the price down, and then you cover. That's predatory short selling. So it's non-disclosed short sales.
And of course, Peter, I'm certain you have a couple of 2 cents to add to that. Do you agree with that definition of predatory short selling?
I do, but I would expand it a bit to include times when a company's stock is fragile and some idiot's looking just to kick the shit out of him when he's down. And I find that offensive when people use short selling as a means of settling personal, petty revenge matters.
Compliance question. Of course, you're a compliance expert, Peter. Are there any compliance regulations that you can speak to on this topic?
Well, the big one is disclosure. You and I've talked about this before. So like with conflicts of interest don't kill. Undisclosed conflicts of interest kill. And it's the same thing with short selling. It's like the guys in British Columbia who don't register with SETI, yet they feel free to trade all day. And the Securities Commission's response is, it didn't hurt anyone. It's the disclosure that needs to be made.
Yeah, transparency is the key. I think Peter's absolutely right about that. And there's appalling lack of transparency in our capital markets today. And you know, people are pulling out. You know, you're seeing, as Eric Sprott said to me one time, we were in an interview on this topic. He said, investors aren't stupid. You know, they figure out a rigged game and they get out of it. And that's where we're at.
And we're not. This isn't just limited to mining. This is the junior tech game, the junior oil and gas, and not just in Canada either. This is a pervasive problem.
It's been a problem around the world since they put in, basically, I believe algorithm trading was the checkered flag for this whole thing. I interviewed a guy by the name of Wes Christian. He's a lawyer in the States, probably the top litigator in the space. He's won, I think, 10 or 11 lawsuits in the 11 figure, like, you know, 10 to 60 million, I've heard in settlements from Goldman Sachs and the like, you know, the big investment banks and basically he feels it's probably every company's got 20 to 30% short in America.
Wow.
Period.
That's a big number.
Well, you can.
He says it's trillions of dollars. He said if you were selling,
Trillions.
you know, he uses an example about truck, permits, and like printing truck permits and selling them out the side door. Well, they'd take you off to jail. But they do this every day in the market, and nobody's going.
But you guys don't accept that.
Part of this is,
You guys think the stock price is telling you. Why is our supposedly $50 stock trading at 27 cents? It's that reason. With an absence of buying. But what else is it? Well, you don't want to listen. You just do not want to listen. What's going to make Railtown go up? Estimated exit annual recurring revenues 2027 of $250 million is approximately $1 a share. And if you put a 25x on it, it's $25. If you put a 50x on it, it's $50. But how exactly, Clay, are investors going to know about this kind of projected revenue if no research is currently allowed? If no buyers are currently allowed to buy it that know this, well, nobody's going to know this. It's going to be a projection. So how is this going to happen, Clay, until there is a break in this quiet period. I don't know. All I can do is keep saying the exact same thing over and over again. Never sinks in. Why is our supposedly $50 stock trading at 27 cents? There's no buyers. The predatory short selling continues unabated every single day. They have short-term goals, not long-term goals. And the whatever news has not yet been announced that causes this overall blackout on information has not yet been revealed. And I don't know when the hell. You know what, Clay? I'm going to predict that Railtown is going to stay at 27 cents till the end of this year. And then we don't have anything more to talk about. We'll just wait. I won't make any projections. I won't give you the idea of what it's worth. I won't give you the reason why you should own the stock. We'll just plan on it being worth 27 cents for a year. And if it goes up, great. If it doesn't go up, great too. Might as well be over in GDC or maybe GTII. At least it's up 3 pennies today, 300%. I just don't know what else to tell you. Railtown. There's no informed investor buying or whales or institutions buying Railtown. Daily, there's unrelenting counterfeit shares sold in size every single day. There's no buyers. Every day there's sellers. And you want me to tell you why your $50 stock is trading at 27 cents. These sellers have short-term goals of stealing. Buyers, if they could buy, have long-term goals. They win in the short run. So why is our $50 stock trading at 27 cents? I could go through the whole litany of years of lessons, but it boils down to you're fighting computerized selling of non-existent shares. Well, why doesn't it go gradually up? Because the sellers it's computerized, so they're always testing the market. They can beat you. They can't beat Mavericks. They can't beat Omers. I mean, in over a period of time, in air pockets, they can. But they're always playing for the short term, always playing for the air pocket. If a stock's going up, they don't expose themselves that much. If the stock's coming down, they hammer, 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 hammer. Has nothing to do with the story. Well, it's supposedly worth $50. Why is it 27 cents? When is Wall Street, Clay, going to know about the revenue projections? Do you think anybody on Wall Street is projecting revenue for Railtown? Like my number, $250 million exiting 2027. Do you think that number's out there anywhere, Clay? Do you think, a few hundred people listening to me moves the market, Clay? Do you think Fidelity is buying Railtown, Clay? Do you think Omers is buying Railtown, Clay? Do you think Sequoia is buying Railtown, Clay? Do you think Benchmark or IVF are buying Railtown, Clay? Do you think the brokerage system at Canaccord Genuity is buying Railtown, Clay? Do you think Merrill Lynch has a buy recommendation out on Railtown, Clay? Do you think Microsoft is accumulating shares of Railtown in the open market, Clay, because they have access to privileged information that shows that they should be buying it, but they don't mind breaking the law, Clay? Where's the buying supposed to come from, Clay? Is there a research report out there? Institutions, for the most part, cannot buy stocks under $5. Some can't buy it under 7 or under 10. Where's that buying going to come from? They're just going to have a rogue analyst or a rogue trading desk person is going to start buying it and risk losing her job? Clay, where do you expect the buying to come from absent information on what's going on at Telus? Where do you expect buying to come from? I don't know what to tell you. Yes, it's frustrating that the stock is 27 cents. Yes, it's frustrating that computerized, algorithmic selling programs are allowed in small companies that have no buying, no research, no investment banking, no uptick rule, no enforcement of securities laws, no enforcement of delivery, no enforcement of locate. None. It is frustrating. But we all know that goes on, Clay, and the other guy, I forget the other guy. Were you offered a chance to be able to invest in LangChain? Were you offered a chance to invest in Confluent? Were you offered a chance to invest in NVIDIA? Were you offered a chance to invest in Google ADK? No, you weren't. Maybe NVIDIA. Maybe you heard of it. Railtown was formed by two guys 7 years ago, Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini, who had an idea ahead of their time. They'd worked in software all of their careers. They built companies and sold them. And they knew that there were some glaring holes in the software as a service SDKs, software developer kits, and the process of developing new applications. And they said, why don't we fix those holes? And then one of them said, well, why don't we, instead of fixing past holes, past problems, why don't we get ahead of the once in 150 years technology transformation of this size, according to many analysts, and the greatest computer transformation since the PC. That includes the internet, that includes the app store, that maybe you include crypto in that. Why don't we get ahead? Because we know what's coming. Why don't we prepare our solution for when compute power jumps massively? And it brings in the AI for everybody, the AI of everything transformation. Why don't we get ahead of that? All right, I'm game for it. Where are we going to get the money? Well, let's start. I have some money, you have some money. Let's get started with that. Okay. They go through that money. Where are we going to go now? Well, let's go to some friends and family. Yeah, but we raised a little, but they didn't really get it. They didn't understand what is AI. We don't get it. All right, so I guess we'll have to go public. So they go public in Canada. Which opens them to predatory short selling. But they went public successfully in Canada. They got research out from Capital Research Group, or whatever the heck the name is, with a $2 target US. And the stock in Canada went up. I'm right now, I can't remember the high in Canada. It didn't get to $2 Canadian. It did not go that high, because the fact is, if you are a small company needing capital, the capital markets are going to destroy you, because the regulators look the other way at best. They participate at worst. The attorneys are corrupt. The Congress and the governments are in on it. And then investors ask questions like, well, why is our $50 stock trading at 27 cents? And then assholes like me get upset because it makes my head pound. It's incredible how wrong I am, because grown adults can't understand that their government is lying to them, that the markets are set up for a handful of men to steal from you. You can't accept that. You can't accept that markets are corrupt either. Can't accept that. Can't accept it. Okay. So let's try a different tact. Let's assume that the price of Railtown is correct. It's telling you everything you need to know. Nobody wants to buy it because it's a shit company. And at 27 cents, it's reflecting the odds that the company's going to go out of business. That's what's happening, Clay. At 27 cents, the stock price is telling you that there is an equal or better chance that the company's going to is going to be worth what GTII is trading for. Okay, let's take that as our premise. Let's take that as our premise. That's what the market is telling you. A bunch of cocksure chart readers who never study anything. Let's assume that's what the market's telling you. Well, what do you know, Clay, that the market doesn't know? You've studied the releases by the company. You've studied the company presentations. You've studied the company websites. You've studied the filings with the Canadian Stock Exchange. You've studied some of the filings on Cedar that were different. You've studied the overall AI market. You've studied that. You understand that NVIDIA's revenue from selling NVIDIA's chips is going to annualize at $1 trillion within 6 months. You know that. The market, of course, is telling you that Railtown's not going to participate in the NVIDIA stack. That's what the market's telling you. The market knows in its wisdom that Railtown does not have a place in the stack at the Telus data center. NVIDIA on the bottom, HPE on the bottom, next level in there somewhere, FireXI, which is the Telus product, and then maybe Anthropic large language model, and then the orchestration frameworks. And you know, but the market doesn't know, that Railtown is the orchestration framework. But the market doesn't know it. And you ask, why is the stock trading at 27 cents, not at 50 cents? So let's go with the negatives, Clay. The short sellers in Railtown are betting that the stock is worthless. So let's just go through all the negatives. Corey and Marwan are not as talented as, this is what a wealthy investor out of supposedly said out of Puerto Rico, that the guys at AI Partners are terrific, are great, but the people at Railtown don't know what the hell they're doing. So that, let's say that's it. That's one of the things. They don't know what they're doing. Number two, Langchain got out ahead, and therefore Railtown's product is worthless. Number three, the projected size of the ADK market in the $30 to $100 billion range is wrong. The shorts are correct. That market growing to $100 billion by the end of the decade is wrong. That estimate is wrong. The shorts know that. So, okay. So Railtown might end up with 1 or 2% of $100 billion revenue market, but that the shorts know that's wrong. So maybe it's only 1 or 2% of $1 million market. Yeah, okay. So we'll add that the shorts know that the AI, the shift of just looking at the App Store, just from 2009 or 2012, when the App Store came out, all of the applications that humanity uses, from doctors to travel to DoorDash to rent a car to select the woman you're going to screw that night, all of those apps were written with software development kits. Every single one of those apps has to be replaced with ADKs. And there's proof in it by all the money going in, trillions of dollars. But let's say the shorts are correct. That's not happening. People are going to stick with their software and their applications from 2012. They're not going to upgrade. So the shorts have that one right. The AI data centers are going to be a massive failure. The companies from Facebook to Oracle to Microsoft to Telus, the CIA, government investing hundreds of billions of dollars in data centers. They have it all wrong. It's going to be worthless. The shorts know that. It's a good thing to remember, Clay. The shorts know that that whole thing's going to go to zero. Robotics are going to fall flat on their ass. Amazon isn't using robots. Delivery stores aren't using robots. Tesla has not developed a self-driving taxi. Drones are not robots. War isn't turning into robotic war. No, robots are the Jetsons. They're never going to be here. They're not here now. The shorts are telling you that. Or the shorts are telling you that the transformation of AI has happened without Railtown, and that the real-time ingestion engines necessary to make data centers valuable to users have already occurred, and Railtown missed the boat. That's what the shorts are telling you. I bet the shorts have really studied it. They've probably looked into micro data centers and figured out that the people building micro data centers and bringing GPU to the factory, to the school, to the local usage case, they already have orchestration frameworks embedded in those. It's already happened. I mean, they know that, and the rest of the world doesn't know it. That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. So the shorts, the people shorting Railtown, have really studied it. They've studied it better than Morgan Stanley. They've studied it better than all the independent research firms that I've referenced over the last year, Modor and others. And they know that Railtown, number one, is addressing a market that's tiny. Number two, AI isn't the thing of the future. Number three, robotics doesn't need AI, or it doesn't need Railtown, or both. The shorts know that Railtown has never earned more than maybe 250,000 in revenue. They have 1,200 users, according to the last filing. And the shorts, I know, have studied it. I bet they've studied it. And they know that Railtown is headed in the wrong direction. Railtown is never going to have more than 1,100 users. That's what the stock price is telling you. I think that thought process that I just gave you is insulting. I think that thought process is just so wrong. So why is the stock 27 cents when it should be $50? And why does Williams say it could be worth, I think my target was $55. It could be worth $55. Why does he say that? He should have waited to tell me that. And when everybody would know it. Then I would pay 27 cents or 30 cents, because then I would know it'd go to $55 right away. Why did Williams say the stock was a buy in June when it was 38 cents although it went down to 22 cents while he first brought the story out. Why was he so adamant about buying the stock in the summer and in the third quarter and in the fourth quarter, and now it's 27 cents? Why? It's just awful. It's horrible. This is hell. Obviously, the market's telling us it's a worthless company for 9 months, for 13 months, for a year and a quarter. It's done nothing but go sideways or down. It's got to be a shitty stocks, and the shorts know something that William doesn't, and that the company doesn't, and that the entire AI complex doesn't understand. The shorts know something. Maybe you guys don't understand what algorithmic short selling programs do. There's no market makers. There's no uptick rule. There's no enforcement of locate. There's no enforcement of delivery. There's no enforcement of know your customer. There's no enforcement or penalty if you fail to deliver or locate. So in other words, you can keep trading. There's no examination in offshore trades. In fact, in Europe, they keep no record. Every day, there's 52,500 shares for sale on the offer in Railtown, and I guess you think it's real. I guess you think every day for the last 9 months, at every offering price, somebody's had 52,500 shares to sell, from 70 cents all the way down to 24 cents. And it's telling you something. The goal of computer cell programs is to make money in the next nanosecond, in the next minute, in the next 15 minutes, in the next hour, in the next trading day, in the next week. That's all the thought that goes into those computers. And they know if they can overwhelm the buyers with hundreds of thousands, if not millions of shares for sale, the price is going to go down. Why? Because they don't argue with the laws of supply and demand. They recognize that if there's more supply, eventually it will overwhelm demand and the price will adjust downward. To help make it work, they hire corrupt attorneys. To help it work, they hire the attorneys on the other side of cases. To help it work, they hire professors. They bribe congresswomen and congressmen. They promise jobs in a revolving door to the regulators. When it gets really bad, they threaten the boards and threaten the management of companies. They establish offshore operations. They get rid of the uptick rule. They cause the split of the brokerage firm into asset gatherers and the stock loan department. And the goal is to constantly sell. Sell. Now, those computer programs, they have parameters, and you see them in the charts all the time. They see them. So they sell, and if there's a lot of buying, they don't sell so much. Or depending on how they've created the algorithm, maybe they've got other inputs that say, well, go ahead and sell a lot. But it's all done by the computer. If it runs away to the upside, they can call Stevie Cohen to help them out, as was evidence in the collapse of Melvin Capital on the GMC deal. So the reason Railtown is at 25 cents there's a lot of selling. The reason it's not up there's no info yet on the Telus data center, proof of concept. Why would that change each day? Could it be Rail Engine? Which was announced in January as completed and then announced in February as completed? Could it be that Rail Engine took a little while longer than expected? Well, that's not fair, is it? Companies shouldn't take longer than expected to develop products. That's unfair. That's the shorts knew that. That's why that means the company's going out of business. The shorts really have something. They really have something. So there's no information. The stock is under $5. And there's no buying. Our group buys, but we don't move markets. So there's selling out the wazoo. There's been no research. There's been no breakthrough in information. The Telus data center has not ramped up, Clay. It hasn't ramped up. It has not ramped up. Why? We don't know. Could it be regulations? Could it be the government's getting involved? Could it be because something big is happening? Could it be that NVIDIA wants to make sure that the stack works properly? Could it be they're waiting on Rail Engine? Could it be? We don't know. Just hasn't happened yet. Does that mean it's never going to happen? That's what the stock price is telling you, that it's never going to happen. If you believe that, that's what the stock price is telling you. I don't believe that. And there's no buying. There's no buying, Clay. So that's why it's 29 cents. What makes Railtown valuable, Clay? It's basically three numbers. You don't have to believe them. You can think that the shorts have studied it and they've figured out that these numbers aren't going to happen. I think you'd make a serious mistake if you did that. But there's only three numbers that matter. $240 million estimated exit 2027 annual recurring revenue. Now, Clay, who knows about that number? I don't think many people have calculated it. They don't even know the company. So that's a critical number to know. The second number to know is a multiple. What multiple should be used? I'll use a low one. I think it's a low one. I'll use 25. I think it should be 35. You can use a different one. 25. But it could be 50. It could be Lang Chain raised money at 85x. The only other number you need to know is there's 213 million shares outstanding. Those are the only three numbers you need to know. This is speculative. This could be 10x or it could be 75x. But they're in the hottest AI space on the planet. So that's 25x is what I'm using. I think it should be 35x. I think it should be 50x, 75x. But anyway, you want to know the multiple. The annual revenues. How sticky are they? What's the profit margin? 100%. How fast are they growing? Takeoff speed. But it's not yet. And you can't accept that. It's hard. Look, I own the stock. I'm watching silver go up, investor non-participation, deals going away. I'm watching my life pass by me while I explain the same effing thing over and over again. Because investors have the brain fart to ask, why is our supposedly $50 stock trading at 27 cents? So you've got 213 million shares. We know that. We know the 240 million out of the AI partners, they control 40 million of this. Out of the Telus 2 billion, at 10% revenue, it's 200 million. Or at $1 billion at 20%, it's 200 million. We pretty much can project this. But I guess the shorts are telling you that it should be 27 cents a share. So if you do this work, I'll cut to the chase. If you divide the shares into the revenue, you get over $1 a share. You multiply it by 25x, you got $25. But Clay, who the hell out there knows this number that can buy the stock? That's why it's not moved. It hasn't moved. And I'm sorry it's taking so long. But I think the reason it's taking so long is I don't know this. It's my supposition that NVIDIA, Telus, and Railtown, for that matter, would rather the launch of the Telus data center was perfect than to rush it. So people, retail investors, nervous. Why is it 27 cents? It's supposedly a $50 stock. And I can't accept that there's a process. You've got to develop your product first. You've got to patent that product. It's a lot of engineers. You've got to install it. You've got to test it. You've got to make sure it scales. You've got to make sure it's going to run properly. You've got to put it into a NVIDIA stack, which is inside of a Telus data center. You're counting on Telus to drive the customers to that data center. Telus is announcing other things before they're announcing that. And it's a lot of people involved, a lot of decision makers, a lot of checking the boxes, a lot of sign-offs. And why is the stock down? Shouldn't the shorts stop shorting because they know it's going to be $50? Why would they stop? They can drive it down from 35 cents to 27 cents. Clay, on 1 million shares, if they do that back and forth constantly for 2 weeks on 1 million shares. They make I think it's 70 grand. That's their goal. That's why they get an incentive to drive the stock price down. And you, because you're a retail investor, me too, I'm a retail investor. We look at it. Oh, why is it down? It's not worth anything. Oh, my whole life, my whole reason for being is just supposedly it's worth $50, but I don't trust any of the information I have. I don't trust any of this data I've studied. All I trust is the stock price. Look, I never have read anything by Warren Buffett, but I've seen some of his interviews. And I'd like to read it. I don't think I'm going to live long enough to read everything I want to read. But the key is doing your due diligence, studying it, seeing the misprice, and then you got to wait. You can't torture yourself every single day, every single week, every single month. Railtown is not a day trading stock. All right, I'm going to go on. This is so unrewarding. This is so unrewarding. Justin Babish, maybe Telus' FireXI utilizes RT and helps us understand that RT creates a system-wide necessity for the whole of the data center. I think that's, I'm not sure the connection with FireXI, but I think your concept is exactly correct. The compute power, the massive aggregation of data that sits in this data center and the compute processing power that allows access to data is useless to users unless they can create ADKs, unless they can create agentic AI tools. It's useless. And the key to creating those tools is orchestration, observability, real-time ingestion, and in the case of Railtown, being able to read 33 programming languages and even verbal or handwriting or photographs and put it all, ingest it all, and put it into one platform. But obviously the shorts are telling us that the other companies beat Railtown to the punch. Look, if you're still looking at the price at 27 cents and believing it's telling you something, you don't believe in the story of Railtown. I look at the price of Railtown at 27 cents and I say, darn it, I wish I had 27 grand. I'd go buy it. But, all right, here's Ward Richardson. Maybe he'll get me out of my dark mood. Good afternoon, William and RT crew. Today's headline: HP and NVIDIA are collaborating to deliver AI factory solutions to power data centers. As we know, those two companies are in the stack at Telus, Justin, and not thinking that there is a usage composition, but they share a percentage of AI generated revenue. Well, exactly, Justin, going back to your previous point, which I don't know why this doesn't go through to investors. They see the 27 cents. They say supposedly our stock's $50 worth. Well, here's a simple thought process. What if Railtown grows to $1 billion in revenue, but it takes 4 years? And it goes, because it's growing, it gets 25x. That's a $25 billion company. It's $10 a share, I think. Might be more, $100 a share. I'm so bad with arithmetic in my head. 25 billion divided by 213 million. It's a little more than that when you count. It's $117 a share. $117 a share. So how long is it going to take, Justin, if who cares about the public or retail? If people inside of Microsoft or inside of NVIDIA start counting that the revenue potential for Railtown in 5 years, 7 years could be $1 billion, how long are they going to start bidding up the stock? Yeah, but it's 27 cents right now. Obviously, the market is telling you what the stock is worth. It's only worth 27 cents. That's all it's worth. Might as well not do anything. Certainly, it's painful to wait through it. I don't want to go through that pain day after day, seeing it in the red. It's gone from 44 cents in November, and it's 27 cents today. I just, it's beyond me to tolerate. But it could be worth $117 in 4 years. Yeah, but the shorts know something. So Ward is pointing out that HPE and NVIDIA are running through Telus today, and that's exactly right. They're the bottom part of that data stack. Jack says to Pete, sure, 27. Oh, that's the other guy that was saying it. I couldn't remember who it was. Sure, 27 is ugly, but they're trying to sell it for 29. Look, guys, I keep saying, and I know it's very hard to accept, but this stock is mispriced. It's mispriced. I don't think LangChain right now is worth $1.25 billion. I think LangChain next raise will be at $2.5 billion or maybe $3 billion. The only difference is LangChain is not subjected to program selling by predatory short sellers who can sell endless amount of shares. What's hard about that concept? What is hard about that concept? You've seen the short sellers take your money in finger motion, in GTII, in Logic, in CRTD, in MULN, in MMAT, in that other one that's finally going up, Wolf. You've seen it in G-Bucks. You've seen it in MTEN, stock after stock after stock after stock after stock after stock. You've seen it. But you think somehow that Railtown should be exempt from that selling pressure. while we wait and the market waits for an update that I don't know what it is that's coming, but I believe the update we're waiting for is Telus. But who knows? It might be something else. But obviously the delays mean the shorts are correct, and the delays mean the company sucks. I don't buy it. I don't buy that argument. I don't buy that argument. I think the story has gotten better and better and better and better and better. And we've had to wait. It's given people a chance to buy a lot of stock, not me, but it's given people a chance to buy a lot of stock. There is an opportunity cost, no question. It's stressful, no question. You have information and you have a story laid out before you that most people haven't even seen yet. So you acted, you bought the shares, and they're down. And supposedly the stock's worth, making fun of me, supposedly it's worth $50, but why is it trading at 27 cents? So all of the work that you've done studying the company is worthless, because computer program selling has driven the stock to 27 cents in the face of no buying and no information. So obviously I'm wrong. I'm just wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's not worth, the revenue in AI is not worth anything. Confluent gets sold for 11 or 13 billion dollars. I can't remember which. It's I was going to show you. It's actually fairly similar to Railtown. I'm going to go to the end and sign off. Ricky, hello, Justin Babish. This is an Ann Wagner and Chuck E. Cheese market. I agree with you, Ricky Brogan. Ricky, RT has the A team on the advisor board. I agree with you, Ricky. It's a fantastic team. But the stock price is telling you all you need to know. Ricky Brogan, as well as the investor relations lady, is so sweet. I've spoken to her and emailed her. She has the hots for you, she told me. And she's been an investor for years. Yeah, she's great. Ricky Brogan, same me. Oh, it's the same one. Okay. Have I been getting the right William on Venmo? I guess so. How do you spell it? Mooski? Where's your Mooski? Eddie says Rimooski. Rick Brogan, William, Rick here in X.com and Ricky on YouTube, Trader Rick in Stockworks. Pete the Greek. Hi, Bill. How will they know about Railtown if we don't get to $5 a share? Can you explain, please? Well, that's going to be the hardest part of the movement, is for the stock to get to $5. But the knowing about it is a function of two things. Right. It's more than that, but basically two things. One is whatever the hell the news is or the information is that is material insider information that has not been released yet. Once that's released, everybody can know about it. But that's also a different question, because if it's under $5, are any research analysts going to pick up on it? Are any brokerage firms going to pick up on it? Is anything going to happen that causes buying? And that might be an open question, but my answer to you, Pete, in the case of Railtown, is it's a Canadian stock. And I think the rules in Canada are a little bit more favorable for junior companies. So I think as Railtown gets to $1 or $2, there'll be research and there'll be follow through in Canada. So I think people in Canada will know it perhaps sooner than people in the United States. That's the mechanics of a low price stock. The second thing I think is going to be a huge thing, Pete, is the proof of concept. It doesn't matter all this blabbering that I do, this gibberish, this cajoling, this talking is all worthless until the proof of concept. Do you understand that Langchain had to go customer by customer by customer by customer? Of course, it gained some what do you call it? It went viral, but it's still customer by customer by customer. I don't know what's hard to understand about the fact that Telus has the only AI super factory ready. It's the only one in Canada that's ready right now. Others will come on in a year or 9 months. This is the only one. Now, I would argue they've kind of wasted 6 months because they haven't really ramped it up. But again, I go back to, do you ramp it up with a shitty product, or do you make sure that when someone walks into your brand new hotel in the hotel rooms, they go, oh, wow, I'm so glad I paid $500 a night. I think the delays are to make sure the product out of the box is perfect. I don't know if they are delays. I don't know if they are delays. It's just a natural process. So anyway, the most important thing, Pete, isn't going to be Wall Street. It isn't going to be buyers overwhelming the shorts. It isn't going to be getting the story out and finding a new group of buyers on StockTwits and getting Lou Bravo to bring in his investors and having it's not one of those hard slog situations. Clay and was it you, Pete? I can't remember. I guess maybe it's you. Somebody else here. Both are wondering, how can it be a 27-cent stock if it's worth so much? Well, who on Wall Street knows about Railtown, number one? Who on Wall Street sees research, number two? Who on Wall Street has their broker calling them, a client, saying, you better buy Railtown? Which funds on Wall Street are buying Railtown? Which ETFs are buying Railtown? Which hyperscalers and which big companies are buying Railtown in the open market? I've heard that there's a proposal. I haven't heard it from anybody from the company. I've seen it on these comments here that I've read over the last few months, that in the course of business, they are receiving buyout offers. But those people cannot go screw up their careers by buying shares in the open market, as much as people think that happens as a rite of passage. Not everybody breaks the law. And not everybody that breaks the law gets away with it. So let me ask it differently, Pete. How many people on Wall Street understand that an AI startup, if you want to call it that, even though it's been around 7 years, is on the verge of the fire hose being turned on by Telus, such that their revenue is, I'm going to put it in affirmative because it's my opinion, is going to grow from 0 to over 100 million annually within 6 weeks to 2 months. How many people know that? That's right. Nobody. I would assume, and I don't know if anyone agrees with my revenue projections, but I would assume that the people on the board know what's ahead for Railtown. Can they buy stock? That's right. They're not allowed to. I would assume management knows what is ahead for Railtown. Can management buy stock? No, that's right. They can't. I would assume that all of the mutual funds and whales who invested in Railtown originally and are now privy to that information about what is coming for Railtown, can they buy stock right now? No, they can't. Can institutions or big investors who were shown, or companies who were shown the idea, were shown the books, were shown the deck by Canaccord Genuity or by the company in the course of shopping the deal, telling the story over the last year, can those guys buy stock in the open market? No, that's right. That's right. How about the institutions that have seen the story but are not allowed to buy stock under $1 or $2 or $3 or $4 or $5? Even if they could buy it, would they buy it now? Probably not. You're right. So the hardest part of getting the stock going up is going to be to get it from 27 cents to 40 cents to 60 cents to 80 cents to $1. I'll repeat myself for the manyth time. As Railtown goes up, let's say it goes to 40 cents, it's going to pull back to 32 cents. And then it's going to run to 48 cents. It'll pull back to 40 cents. And then it'll run to 55 cents. It'll pull back to 49 cents. It'll run to 70. It'll go to 60 cents, bust through to 70 cents. And then it'll pull back down to 62 cents. And then it'll rally to 70 cents and it'll pull back down. And it might stay there for a while. And then it finally breaks through 70 cents and it might go all the way through $1. Maybe as high as $1.20. And then the hammer's going to come and it'll come back to 95 cents or 90 cents. And then it's going to rally through $1.20. It'll go to 150, 170, and it'll pull back to 125. And then slowly but surely it'll rally and it'll finally bust $2, $2.25, $2.50 it gets to, and they'll bring it back to 180. And then maybe it goes to 210 and maybe something bad happens to the market and son of a gun, not only do they bring it back to 150, they drop it all the way down. It punctures $1 in a massive onslaught of selling. And one day it spikes downward at 95 cents. And then everyone's aghast. It takes 2 or 3 days. People catch their breath. And then all of a sudden it snaps back to $2. It doesn't go right through because of all the pain that was just suffered. And there's got some people just get out. But then it breaks 2 again. It goes to 275. They'll bring it back to 225, $2. It finally works its way back to 250, 275, 290, 295. And on a day it punctures 3, it gets to 330. It goes to 350. It gets to 360. Hey, it's going to run. I better buy some more. And then they sell it off to 290. And it languishes 275, 280, 290 for a while. And then a buyer comes in, and the buyer gets it to 350, 360. And lo and behold, this time it doesn't stop. 360, 380, 390, $4, 410. Wow, it crossed 4. That I gotta buy more. But all of a sudden it sells off. And this time they take it down 30%. It goes back to 275. And everyone's depressed. Why is my $50 stock trading at 275? And then they get it going again for whatever reason. Slowly but surely, it gets back to 4, gets through 425, gets to 450, 475. They pull it back to 410. It gets to 450, pull it back to 430. Gets to 460, pull it back to 440. Gets to 465, pull it back to 450. Gets to 470, pull it back to 455, gets to 470, pull it back to 445, gets to 475, pull it back to 455, gets to 480, hit it hard, bring it back to 460, gets to 485, bring it back really hard to 455, gets to 485, they hammer it, they hammer it, they hammer it. It gets to 490, they keep hammering it. It gets to 495, they keep hammering it. It busts $5, but it straddles $5. The bid is 480, the ask is 515, and they hammer it. That night after market, the next morning, and they drive it all the way back down to 430. Because they do not want it to go across $5. So it maybe takes another few days. It gets back to 475. The bid goes to 475. The ask is 490. Somebody comes in size 100,000, 200,000 real shares to buy. And all of a sudden, the bid goes to 525. The ask 550. And that day, the stock closes 520, 545. On a million share, or it won't be a million, but let's say 200,000 shares volume. Finally, the stock's over $5. With that day, if the bid is over $5 in size, and it holds, because they'll try to hammer it down, but if it holds, that day will mark when the stock will go to 10 within 2 weeks. Boom, because everybody can buy it then. But the slog is going to be getting it from 27 cents to over $5 on the bid. That's the slog. Now, could it happen very quickly? Absolutely, Pete. If Railtown, who is riding the back of Telus, so let's go through a scenario. Telus decides that the stack is ready, that NVIDIA, HPE, FireXI, let's say Anthropic for the large language model, the copper is installed, the telephones are working, the staff on the phones has been beefed up. I don't know if it's going to be an internet campaign or a mailing campaign or whatever they decide to do to turn up the interest. And let's just say that Telus says, you know what, we're going for it. Let's turn on the juice. And so Telus starts either calling their customers or emailing their customers or mailing their customers or putting a coupon inside of their monthly bill. Their bills go out to something like, to my memory, it's 2 million customers, but I might be wrong. It might be 20 million, but they have something like 2 million customers. They go out to them, they turn it on, and then they start campaigning nationwide. We have the only sovereign data AI center in the country. The cost of electricity is half. We're green, we're mean, we're lean, and we're ready to be your machine. And they go from 3 customers using the NVIDIA data center at Rimouski to, let's say, 1 million customers using it in the span of 3 weeks. And they ramp without a glitch because they've taken the time to make sure the NVIDIA is hooked in, HPE is hooked in, the copper is hooked in, the cooling systems are set up properly, the fire escapes work, the inspectors have come by, and the large language model is beautiful, and the sign-up process is automatic without any mistakes. The billing processing is perfect, and the orchestration framework is excellent, and it's Railtown AI. So the ramp goes from 3 main customers to, let's say, 1 million in less than a month at Telus. And they're small to medium-sized enterprises. And they come because the pitch said come. They come because the electricity costs less. They come because of the NVIDIA chips. But then they go through this remarkable portal called Rail Engine, Rail Tracks, Conductor, and Rail Stack, or something like that. They go through this, and this thing is a beauty. It hums, it sings, it dances, it gives speeches, it knows when to be quiet, it washes the dishes, it sweeps the floors, makes the beds, takes out the trash. It does everything. And most importantly, it allows the companies, these enterprises, to create beautiful AI agents. They stay sovereign. They stay on track. They are governable. They perform. They're efficient. They use less CPU, fewer CPUs and fewer GPUs. They use less compute. They keep costs down. And the performance is amazing. And they scale without a glitch because they took the time to make sure it worked. Let's say those billion customers, sorry, not a billion, 1 million customers spend, I don't know, $500 million in annual revenue. So call it 600 million in annual revenue. So immediately, 600 million, immediately you see $50 million flowing through Telus a month. Bottom up, NVIDIA sees it, HPE sees it, Anthropic sees it. I don't know, Microsoft isn't in the stack, but as the revenue flows and it's split with Railtown, odds are Microsoft is going to see the revenue as it flows through Railtown, or get a hint of it, because every single Railtown product is embedded in the Microsoft system. That Pete, is called proof of concept. Proof of concept. And if I'm correct that the NVIDIA data center ramps like Mario Andretti leaving the starting line, Telus and NVIDIA are going to pull Railtown along with them. And Railtown can go from 0 perceived revenue to 100, I think even 200 million, 150, 200 million in annual projected revenue, 100% margin in a quarter, and still growing. And that's one data center, Pete. It's one data center. What if further the feedback from the users is, oh my gosh, Railtown's the best thing I've ever seen. It's better. It blows away the competition. That's my belief. Can you imagine what a Microsoft is going to say to themselves? It's not going to count on Clay. It's not going to count on William. It's not going to count on Pete. It's not going to count on him. It's not going to count on Jolene, the research analyst. Microsoft's going to look at this and they're going to say, we understand AI. We're not like retail. We get it. We also see where we're vulnerable. If somebody else gets this stack and builds competitive data centers to our 400 data centers worldwide, our very existence is at risk. We don't have the hesitancy. We don't give one shit about what the shorts are doing to the stock. We're able to create a metric and say, we see Railtown growing to 10 billion in revenue over the next decade. But more importantly, we see Railtown as the critical piece to make our own data centers successful versus Amazon versus IBM versus Telus. We've got to own that company. They have the balls to act. They don't get all pussy weak at their knees because the shorts are destroying the stock price. That doesn't happen to them. They trust their own work. A lot of you don't trust your own work. The data tells them the single largest industry in the world is software. The data tells them all of that software has to be replaced. All that software built with SDKs has to be replaced with software built with ADKs. And for now, the place that's going to happen is in the data centers or the micro data centers, but it needs the orchestration framework, the hottest space on the planet right now. As AI goes from the training of AI, which is what I think all these chatbots are, they're using us to train it before they start socket to us with the price changes. But it's going from training to usage. But we don't have the patience because supposedly our stock's worth $50, but it's trading at 27 cents. There you go. It's all you need to know. Trading at 27 cents. You don't have to study it. You don't have to know AI. You don't have to know that trillions are being spent. You don't have to know that sovereignty is the biggest word on the planet right now as far as AI is concerned. You don't have to know anything about inference. You don't have to know about the size of the addressable market. You don't have to know jack shit. All you have to know is the stock is 27 cents. And therefore, it's supposedly worth 50. This is why people stop dealing with retail and they go set up their own funds. This is why the criminals steal money from you, because of that kind of thought process. And it's not your fault, because you don't, by definition, you and me, by the way, I'm worse. I have fewer shares than you do and fewer shares than Clay does. So I'm just a peon. But it's all I have, if that matters. They count on us, the thieves count on us not having the staying power of a fund, not trusting our own research, and not adding like a lot of you have, and then punishing ourselves with the thoughts that supposedly it's worth $50. But it's trading at 27 cents. So that must be what it's worth. Obviously, the $50 is all bullshit. It's all promotional. It's all crap. The $27 cents is accurate. Throwing away all of our experience. I don't know, Pete, which other stocks. I think Clay might have owned some of these nightmares. It's not his fault. Nightmares for me. Like, well, I don't know Clay's. I can't remember Clay's positions, but I remember mine. I lost a shitload of money in Finger one weekend because I had to go do that movie. My fault. I'm not blaming anyone. I lost massively in Logic because I met the CEO several times with a friend of mine, honest, hardworking. He'd been burned. He assured me he wasn't going to again. And then some guy shows up in a roller, takes him to lunch, and he says, You've done such a good job, attaboy, Brent, attaboy, such a good puppy dog. What a good boy. What hard work. Yeah. Now sign here. Oh, you like me? Okay, I'll sign. Throw it all away. Throw it all away. I can't explain human psychology. But I got destroyed in Logic, in Finger, in GTI, total wipeout. I had a sense of it, but I called Ham and I said, Ham, this acquisition, putting Jeremy as CEO, doesn't feel like it's going to happen. Oh yeah, I just talked to so-and-so in Puerto Rico, just talked to Jeremy. It's happening. Just hold on. So I held on. Hour and a half later, both stocks collapse. CRTD went from, I think, $1.60 to 40 cents on its way to 15 cents. I lost on Jeopardy with that one, lost in GTII, lost in collective audience, but I didn't really buy any collective audience. It was just, it's the spin-off of the crap. I lost in, I traded COSM for not, traded ZJYL, I might have made a slight, lost in G-Bucks, lost in GDC, smaller amounts. But the main killers were Ham stories, basically. And I don't blame Ham, but the reason in retrospect that I lost there is I really bought into the idea because I had experienced it as a stockbroker, as a first vice president. I experienced it, the buy-ins, but you learn and you have to adjust. And I no longer think short squeezes happen because of compliance. They might be manipulated by longs breaking the law, which is fine. Good for them, because nobody else is going to enforce the rules. But anyway, when I sit down and look at what I lost, it's a big, big number. And unfortunately for me, it wasn't my only loss. I relied on a friend of mine that I worked with Merrill Lynch. I introduced him to a business concept and a group of people that I put together here to do real estate. And once he met my partners, he cut me out. And being a Dartmouth grad, he felt like he's always a good guy, but he what's the word, gaslighted me that something wrong with me. He just didn't, he's dishonest, didn't keep his word. So I did a lot of work on that, and it was my idea, my vision, I worked for years on it. And stupidly, as they cut me out, I also had a female attorney who's a friend of mine. I was very loyal to her. I brought a lot of business, and she's a good person, hardworking, but she works at midnight to 4 a.m. You can't get her in the morning. And she also, it's a hard lesson to learn. I noticed it in the brokerage side. It's an approach that leans to the women. When I started, half of the training class were women. So, this idea that it's unfair, but they don't always, they marry, they get pregnant, they leave, and they don't like it. A lot of them don't like it, but a lot that do stay, and they do really, really well. Really well. And they work hard. It's not, everybody's different. But one thing, when you have business, you get paid 20% of your clients give you 80% of the revenue. She never understood that. So she would spend hours on somebody offering $500. And then with me, if she had protected me, she'd be I'd be carrying her, but she didn't see it that way. And she also didn't understand deals. She didn't understand that you get paid for putting a deal together when somebody else is working. So in retrospect, it was a bad idea. I should have, she gave me paperwork that I had to re-up on every deal. I said, no, I want something that everybody signs and it lasts for 5 years or 10 years. Well, no judge is going to approve that. I said, I don't want you to. Anyway, That's all yesterday's history. So my so-called friend and the guy that anyway, I really helped him too. At least that's how I see it. They started doing business without me. So I went from making income to zero. And we're not talking small amounts. I mean, we created a lot of profit for several years, big numbers. But because the paperwork that my lawyer created wasn't perfect, because I think my friend from Dartmouth, from Merrill Lynch, is basically a sleazy liar, and the other guy, I don't know, he just looked out for himself. I don't know, but I didn't know any of that till I went through it. I said to my sister, I trusted them, and she said, well, you didn't know. But at the end of the day, they each looked out for themselves. And, so I couldn't keep up on my mortgage. And I was working some bigger transactions. And I raised $5 million for a company. It was a lot of hard work. And I didn't take cash because the company needed the cash. But the CEO, I don't know if you can say he misrepresented or he was lying, but he was saying he needed the money for this test, that test. But when the money came in, he gave it to his high-priced attorneys. And I only found that out afterward. And anyway, the CEO is one of these guys. He was CEO of 3 or 4 companies. He just gets on for the salary, hoping that the asset has something in it. He doesn't do any work to make the company successful. And anyway, it turned my investors against me. So I lost. The CEO introduced my large investors to this Shylock he wasn't Jewish, but I don't know what word to use for him other than that, out of Connecticut. That guy flew into the Middle East, and the CEO introduced my clients to him. He took all my clients and started a biotech investment bank. And so I lost that business. And of course I was angry, confused. I didn't have the data, all the years of work I did and all of my contacts and my idea on real estate, I was just cut out of. And I was angry about that. I'd go to my attorney. She couldn't do anything. I finally got an attorney. She introduced me to a guy who said, all you needed was a 2-page document. Why didn't she get that for you? I said, I don't know. I asked for it over and over again. He said, everybody would have signed it right away. But he, as a guy, he told me it was very hard. He's a very smart attorney, but he wanted to go to some school. But he said, because he's a guy, I couldn't get in. So he ended up going to another good school, but it wasn't one of the ones that we all hear about. But he helped me on another case, this same Merrill Lynch Dartmouth guy. There was a big project we were working on. I introduced him to a second guy here, and this Dartmouth guy actually changed the LLC. They went to the courthouse. He's not here, but they went to the courthouse and took the project out of my LLC and put it in a new one, which is theft. It's just theft. And if they hadn't done that, I'd still have my house. But that was theft. And just like in the securities business, I found out the government here doesn't mind that happening because it helps their tax revenue. But anyway, I took him to court, and my attorney introduced me to this other guy, and he took my case to the credit of my attorney, but it was very small because he focuses where my original attorney, she would take every case. This guy would only focus on the 20% of cases that give him 80% of his business. He wouldn't take smaller things. It's riskier. And it's just a different makeup. Women don't want to hear that men and women are different, but men and women are different. Women, in the bell curve of women, women don't want to take risk in the bell curve. They do with their boyfriends, but financially they don't want to take risks. Men in the bell curve, on the extremes, in general, men are going to take more risk. I think it's evolutionary, because a chick just has to be peaceful, look attractive, and her passing of her genes is going to happen. Men, they've got to succeed, so they got to take risks. They got to get out on the field and fight and lose and win. And then by the time the game's over, the women pick the winners. The women don't have to be out on the field to. Anyway, that's a half-baked theory of evolution. So he took my case, even though it wasn't the biggest. He wasn't going to make a lot of money, and I think I had to split it 60-40. Yeah, that's right. So he got 40%, but it wasn't a lot of money to him, but he won. Why? Because those guys stole. And he initially said, you can get the house here, the project that we developed. But when it came to settlement, I didn't go for the jugular. And I just accepted the settlement. And so if they had not stolen that, they would have made more money at the end, but I would have kept my house. As it was, because of other people that I relied on, again, a woman, an investor, I don't want to go through it all, but she wired the money after the auction, because I don't know why. Still to this day, I don't know why. So my house was a developer bid on my house at auction while I was overseas trying to put a deal together. But before I left, I made sure that she was going to wire the money, but she didn't. I landed in Madrid and I called back and, I'm doing it this morning. I said, good, but the auction's at 11:35 or 11:55. No, I'm doing it. Well, you got to get to the bank. But you told me you were going to do it. Anyway, she said, I'm going in. I'll do it at 9 a.m. I said, great, that'll be plenty of time. She said, I've been up since 6 o'clock. I said, why? She said, well, I'm in California. I said, how are you going to get the money there before noon? So she sent almost 450 grand, plenty of money to get it done. We were going to develop the project, but it came in at, 1:30, and the house was auctioned at 11:50. The guy put up $2 grand, and he won the bidding at $1.4 million something, a little over $1.4 million. And then he didn't settle on it. So the house, the hedge fund that had my look, I'm a white guy. I didn't get any help from the Obama administration, but then I found out most people didn't get any help from that president. So my mortgage was handed over to a hedge fund, and the hedge fund, I don't know if it was a good guy, but if he had gotten any money, he probably wouldn't have done what he had done. But I just told you I had no cash, and each time I was working on a project, I expected to get paid, and then I'd get cut out, or my investor, who then became not my investor, wouldn't listen to me. So a project that I said is not going to work didn't work. So there's no money to split. Or there's a project that works and no one cares about the buyer, but then one buyer says, you know, I've got a gushing hole in my bedroom. Well, ma'am, you bought it as is. And I get a copy of the email, and she was a nice foreign service officer. And I said, what's going on? She said, well, the other guy's saying he's not going to repair it because I bought it as is. And I said, what's happening? What do you need? And I said, he should send somebody. We can fix it like that. He wouldn't do it. And I said, all right, get an estimate. I'll pay for it. So all my profit from that deal went to fixing the big hole she had in the front part of her bedroom. So things like that. I just had no cash. And then my dad was the only person, my big client that I just told you, the CEO introduced him to somebody. Anyway, that guy was gone. The guy that I was working with, the Merrill Lynch guy, wealthy, he was gone because he was listening to the whispers of the real estate people here. And then I went back to the woman that put up the money, but she let me down again. And I asked a couple of the people I've worked with. It was, I don't know. I guess it was that there was some smell about me, but no one would help. I asked my Chinese client, I'm not Bank America. And, but the hardest, the person that would have helped me was my father. He's not a wealthy man, but he was stricken at breakfast. He went, I'm glad he didn't die right away, but he went to hospice, and my stepmother, she was not going to help me. So there was, I couldn't even scratch up 10 grand. If I had been able to send 25 grand, I think the hedge fund would have held off, but I couldn't do it. But I kept working at it, talking to everybody, working hard, getting through it. And there's a lot of equity in my house. So that builder bought it, that developer bought it for 1.4 million. He only put 2,000 down. He didn't settle. So he was in violation of the court, whatever that word is. And the court basically said, we're setting a new auction date. So that auction, I think, was August. The new auction date was May. In the meantime, the house next to me, identical to mine, absolutely identical to mine, sold for 1.675, something like that. So identical. So the woman I was working with, she wanted comps. she had a female real estate broker that was dumber than a doornail. And she couldn't find any comps in my neighborhood because nothing had sold for, no one moved out of my neighborhood. No one ever sold their houses because it was one of the best neighborhoods in DC. And she just couldn't find a comp. So I worked on finding comps, doing all that work. I got evaluations from architects and real estate agents. And this woman just, I don't know, wouldn't accept any of the evidence I showed her. And finally, there's a comp that's identical to mine. And it's what is that? About 300,000 to 400,000 more. Let's call it 400,000 more. I think it was 350,000 more. Just a few months later, proving that my house was worth more. But that, you know, I'm not sure she really believed that. The real estate agent said something, yeah, but they have to gut that whole house. I said, they're going to gut my house too. Anyway, so May came around, and to the credit of this woman I was working with, she engaged, she talked to the hedge fund, well, to the representative of the hedge fund, to the bank. She provided her financials. And it came down to which was embarrassing, but I did it. The attorney said, look, what's going to happen, my attorney, who also spoke to her, said, you know, what's going to happen is if we go into the bidding process, anybody can bid and it can get out of control. If you declare bankruptcy right now, the hedge fund has to deal only with you. So I did that. But I never, what's the word? I never implemented it, or I never exercised it, whatever the word is. I never finalized that. But anyway, that stopped everything. And the attorney, to my disappointment, said, I'm only going to go forward if somebody gives me 15 grand. And I said, I don't have 15 grand. You know that. Well, I'm not going to. I said, can I file this myself? Well, you're not going to know how. So I met with the woman and I said, he'll take 7,500. But it needs to be now so we can file it now. And she, I just think women in general, my experience, as women would say, my lived experience, is that women don't understand when men don't have cash. They think they're being taken advantage of. And it was her money. She said, why? So you know all this. I'll try to get money, but I've gone through everyone and the equity's there, but just to hold it. And I told her two things. I said, if you do this and we renovate it together, I told her one and asked for two. I said, I just want the right to buy it back at any time at the best price. So, so it's not, just the right to bid. And secondly, when I move out, I don't want to be pushed out on one evening. Just let me get out of there. But I'll get out. I won't hold you up. And then the other thing I promised her, I said, I'll give you get the first $500,000 of profit, regardless. You don't believe the profit's going to be big, you get everything up to $500,000. I don't want anything. But I don't know who she was talking to. She didn't trust it. So she said, I just need time. Let me think about it on the weekend. I said, look, it's not going to wait. She said, the guy didn't settle. Why is he going to settle now? I said, because he develops 400 homes a year. He saw the comp next door. He knows it's worth 400,000 more than his price. He's going to settle. Well, he hasn't done it yet. I've got to think about it over the weekend. So she thought about it over the weekend. And I went to one of my friends at one of the guys I worked with at Morgan Stanley. Well, one of my, anyway, I won't give too much information about him, but I said, look, I just need to borrow 7,500. He makes a shitload of money. I need to borrow 7,500 until next week because, and he by then knew this person. She's going to give the money next week, but I've just got to get this process going. And he just put me through such a grilling. And he said, Haas, I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you, Haas. Get a job, he said. I always did more production than he ever did. And he had, anyway, I'm not going to go through it all. But anyway, so I was down to my last shuck, and all I could do was hope that the hedge fund didn't settle. So the woman did send her money on Tuesday, which was great. She sent the full 15 on Tuesday. She didn't do it on Monday. She did it on Tuesday. I had to ask her, and she sent it and to the attorney. The attorney filed my bankruptcy Tuesday afternoon. And then he informed the hedge fund Wednesday morning. No, sorry. He informed him Tuesday afternoon. The hedge fund called him Wednesday morning and said, we already settled on that. And I said to the attorney, when did they settle? It's not in the records. Well, they settled last Friday, the previous Friday. I said, well, did they pay for it? Oh, no, they haven't paid for it yet. I said, it's real estate. There's no settlement until the money crosses hands. Well, no. In the, lawyers, we give each other leave. I said, that's not how it works. A promise to pay is not settlement in real estate. Well, anyway, I said, when are they going to pay? He said, Thursday. So I said, they settled last Friday, but they're going to pay tomorrow? That's not a settlement. This isn't right. He said, well, let me see what evidence I get. So they sent me the evidence of the settlement was a notary public in pencil backdating her signature. And, this guy does hundreds of projects. So, of course, he had a notary public that would lie for him. That's my opinion. So he bought my house for $1.4 million. I fought it. I fought it on my own. I screwed up the paperwork, and I had very little money, and I did it on my own. And I was tenacious. I got on phone calls with attorneys and the judge, and they would laugh at me. And I got on. It was just hellish. And it went on for a while. But ultimately, the guy, and I even met with him and made an offer to settle, give him the keys. I forget what it was. I would have taken, I think I asked for 10 grand or 15 grand. Maybe it was 20. And 1 month to get out of the house, and I'd give him my keys. He wouldn't do it. And so we kept fighting, and he'd get angry, and he'd bring people to my door, bodybuilders, and oh God, the whole experience. And I had to go through the courts. That is a horrible experience too. I feel so sorry for people losing their houses. I'd love to help them if I ever get back on my feet. But the guy ended up buying my house at 1.4 million. He sold it for 2 million. And then the developers developed it and sold it for more than 4 million. And I don't know. So I've lost more. I guess I got off on that story. I've lost more than just those shares that I was talking about in my case. And it's a lot of money. So when I sit down and I look at Railtown and I try to figure out what have I lost, it's hard to come up with a number in my head that would make me feel whole. But I've spent a lot of time with you, Clay, and with you, Pete, and others, trying to explain to you what the value of Railtown is. And you, I don't want to say you, Clay, or you, Pete. I want to say you in general. Just cannot help but look at the price of the stock and say, like Clay did, and Clay's not the only one, how is our supposedly $50 stock trading for 27 cents? It's oozing with ridicule, oozing with doubt, oozing with the accusation that it's not worth $50 and that somehow I'm promoting a dog. And I just don't know what to say. In other words, the daily work I've done, the daily work you've done, the listening to me, the studying you've done, the due diligence you've done is all eviscerated by short sellers who break the law with the permission of Congress and the brokerage system because it makes 25, 50 men rich. But you'd rather say, you're wrong. I'm showing you a way to make your money back. But you cannot help but accusing me of scamming you, Clay. That's basically how I'm taking it. I don't blame you because I was wrong on logic. I was wrong on the short squeezes. So I don't blame you. But I react to it. But if I lost on I'm going to pick a number. Someday I'll do the accounting and it'll be higher. But if I lost on Finger 125,000, I think it's higher. If I lost on Logic, boy, that's a big one. I'm going to say 150. It could be higher too. If I, Logic and the Lavero, anyway, all the spinoffs. If I lost on GTII, I'm going to try not to count opportunity costs because that went up a lot. But I think the amount of money I lost in there was probably 75. It might have been more than that. And then what's the other one? Oh, Vocal. No. GTII, I probably lost 100, maybe a little more. And then Vocal, I'd say I lost 75. I don't know. It could be higher than all of those numbers. I don't want to face the truth. So that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 425,000. 425,000. Those are my losses. I think the account went as high as $1 million at one point, a little over like $1.1 million, $1.2 million. But I'm not counting all the upside. I don't know how to count my losses on my house because some of it was opportunity cost, but I'm not on the property ladder anymore. Oddly, my rent and the storage I pay every month is more than my mortgage because my mortgage was 20 some years old. So I don't know how to count in those losses. I don't know how to count in other losses. So let's just stay with the 425 number. I don't know if I'm still signed in. I don't think I am. But maybe I am. If I hit this number. Oh, I have more than I thought. So in my IRA, Clay, that's how many shares I have in my IRA. So for me to get to that number, I can't add any more. I don't have any money. But for me to get to that number, I can do my hard work, due diligence. I can study AI. I can study that James Altucher did a whole several presentations on AI 2.0, arguing that AI 2.0 was going to create more wealth than crypto, and that AI 2.0 was the biggest technological revolution in 150 years. I can listen to that same guy, my friend, erstwhile anyway, but I'd say he's my friend. I've forgiven everybody because it's Lent, and you can see I still get worked up because it's been painful. But I do forgive everyone and acknowledge that it's probably all my fault. But anyway, he sent me research from Morgan Stanley on robotics and AI, and how this AI for everything, that AI at first was collecting all the data, and that now it's going to be using all that data to purpose in real life. It was so powerful. So I've shared those things with you. I studied the AIP partners thoroughly. I studied Ruffalo. I shared that with you. I studied Omers. I shared that with you. I studied to the point that for me, it was too much. I studied what these stacks are and what the chips are and what the different agents and agentic agents and all of that. I started using the chat bots. I tried to get research on a whole different areas. I looked at comps. I compared everywhere I went, trying to figure out what are the multiples, what is the total addressable market. I asked everybody I could think, human being, but also on computers. I did it day in and day out. I asked questions like, does Railtown have competition? I talked to people as close to the company as I thought. I never talked to anyone with the company. I ultimately had an interview with Corey. I asked the hard questions that I could ask. I asked the critical questions that I learned from an early age at Merrill Lynch. I used to hammer the people that came in, not at first because I was shy, but then I always asked the asshole question from the back of the room. You hear pitch after pitch after pitch after pitch after pitch after pitch. You start asking the hard question. And I did all that. And everything I learned about Railtown got better and better. And I think it even got better and better for those guys. Now, one advantage I had over you, Pete, and over Clay is I've processed this kind of analysis my whole career. You guys don't know the difference between him telling you that finger's going to go to 3,000 because of some collection of ideas and a short squeeze. You don't know the difference between that and the real story of Railtown. Now, I picked finger motion on purpose because I think there are good points to the finger motion story, but you can't really see that difference. And I understand that because there's no research. There's no trust. I don't know about trusting, but there's no third parties out there that you can bounce it off of. You either listen to him or you don't. And Ham sometimes is correct. He's convincing, and I'm not picking on him. But GTII was always a short squeeze story with a bunch of tricks. Always tricks. We'll bring in Trento. We'll bring in the law firm. We'll bring in this or that. Always trying to cause the buy-in. That was GTII. Finger motion was essentially a short squeeze story. It had the fundamentals, but it's low margin, slow gross revenue in a highly competitive space in a country that nobody wants to invest in because it's not transparent. But the whole idea was to cause the short squeeze. CRTD, Jeremy, who I admired when he gave that speech. But Jeremy's CRTD was all about causing a short squeeze. It didn't work. Logic was different. Logic, I knew from when it was called Wayland or something, and then it became something else, and then it became Logic, and then it became, it went through. It was a fundamental story, but Logic got destroyed by short sellers 3 times. 3 times. But it was a compelling story. I even showed it to an investor. I'm embarrassed. An overseas investor. When I think back on it, because I believed what Brent was saying. But then Brent meets this guy that wears shorts from recruiter.com. And that guy, recruiter.com, walked away with $2.5 million, maybe more. Everybody else gets screwed. Anyway, that wasn't a short squeeze. But then they went on to the Nixie side and the recruiter side trying to cause the short squeeze, and it didn't work. Didn't work. They hired the guy that has the poodle, White Diamond, and they actually thought they could buy that guy's treachery. That guy walked away with a couple of million. I just can't believe how stupid CEOs and investors can be. It's not that they are stupid. It's just they stop thinking. So you guys can't tell the difference from all these other stories because you think, well, it's a story, sounds good. It's a short squeeze. So William must be just telling another one of those stories. And I've told you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again that I'm not. But you can't. I'm not picking on either of you two guys specifically. I'm saying the big you. You can't separate. You just can't separate. Well, William used to have ham on his calls, and therefore Railtown's just like that. So how can a supposedly stock worth supposedly $50 be trading at 27 cents? In other words, it's just another ham special, another William and ham special. I just don't know. I just don't know if you're so stubborn that you see every recommendation in every stock as the same thing. I just think you're destined to make the same mistake over and over again. I'm trying to show you how to make your money back. I'm trying to show you how to make your money using the same whipsaw, the same tools that the criminals use against them. Why? Why is it going to work? There probably is a very large short position. I've never emphasized that. I've never emphasized that. I hate that it's there because I'm going to have to address it at some point in case there's a squeeze. But Railtown has an addressable market for AI in the trillions of dollars, the addressable market. What's the addressable market for GTII? What's the addressable market for G-Bucks? What's the addressable market for GDC? What's the addressable market without bullshit for NRGV? What's the addressable market for MMAT? What's the addressable market for MULN? What's the true addressable market for NTRP? What's the addressable market for, I don't know, I forget all the names. It's not trillions of dollars. So the broad market behind Railtown, the AI space, is trillions of dollars addressable market. What is the addressable market for software worldwide? To my memory, it's $300 billion with a B. What's the addressable market in all the stocks that Ham talks? I'm not picking on Ham. I'm talking about Ham because Ham was on my show all the time. And so you guys can't separate it. And so I'll say the stocks that I shared on this show for a long time. I'll take it on for me. I won't use Ham. What were those stocks addressable markets? Do you know any of them? Do you have any clue of the addressable market? What's the addressable market of one shitty ass law firm that's going to come into GTII with a one attorney in Puerto Rico? What's that addressable market? What's the addressable market of G-Bucks? They have a gift giving app, and up to 2 stores have signed up for it. What's that addressable market? Credible addressable market. What's Finger's addressable market? For top-up business, credible. Considering the competition, what's their slice of it? The software business, $300 billion a year and growing, and it all has to be replaced. Anything written with an SDK has to either be replaced or upgraded with an ADK. So who's going to get that software business? I'm not talking about the hardware. I'm not talking about chips. I'm not talking about the data centers. I'm talking about that software business. Who's going to get that? I don't know how you define it. I don't think anyone knows how they define it. It's growing, but broadly, you've got the language models. They get something depending on how you defined it. You've got the companies themselves, the AI companies who are going to create software as a service with AI. They get something. The hyperscalers are taking some of it to provide access to compute. But who else have you learned is going to get a big piece of it? The orchestration framework layer. Who's a good example of the orchestration framework layer? LangChain is a good one. Google ADK is another one. We don't have any data on Google ADK. But we do have data, at least from that I've shared with you. I'm not going to go find it right now. But last year, LangChain raised something like 125 million at a post-money valuation of 1.25 billion, based on a projected, from 1 month's numbers, June, projected annual revenue of between 12 and 16 million dollars, losing money. Privately raised. The name that I remember most of all is Sequoia, but there was Benchmark, IVF, Apollo, I think, was in there. There were a dozen private equity firms, all did their due diligence, all invested at that time, and real money. They invested $125 million at a post valuation of 1.25, based on 12 to 16 million projected revenue on an ADK framework that does not have real time like Rail Engine. Does not, it has a shitty, at the time, it had a shitty observability tool compared to Railtown. And as far as I remember, it had one ADK tool, maybe two. Nothing like Railtown. But anyway, let's say they're better than Railtown. Railtown has IP. So they're on the field, and it's a huge $300 billion market. So out of the 300 billion, what if Railtown and LangChain each got 1% of 300 billion? 1% of 300 billion. They'd each be doing $3 billion in revenue a year, 1% of 300 billion. Well, that's preposterous. The stock's trading at 27 cents. How could Railtown do $3 billion in annual revenue? It's only trading at 27 cents. How could it possibly do $3 billion in revenue? Why do you think Sequoia and all those other hedge funds, private equity groups, invested in LangChain? Do you think it's because they expect LangChain to do 12 to 16 million in annualized revenue? Or are they projecting, do they sit down and they look at the addressable market, $300 billion, and do they dare to dream that with their help, that LangChain could get 1% of that market and growing over time? They're not saying tomorrow. But if they can talk to their portfolio clients and convince them that LangChain could earn $3 billion a year in revenue by providing a clunky orchestration framework to them, what kind of multiple goes on that? 10, 20, 30? Let's just take 20. That's a $60 billion valuation. They pitch that to Microsoft, or they pitch that to Oracle, or they pitch that to Amazon. They have a huge payday. And they roll it in to Microsoft at 60 billion. Now, obviously, I think you should be cautioned that I think that's all a Play-Doh game. It's a bunch of bankers and their clients and their quant people all bullshitting each other to take advantage of the financial system so everybody gets a big cut of it and gets rich. So there is an aspect that $60 billion number could be make-believe. It certainly is make-believe as I do it, because I'm making it up. But that's based on 1% of the addressable market at a 20 multiple, 60 billion. Do you know any company that Ham and I have brought you in the so-called squeeze area that has an addressable, a potential to do $3 billion a year in revenue? Yeah, but it's 27 cents. Supposedly it's worth $50. Why is it still here? Let me just tell you what a $60 billion valuation would mean to your stock. Approximately. That's $281 a share. That's not far-fetched. But your brain cannot absorb it because it's 27 cents today. Your brain just does not allow you to see what's there. Now, just because I make these numbers doesn't mean it's going to happen this way. Let me be clear on that. I've told you before that I think it's more likely that the company gets sold. And to confirm Clay's numbers, I think the company now, as time has gone by and the sector has gotten hot, I think the buyout number for the company, if it sells, is $35 to $55. I no longer believe that this company will be sold at $5 or $10 or $15. Am I right? I don't know. I'm sure you'll criticize. Not you, Pete, or not Clay. I'm talking the broad you. So if Railtown were to get 1% of a $300 billion software market, revenue market, and be priced at 20x because it's growing, the value of the company could be $281 a share. That's a long way from the supposedly $50. It's a hell of a long way from 27 cents. That's 1,000x. All right, so in my case, for me to make my money back, and of course it's in my IRA, so it's not like I can dole it out without penalty. But it needs to go to $5.11 a share. So for me to make back the losses, Railtown needs to go to $5.11. If Railtown goes to the Lang chain valuation, well, you keep saying that. Well, it's the only comp out there that we have a valuation on that is really in the same space and not just starting. I'm open to others. Haven't found them. If Railtown goes to Lang chain's value, it's $5.86 a share. Now, technically, I have to make more than 511 because I had to pay for those 83,000 shares. So I paid, I don't know what I paid, 30 grand. So 83 plus 30, 83. No, that's not how I do it. 425 plus 30. 425 plus 30. 455 divided by 83, 102. 547. 547. So if Railtown goes to Lang chain's value, I make all my money back. I make all my money back. And I think, Clay and Pete, if you sit down and do that kind of calculation, you'll figure out that you're going to make all your money back. Because I know Clay has been quite courageous and quite strong in really establishing a good position in Railtown. And so have you, Pete. You have a great position in Railtown. So I think you're going to make, not knowing your portfolios overall, I think you're going to make your money back. But if you torture yourself when it's at 27 cents and doubt everything you're listening to, you're going to be shaken out. You are going to be shaken out. And that's a real disservice to all the pain and suffering you've gone through. Just to re-emphasize, the people at Sequoia and et cetera did not invest in Lang chain to get out at $5 or $10 or $15. They are going to try to increase that value story and dump that company into one of their portfolio companies' acquisitions. And it could be as much as $250, $300 a share when they do it. It could be $100 billion. That's their goal. I'm not saying they're going to get it, but that's how they think. They don't think, oh my gosh, the stock's down to 27 cents. Supposedly it's worth 50. This is just another one of Ham's hawks or Williams. Willie's. I don't know. That's not what Sequoia got in for. So if and when Railtown goes to $5.50 a share, that's not time to get out. That's just the catch up to last summer's value of Lang chain. And just to state it again, if Railtown's able to get 1% of the addressable market, at 10 times, at 10x, it's worth $160 a share. So you don't want, my opinion, Pete, is you don't want to be focused on the 27 cents. Because it makes no sense. The goal of the shorts is to scare you, to get you thinking emotionally, to get you remembering all the other stocks you had, and getting you to hit the sell button. They don't care about you any more than Israel cares about the American soldiers that die. They just have their own agenda. These shorts have their own agenda. Make a profit. These guys are in such a hustle, and they're all men. They're in such a hustle. They need to make 500, 1,000, 2,000 a day to keep their seat. Otherwise, somebody else will get the job. They are under massive pressure to perform for Stevie Cohen or whomever. And they will take $50 here. They'll take $500 here. They'll take 10,000. Today's trading in Railtown, highly profitable day for the computer sellers. The volume was 271,000. The high was 29.87. The low 27.4. Let's just, for sake of argument, say they made 2.5 cents. Now they do it all day long. Dark pulls, back pull, pop, 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 pop. It's, we don't know. But just looking at it, 271,000 shares. Let's say 250,000 shares at 2.5 cents. There's still people out there that insist that the selling is legit. They're crazy. But anyway, they make $6,000 for the day. Now, to you, you don't think that sounds like a lot of money, considering that they're big hedge funds and they're big shorts and they're big amounts of money that stock they sell. But $6,000 in a day, if they do that with one stock, if they do that 10 times a month, that's 62. So let's say 5 times a month, they make $30,000. How many of you make $30,000 a month? They make $30,000 in this one stock by just pressing, never letting up. And they adapt if it rallies, and then they press and they press. They make 30, 40, 50 grand a month on this stock. Now that causes you, and again, I'm not picking on any one person, but that causes you to think, oh my gosh, the stock's not worth what William's saying. It's not worth what William's saying. And so I have a choice. I can just lie to you and say that, oh yeah, you're right. It's a shitty stock. It's only worth $2. Why don't you sell it when it goes up? You don't go broke taking a profit. Why don't you just, I could go that way, but it's not true. It's not true. Railtown is worth a lot of money. Why doesn't it show up in the stock price? Because for over a year now, 13 months, they have not been able to tell their story and preach it from the rooftops that this is our story, buy our stock. They haven't been able to do that. They are starting to do it, obviously. They have presentations. They obviously spoke with the Research in Motion people, but that was a private placement. They just constituted an advisory board. Do you want them to go pell-mell forward without listening to that board? Without taking the advice of that board? Do you want them to go so quickly ahead so your account goes from 27 cents to $2 so you can feel good, but they make a fatal flaw in a contract they write with Oracle? I'm making that up. You want them to hurry, or do you want them to take the expertise from the BlackBerry guys to make sure that they do the best job of increasing revenue for you, the shareholder, over the long, sustainable ride ahead? Which is more important to you? Getting out of the 27 cent zone any way possible? Or I'd rather take your time, get it right, and then we'll fight. The stock is 27 cents because Wall Street, using computers, is able to sell stock that doesn't exist. They do it in size. They do it in every stock, you know. The boo birds come on and blame me, call me a scamster, but the scam is theirs. There's no uptick rule. There's no enforcement of the Securities Act of 1933 or 1934. They don't come into the modern age with their tracking systems. There's no locate. There's no delivery. There's no buy-in. You don't buy shares. You buy securities entitlements. There's no limit to how many shares they can hypothecate. No one follows up on who's selling the stock from Frankfurt, Germany, or Tel Aviv, or Panama. There's no follow-up. No one seems to care. And as they drive it down, they get attorneys to paper it up. Even on the other side, guys like Belial represent the other side against the Kramers, and then settle with the Kramers, and shareholders are wiped out. And they can buy some more guitars. It is a profitable trading methodology to take companies under $5 and sell You don't have to own any shares. You don't have to follow the rules. You don't have to disclose. And when you see a situation like when your computers, more accurately, see a situation like Railtown is buying AIP Partners, MOU, to be negotiated, several weeks, can't accord genuity, your computers establish a massive short automatically. Why? Because if two CEOs agree a price and agree a set number of shares, you can bust that trade, because the acquiring, the party being acquired by the CEO of the other company is counting on getting X amount of shares or X percent of the new co. Well, if the criminals can drive the price down of the company that will acquire Railtown, they can drive it down. Well, then the amount of shares that this acquired company are getting is worth a lot less than it was promised. And if there's a financing involved, the percentage ownership drops dramatically. So whoever establishes that short position takes profits all the way home. And you don't get it. You still cannot accept that agenda is different than studying and doing due diligence and coming up with an evaluation of what Railtown is worth. But that's one thing they do. The other thing they do is drive it down, and the two CEOs start arguing and they break up. Well, so all the people that bought the stock thinking this was going to happen, it breaks up, the stock collapses. So in all scenarios, by breaking the laws and shorting in size and cheating and stealing, you create a self-fulfilling prophet. But you can't accept that. You can't accept that. It's supposedly worth $50. You can't accept that that's what goes on. And then once you establish that large short position, you've got to defend it. And you keep going in every day. Sometimes you're just doing it intraday if you have that short position there. But then you're just trying to defend it. You move it around. Get it offshore. And then through your attorneys maybe with Canaccord, or the attorneys that maybe you had a role in finding for AIP, you find out that they delayed everything. I'm telling you, it's rigged on all sides, but you can't accept that. You figure the price should reflect the knowledge you have and the knowledge I'm giving. And just because we've bought almost 20 million shares, the stock should be up. Well, 20 million shares we bought, every bit, unless someone of you, not a single one of you, has ever told me you paid the offering price when you bought your shares. Not a single one of you has told me when you put in the offer to buy, I guess that's a bid to buy, on the offer, none of you were filled on the offer. Every single bit of shares you purchased were spit out of a computer at you. Without a locate, without delivery, probably without ownership. And you think we should have driven the stock up. Every share we bought was met, maybe with some real selling, almost certainly maybe 5, 10, 20% real selling. Some days it might have been more. But it's met with counterfeit shares. We didn't drive it up. And I don't think we can drive it up in the United States. Now, the other reason this shorting always works for the criminals is that the companies that are merging and making such announcements need to raise capital. And when you see Canaccord Genuity, the attorneys know they can get into the attorneys at Canaccord and they can work one of the Jeffrey Easton specials or the Ari Rubenstein specials or the Kurt Kramer specials. What does it mean? It means that if you establish a massive short position based on a headline with your program computer selling, odds are, if the first two scenarios I just described to you don't fully work to give you a profit, odds are that CEO or both CEOs are going to come to Canaccord and ask for financing. What's the financing going to look like? It's either going to be at the money with warrants. Oh, it's great, it's at the money. Tranches, not all at once. The funders are not going to be disclosed. And it's going to be a formula price, either backward looking VWAP at 75, 50% of a backward looking price, or if it all settles on, if the entire funding settles on one day, which is unlikely, but if it does, they'll say it will settle on the 20th, and today's the 1st, based on 15 days trading, the lowest closing price of 15 days trading at a 65% value of that price, 35% discount. And then the funder will start selling stock that he or she, it's a he, that he doesn't own. The money will accrue, joining in on the other money they shorted from the time of the announcement. The money accrues in an account, and the failed to locate, failed to deliver accrue elsewhere. No one gives a shit about those. But when the financing comes, all favorable, another 40% profit, the money just comes, if it's all at once, the money just comes out of the money they already raised at higher prices. It's a guaranteed profit. And if you share that with Stevie Cohen, he can put some of that profit into his SAC fund, and he looks like a bloody genius, and he can buy one Soto. And you come to me and say, supposedly it's worth $50. Why is it 27 cents? I think there are people that worked on Wall Street who still believe it's a fair game and will insist that some of the sales that happen are all real. So if you want to believe that, it's possible that people that bought the stock 2 Novembers ago, 2 Decembers ago, bought the stock in November this year, bought it in June, are finally sick of it, and they put in stop loss orders at 30 cents or 27.50 or whatever. That could have happened. My opinion is that only I don't think I can see it now after the market closed. But I show 2 trades all day. That might not be all the trades. One for 9,249 and one for 4,000. My guess is out of today's volume, maybe there was 20,000 real shares for sale. The rest is all spun out of a mimeograph machine. So that's why the stock is down. How it gets to $5, Pete, is going to be probably not research and not brokerage firms. If I'm correct, Pete, I might be wrong, but if I'm correct, the proof of concept, I thought, let me say where I was wrong already this year. I thought Telus had an incentive to really ramp up their data center in the first quarter. Obviously, they didn't, that we know about. So I'm going to double down and maybe be wrong again. I think that puts all the more pressure on them if they want to meet their targets to ramp up their data center in the second quarter of this year, which we're in right now. Let's be straight. I could be wrong again. But the longer they wait, the more pressure for performance in fewer months of the year is going to occur. So anyway, let's assume, Pete, for sake of argument, that nothing happens in April. Although I don't know why it's going to take that long. But let's assume nothing happens in April in terms of ramping up the data center. But let's say the first week of May, they do it. May 1st. It's a socialist day worldwide. Canada's a socialist country. Let's say they time it for May 1st. I believe, Pete, what's going to happen is the first customers, and most of the customers that come to that data center are already going to be Telus customers. They're going to be switching from other data centers. So they're going to get a screen. This is for enterprises or development teams. They're going to get a screen up. I don't know how it'll be set up, but it'll be a Telus screen, and it'll say, do you want to save, I don't know, I'm going to make up the numbers. Do you want to save 45% on the cost of your compute? And do you want to use, I don't know, 30% fewer compute tokens doing the job 50% better, or some come on like that? If so, for free, for this time only, for free, you can switch without any transfer costs to the Telus Rimouski data center from the Canadian back of beyond smelly sea lion data center. You can switch over to the brand new Rimouski NVIDIA data center. And I think right away people are going to click those buttons. Then I would imagine you're going to come to a new face on the screen, and it's going to describe what's at the data center. And obviously, I don't know if they're going to have to opt in or opt out, but obviously the stack is going to be NVIDIA and HPE. They might have to choose NVIDIA. I don't know. But that might be automatic. And then the next one is that FireIX and things like that. They might have to choose that, but maybe not. And then it's going to be the large language model. And I assume there's only going to be one, like an Anthropic maybe. But they might have to choose that large language model. They might have to opt in, or they have to choose a usage plan. That might be what it is. So they clicked on the NVIDIA, they clicked on the HPE because it's automatic, or it is automatic, but they come up to the large language model, and maybe they've got to choose, I only want to use it during whatever, the nighttime hours because it's cheaper. Or I only want to use compute time when the electricity bill is running at a third of normal, or some button they have to push. And then they have to come up, I think they're going to see a orchestration frameworks layer, and it's going to be Railtown. Now, you might ask me, do you think LangChain will be there, or Google ADK, or somebody else? And I would just relay to you that it's my clear impression, and I state it on Information and Belief, that the only orchestration framework layer at Telus is going to be Railtown Suite. I don't think there's going to be another one. But it's possible that on that page, the user could say, I want to use LangChain. It's possible. We'll find out about that. So there'll be a page to choose. It's my assumption it's only going to be Railtown, but it could be there's several choices. So the entity has to make that choice. But what I think is pretty clear is that when you come to this orchestration framework choice, just like when you choose a software package on your own computer, you might see what's that one? Perplexity. They give you 3 or 4 searches a day. I don't know how many, but they give you a certain amount, maximum power for free. But then if you want more, they just do a half-fast job of the search, or you can upgrade. You can upgrade for, I forget the choices. One is Pro and one is Max or something like that. But you see it all the time when you sign in for your fantasy, baseball advice. You get draft, Hall of Fame, and all season. You get different choices. Or you sign into your carrier choice. Anyway, you get that. So my opinion is, Pete, the next page for these users is going to be Railtown, and they're going to, at a minimum, they're going to have to pick what plan they want. Do they want the free plan, which gives them 20 minutes, or do they want the 5 hours a week plan, or do they want I'm making it up. I have no idea how it'll be broken out. But my point is, they're going to have to click Railtown just like they clicked Anthropic, is my guess. And what else could they have to click? Is there anything more? I don't think so. But there might be other things. So anyway, they click all that. So Pete, what I'm suggesting to you, let's say May 1. May 1st is I think a trading day. Let's look it up. It's a Friday. So let's say by May 4th, Pete, the whole weekend goes on. I think what's going to happen, this is my opinion, I think it's going to catch on like a hockey stick, like a reverse ski slope, like a umbrella handle. It's going to go to the moon, Alex. So I think what's going to happen, let's say it's the first or second week of May, is that the users are going to ramp up like a mother. And then the computers are going to analyze what the usage might be, and therefore what the revenue would be based on the choices made, not only to NVIDIA and to Telus, but to Railtown. So, Pete, I think what's going to make it go to $10 or $15 is as soon Now that you got to hear me. I am highly optimistic that Railtown is going to catch fire. I could be wrong. But if Railtown goes from the 1,100 users that they point out in their filings on the CSE, let's say it goes to 12,000 by Monday, and let's say by the next Monday it's at 120,000, and let's say by the next Monday, which is Victoria Day, so let's skip that one, and then that's Memorial Day. All right, let's say by the following Tuesday it goes to 250,000, and then by the last day of May it's at 600,000 customers or something like that. That's what I expect to happen. I have no idea what revenue comes from that. I can't even begin to guess. But if, I don't know, if it's $18, $19, $20 a month, 18 a month, I don't know. That's what it costs for one of these services. For the lowest one, that's $225, $250 a month. Call it $225 a year for 600,000 users. I have no idea. I just made it up. That's 135 million right there. I might be way off in my guesstimates, Pete. But I think that ramp up, that proof of concept, is going to go around the phone lines and the chat groups and the internets like wildfire. And I think the first group that'll know about it is Telus. Second group will be NVIDIA. Those are both buyers of Railtown. I think the third group will be maybe an Anthropic, maybe. Maybe one of the funding firms like a big investment bank might get a whiff of it. Maybe a research analyst. But then I think Microsoft might hear about it because of the close, they're tied in with Railtown. And then Railtown's going to see it. And, Railtown's going to have an advisory board who might say, you know what? I don't care. Don't sell the company. This kind of growth is so huge. Let's stand alone. And then, Pete, that's one data center. That's one sovereign AI data center. And that's just 600,000 users I made up. Maybe that's too high. Maybe it won't be 600,000 users. But I could see it being millions of users. But that's one data center. If Railtown is critical to the user experience, and it also brings a bang for the buck, and the revenue model gets out maybe via a research report or something, you'll see a lot of institutional buying. But more than that, I think there could be a bidding war to buy the company, or there could be so many hyperscalers around the world asking for Railtown that they'll have more business than they can say grace over. So I know the skepticism is there. When can we ever beat the shorts? How can the stock ever go up? And what I'm trying to say, is the people that study the revenue and the revenue growth, the the analysts that tell you about stories, but the analysts inside of private equity and hedge funds, and the analysts inside of Microsoft and NVIDIA and Confluent, they are going to trust their own judgment, because you can't trust your judgment because you see the stock price. They don't give a flying fig about the stock price. Believe it or not. All they care about are their own projections. And they'll make an offer, but then if there's a bidding war, they'll have to determine how high they go. And in many of the cases here, it will be existential. Now, if you think Railtown's got a shitty product, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do the shorts know that? They don't. You might ask me, how do I know they have a great product? Well, I did talk to Corey, and he's a gentleman. He never said anything bad about Langchain. But the way I don't have the notebook here. The way I interpreted it, they got it. And so anyway, you don't need any tricks. You don't need any buy-in. You don't need a research report. You don't need, a wave of buying out of the Northwest territories. You don't need any of that. All you need is proof of concept, and the revenues grow like a mofo. And analysts will trust their own judgment. Remember those three numbers? What is the revenue? How rapidly is growing? What is the size of the total market they can get? How critical, how important? How strong is the IP? What multiple are we willing to put on that revenue and the growth? And how many shares do we have to buy? That's the whole thing. In a buyout. But Pete, I'm starting to think, when I study, and I guess I'll go through it. I missed mass tonight again. When I go through it, I'm starting to think this company could be a standalone company. But you, again, not you, Pete, not you, Clay, the whole you're so used to hearing the stratagem of Ham. Well, we're going to do this. We're going to put the truck out. We're going to bring in a Bitcoin treasury idea. We're bringing in a big pool of money. They're going to buy commercial real estate. We're buying a gold mine. We're bringing in biotech. We're bringing whatever the hell. All gimmicks, all manipulation. I'm not saying they're not the right things to try. We're going to do a reverse split. We're going to do a forward split. We're going to issue a special dividend. We're going to buy a Picasso. You hear all of this stuff. That's not the story at Railtown. You have a management that is not out there pounding the drum on their stock. They're not out there promoting their stock. There is no promotional bullshit going on with Railtown. If anything, they're holding everything close to the vest. Because when they put their software out in the metaphorical box, when people open the box and take it out and install it, that's the first impression, and the best impression is the first impression, particularly if it is the best impression. And that's what they want. So that's why we're waiting. But you guys can't accept if it's such a good story, why do the shorts, why are they still able to drive it down? That's what you can't accept. And it's all computerized. It's all in ranges. I'll show you. I was going to show it to you before. I was going to warn you that the stock could be down. I was too late. Not because there's something wrong, not because you should trade it, but once it breaks a parameter, they're going to hammer it. Because to them, two cents on 100,000 is $2,000. $2,000 buys a lot of oysters. That's all their goal is. And they're going to lie to you, make you scared, try to get you to sell, tell you it's going to 5 cents, tell you I'm an asshole, which I probably am. And, but you think they're doing you a favor? They're just trying to make $2,000. They're the slimiest, scummiest people on Wall Street. But you know what? It's a system that works. And it's a system protected by attorneys. And it's a system protected by the fact that they're a close fraternity. All right, I'm going to keep going. Ward Richardson, William and RT crew, we here have the stack to take care of all of the racks globally. By the way, go and pick up some cash clouds today before Steve buys the rest of them. Yeah, Steve keeps buying. E. Belanger. E. added, I love it, you guys. E. Belanger. Added 264. That's great. User YN. Hello, William, and all Railtown shoe. Ricky Brogan. I'm really impressed with John Ruffalo. Yeah. I think for me, I have to give credit to a tweet by Rebecca Kurzweil early on. She pointed out how in her tweet how well, it was Ruffalo. I don't know if she pointed out the other names. I think she did, but just how AIP was founded by the guys who funded Constellation Software. So I don't know, Ricky, you might have been blocked from my channel, but I did at least one day, maybe a couple days of reading articles on John Ruffalo. And I am really impressed with him. I'm impressed with his mission. I'm impressed with his ability to raise money. I wish I had that. Because if I had a fund, I'd already have silver under control. I had gold companies under control, and I'd have 100 million barrels of oil. I'd have so much cash flow, I'd be building a company. Instead, I've got to go through the brain of somebody who gets pissed off because I'm being stubborn on Railtown. That's just the flaw of my model. It's just the flaw of my model. But anyway, yes, I'm extremely impressed with John Ruffalo. And one of the parts of his story that amazed me is when he was hit by the truck on his bike. And to my memory, it was from behind, but I that's just from my memory. But then he had to go to the hospital. And I know that I would be despondent, and I'd probably be depressed, and I probably wouldn't know what to do. But he just got back to work, and I'm really impressed with that. But John Ruffalo has raised money for technology. He was the foundational IPO investor for Constellation Software. All of his investors participated in that. So he has a Rolodex of very happy investors. He's 100% committed to the idea of Canada and Canada IP and Canada revenue. That doesn't mean that the Canadian companies won't go get revenue worldwide. He totally understands IP and telecom. And it's my opinion, but no one told it to me, that he might have, his contacts, I got it from one of the articles I read, how he knows everybody. Maybe he brought in the BlackBerry guys, but he's extremely impressive. But I don't want people to think, this is my opinion again, I don't want people to think that just because his star shines so brightly, that Corey and Marwan and Dr. Elliott's is dim. I think those guys had genius and a lot of experience, but they had the genius to see the problem, to IP it, to control that space, and then to start early, put their own money on it, and they either had the luck or the wisdom not to take a toxic deal. And so we're now able to participate alongside their genius as well as John's genius and the rest of the team. Richard K., let our unicorn run. Yeah, I think, Richard, look, I haven't spoken to anyone there. But if you had to project what they might be thinking, you've got the BlackBerry guy, you've got John Ruffalo, you've got Mike Norbrega, you've got the IBM guy, and you've got a couple of other fellas, one financial type, either Merrill Lynch or somewhere. Then you've got the Dr. Tom Core, excellence. And then you've got Corey and Marwan. You've got a highly energized, I assume, energized group of engineers. So maybe you're looking after 6-7 year slog, you were looking at, maybe we'll sell it for $5 and get some cash and go on to our next project. But Corey's not much younger than I am. He looks a lot better than I do. And he's got quite a few more prospects than I do. But I don't know. Does Corey really want to go start another company? And this is the beginning of AI. Do you really want to sell cheap? So anyway, Richard, my point is, if they look at these revenues and it ramps like I think it's going to, look, years ago, I don't know how much of that story I want to tell you. But I was calling, really kind of cold calling, maybe it was warm calling. We were handling an IPO of a company. And they handed out some names to everybody in the office. So I was calling, and I got one of the vice presidents or whatever the hell called in, got their secretary. And I said, look, I'm willing to come out. I was young and I needed to do something. So I said, I'm willing to come out if he's available. And she said, well, I'm sure he'd be glad to see you. I'll try to set up a time, but I would like to see you. And I've got a couple of other people in the office that would like to see you. So would you mind? And I thought, God, do I really want to go out and get a small secretary's account? And I said, sure, though. I knocked that thought out of my head. I said, sure, I'll come out. So I had a date that night with my girlfriend, and at the time I was under so much stress. Poor girl. I'm not sure. I don't remember how I handled it, but I told her I was going to be late, because what I did is I went to the back of the storage area and I took 2 boxes of prospectuses, maybe 3. And I had a small little race car. I didn't have much room in it. But I took those boxes and I sat, and back then you didn't have computers, but I sat at either a typewriter, might have been a basic word processor. But anyway, I printed out a page and I just put name, address, social security number, telephone number. There weren't mobile phones back then. Maybe there were emails. I might have said email. And how many shares are you interested in? And, maybe a couple of other questions. And I made one, and then I made a copy of that. I took 150 or two, I think more. I think I took 250. I made 250, took 250 prospectuses with me. I was going to a meeting with 2, maybe 3 secretaries. But I sensed that I might as well go prepared. So I went, and she said, well, I hope you don't mind. There's a few people that would like to meet you. And I said, sure, that's fine. Well, it's going to be in the conference room. I went in the conference room, and it was this long table, but it also, to my memory, had a bit of a slant on it. But it held like 30 or 40 people. And they come in, and I tell them the story, answer all the questions. And she said, well, we got some more people that want to see you. And I was there all day. And every single prospectus went out, every single page. I took the pages back. I came back to the office, and I opened something like 268 or 286 accounts that month. And it's all because I sensed that opportunity. I'm not telling you that I'm going to be right this time, but that's what I see here. And that's not the only time in my life that I've picked up on something. But I think this is going to ramp. And Richard, I think it's good when they look at it. Let's say this number I just gave you. And again, they don't have to book 135 million right away. It's just projectable. Let's say after 45 days, their forward projection internally is 135 million, and they're growing at, I don't know, 100,000 users every 2 weeks. I don't know, I'm making it up. Why would you sell yourself? If they do 120 million a year in revenue, that's 10 million a month, all cash flow. Why sell? So I agree with you. I think it could be a unicorn. And I just want to tell you that I can be wrong, but that's my call. This is going to ramp like I don't know what comparison to give you. it's going to come at you like your puppy dog races to the door if you've been gone for a week. User Jim, William, and all on my Schwab account, Railtown volume is 253,354 traded. Yeah, I think, I know that that's a long time ago that you posted that. But yeah, my volume now shows 271,230. I still don't trust it. Quit that. Quit that. Clay's a good man. William, you're right. I'm frustrated. I'm going to add some more soon. I'm not selling. I'm not panicking. I can't wait to turn the tables on the shorts. They richly deserve it. I agree with you. And you see my frustration. My frustration isn't all what I say it is. I assume a lot of my frustration is that, I've been eking out myself. And, I wouldn't mind some surcease in my life, but I don't know. When you're going through hell, you keep going. And what's funny is when things change, it's almost as if fortune forgot that you were ever in the shitter. Now fortune goes the other direction. So we just got to make it to that point. And I really think mixing in a lot of comments here. I think there's three dynamics. One is really unpleasant. One dynamic is that for short-term reasons, and the mining of your cash and your shares, Wall Street's allowed to cheat. And they do it every single day, every hour. And every time you look at your account, it's red. Even though if you pull back, if you looked at all the red every day, you'd think the thing had gone down 90%, but sometimes it's a lot more gradual. But the key is in your head, it's always red. So that's the bad dynamic, is they just destroy. But their goal is just strip mining. And then the second dynamic is I can't explain it, but it's either out of things changing so rapidly, or it's just this material information quiet period, or it's more good news. But for whatever reason, it's been painfully slow getting that breakthrough ray of sunshine. It'll come, but it just hasn't come yet. But I think that's a dynamic that goes both ways. That's allowing us to accumulate, but it's also driving us crazy. And I guess the third dynamic is, which I would submit to the last guy, I guess that was Pete, is I don't think Wall Street or Bay Street or the research analysts or a group of retail brokers is going to have enough time to buy this stock. I think what's going to happen, even though I stand by it, the tough part's going to be the first few dollars, but it doesn't have to be. I think what's going to happen is as soon as let's call it an aha moment, or an oh shite moment, or oh my gosh moment comes, I think I don't know what to compare it to, but the whipsaw upward is going to shock people. It's just going to be amazing. And anyway, so punishment is ongoing. The quiet, I don't know what to call it, the boycott or the prohibition on really on any news continues, but I think it's for good reasons. So you could see that as a mixed bag. I choose to see it as a positive. And then the reward. I think the reward is going to be amazing. And I think it's going to be very swift. So that's what I see. Ricky Brogan just bagged 28 more shares. I wish I could even do that. That's great, Ricky. So your total is 68,428. I don't think I double counted you, but I might have. I'm going to have to check. Shea Vista. I think silver can cut 400 this year, and platinum is also set for a mega move, such that the metals precious will be the new dollar. I can't disagree with you. I think silver, I don't know what's magical about 500, but I think gold can go to 7,500, even 10 grand this year. And if gold just goes to 6,000 this year, which I think's low, and silver returned to its historic ratio, silver would be $375 this year. So I think silver can easily go to 400. I'm going to miss silver. I thought I had an investor that we were going to do these things together, and he flaked out on me. So I'm not going to participate. I guess he'll be comfortable knowing that he didn't do business with me, but he's going to miss out. I hope. I mean, I don't wish him ill. I hope he makes a shitload of money in silver, but I don't think he acted on it. When I first started talking about silver, nobody was talking about it. And without insulting you, now everybody's going to be talking about it. And it was such a layup to buy it at $25, $20 to $30. But, such is life. I think silver, the only reason I don't talk about silver all the time, Shay, is because my experience with GTII, I thought I was being as clear as a June bug, if June bugs are clear, that you got to sell it. You should get out of GTII. And people I called offline and said, I really think it was like 45 cents. I really think it's not going to work. You got to get out. And the most common answer I heard was, yeah, but Ham said it's going to be life-changing. And I just, I didn't know what to say after that. Because you don't know. It could be. You never knew that it wasn't going to squeeze for sure. It's a judgment call. But anyway, my point is no one listened to me because I wasn't, it didn't come across crystal clearly. So this time and I didn't expect it to go on this long, Shay. I thought Railtown was going to give us a really nice opportunity, not only for the price to go up, but maybe some cash and trading, things. So I thought we'd be able to build silver, but it hasn't turned out that way. But silver is my single most, and it has been my single favorite investment, but it's going to go without me. And that's life. I was unable to get an investor to stick by me. I still don't know what I did wrong. I think what I did wrong is he lost confidence in me because I didn't give up on Railtown. That's the last words he said to me that I remember. When are you going to give up on Railtown? And I said, well, you're not listening. When are you going to give up on Railtown? And I said, well, it's hard to because the story hasn't changed. And basically, I haven't heard from him since. So anyway, such is life. But I think silver is headed, Shay. I think gold is going to go to $100,000 or better. And I think silver is going to not only go to par with gold, it might overshoot gold. But before you get all excited about that, I think the wealth creation phase of gold is almost over. I think wealth will be created with gold, maybe up to 20,000 an ounce. And then the rest is just keeping up with the destruction of the dollar. Silver, my number for this year during the rally is 250. But you're right, it could very easily double that. It could go to 500. But I think as the stock market soars, that's where the money's going to go, and people are going to forget about silver. The other thing to remember about silver is every time Donald Trump drops a missile, every time Israel launches missiles killing school children, it's 500 ounces of silver evaporated. You need silver for the ships, you need silver for the drones, you need silver for communications, you need silver for the cruise missiles, as I said, satellites. You need silver for everything, even in the medic's office. So it's possible. The one risk I thought of with silver is the government might either tax the profits or it'd be hard to confiscate, but they might cap the price. They did that before, but they used to have these huge stockpiles. Those stockpiles are gone. So anyway, long answer, Shay. I agree that silver could do what you say. Ricky Broken, I can't get no satisfaction. Ricky Brogan, I can't send you an email. Maybe my Google, I've got to pay all my services, and maybe my Google is cut off. I'll have to look at it. It's possible. That would have happened, I think, now, the beginning of the month. I'll have to look. But that's, you do it there, right? Farrand the Balance, FARRAND, balanced at Gmail. I'll look, Ricky. I think it's like $30 or something. I think I have, you probably sent it to me. I think I have enough money to sign that back on. I paid for a bunch of things. My Verizon's out, so I just got to limp to the finish line. Giuseppe, hi William, catching up now. Wanted to let you know that your Substack articles are very good, especially cool. On the first one, how you weaved Railtown, MTLP, and Lucky. I know, I miss Lucky. I miss Lucky. Thank you, Giuseppe. Better. Silver prices suppressed hard. Yes, I agree with that. It's manipulated. And it has been for a long time. Badr, silver until last year, until about October, November, silver was the only asset in the West that hadn't experienced the everything bubble. Real estate, overpriced, the Mag 7, everything you want to say, corn, anything you pick. Massive movement in price. The only one that had not seen its nominal high since 1980 was silver. And it finally broke 52 and a half or 52 and a quarter or whatever it was, 52 something. And that was the nominal high of the Hunt brothers in 1980. Blythe Masterson, I think, Blythe Masters, while she was, I think, at JP Morgan in London, she came up with an idea that essentially treated silver like the stock market, hypothecating. And JP Morgan became the biggest suppressor of the silver price. But I think they were aided by the Fed and by the government. And for a long time, I'd say a couple of decades, there was still this huge, starting with World War II, but there was this huge stockpile of military silver. There's just an enormous amount that they could dip into. But it went negative. I don't remember now because I haven't studied it in a while. But for the last 5 or 6 years, silver supplied is greater than silver produced. There's been a deficit. And yet the price stays down. And there's 26 cowboys in the precious metals markets who manipulate. And it's the same story. We don't have to go over it again. But I think they get the help from JP Morgan and the banks and the government and the Fed. I think silver will bring down a bank. I think it's going to be, believe it or not, Merrill Lynch. Because I think Jamie Dimon has also gone long silver. China's in trouble with debt and with their population. I think Xi is in trouble. As long as China is still trying to build their gold position, which I don't know why they would. I think China has the most gold of any country, including the United States. They just don't disclose it. But if China's still trying to build gold and build silver, or just manage their financial situation, I think China's in a little bit on the suppression. They don't mind it. But you should watch out for Shanghai. I read that the other day, but I've said that many times. China is building honest physical exchanges. And for the last 20, 30, 40 years, physical metal has been moving east. So while in the West, we trade paper. The ETFs that you're wealth advisors, your stockbrokers are going to tell you to buy, they're full of paper and derivatives, and they'll blow up. But our genius is the same ones who tell us we're not going to use oil, have us all in financial markets and financial products. They want us to believe there's nothing better than the dollar or the U.S. Treasury. Well, I hate to say it, Trump is a catalyst, and he always goes for the action. And what he did following Netanyahu and Adelson's wife, I forget her name, is rapidly change everything. So I think the era of the manipulation of silver, gold, oil, and even stock markets is almost over. There is no market as widely trusted as the United States for some reason, but I think our time is over because of our attack on Iran. And I think first, people aren't going to trust Russia. There's not a lot of English there yet, but there's more than you think. They probably won't necessarily trust China, but there's English there. But I think they'll trust Dubai, but it's gotten blown up a little bit. The DFC, so the DFIC, I guess it is. Anyway, the DFC. So exchanges out of the Middle East or out of China, I think, money will flow there if they're honest. If they have the integrity of law and they're also honest, money will flow out of the United States. And it'll be a tragedy. But we are beholden to Zionists and bankers. And they will drive us off a cliff because they don't give a shit about us. They only care about Israel. Ward Richardson, Ricky Brogan, more heifers, Ricky Brogan, so conductor like babysitter to make sure they don't get into danger. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. But it's a little more than that. But yes, I think that's perfect. It keeps them within whatever parameters that have been dictated. Ricky says, thumbs up to Ward. Ricky says, how about RT gets a contract with Microsoft like they did with Telus, with Microsoft having 400 data centers? Would Microsoft rather buy them out? Well, Microsoft would clearly rather buy them out. But I think that advisory board they have now is not going to suggest that they be bought out. They're going to suggest don't sell yourself cheap. And then Microsoft. Here's the dilemma, Ricky. Microsoft doesn't stand for sovereignty. Railtown does. So if Railtown sells itself to Microsoft's 400 data centers, that's the story. That's a great story. Hey, we built the company, we sold it to Microsoft, we all made a lot of money, and now it's inside of Microsoft, and it's worth $200 billion inside of Microsoft. It's worth $500 a share inside of Microsoft. Well, that's a different story, Ricky, than we're going to maintain our neutrality. And we signed a licensing deal, or whatever they're called. You know, we signed a revenue sharing deal, whatever they're called, with Microsoft. But it's not exclusive. And so they can use our platform in their data centers, but we maintain our sovereignty. And I think Ward told me today that there's 12,000 data centers in the world so far. 12,000. And then there's going to be micro data centers. And then remember, Apple is pursuing a distributed GPU system where the GPUs are on your iPads and on your phone. So that's a gigantic market. And I would suggest to you that the BlackBerry guy, you know, the other, you know, the other guy, I think he will go for that huge big picture. So I think Microsoft will try to buy out Railtown, but I'm starting to think with these numbers. Now, the one caution is I could be getting enamored of my own story. I could be starting to believe my own spit. But I think I've challenged myself every step of the way enough that I'm you know, making my stand. I'm making my statement. So anyway, it could happen. Either way, it would be beefy. Yes, it would be beefy. Clay, problem is time. I agree with you. Problem is time. For me, I was thinking about that, Clay. Just in the monies I've lost, it's been, I think, 4 years, 3 years. And look at me, I'm not a young guy. So you're right. How do you get the time back? And I kick myself because obviously I wish that that equity hadn't just been transferred to lawyers and hedge funds and well, probably predatory developer. But I also kick myself that I didn't just take the money. You know, when Finger was up, I didn't sell. When GTI was up, I didn't sell. CRTD, I didn't sell at the high. I think I sold it, most of it at 18 cents. Good Lord. But the time of it all, I wish I had bought silver and just skipped everything else. But you know what? I was thinking about that today. If I had put, I don't know, 400,000, 300,000, let's say 300,000 in silver when it was 16, 18, $20, let's say $20. I'd have 1.5 million at the high, maybe a month or so ago. That's a lot. And I'd have my silver. But, well, in my case, there's no silver lining, Clay. There's no silver lining. I did think I was going to be working with an investor, and I thought I could rebuild, you know, looking out for his interests first. But I've got to start from a very low position now. So I don't really have a silver lining, except that I try to look at it from you all's perspective. That's kind of the number over the last, say, 2 to 3 years, is to make maybe 5 times the money on silver so far, 4 to 5 times, depending on what you pay. And now, of course, it's pulled back. But I think Railtown even though it's already been from June, it's already been what, 10 months? We're in the 10th month. But if you first heard it when I told it to you, it's been I don't know, 16 months. So that sucks. But as much as I love silver, and I wish I owned it, I really do. I think Railtown, I'm trying to do the years in my head, but if so, that would be 3 or 4 years for silver if I had done that. Let's say 3 years. So you turn 300,000 into 1.5 million. Well, it pulled back 1.2 million, but I really wish I had it. I'd feel so confident if I had that. But anyway, if I translate that now to Railtown, let's say from June, because that's when most people started buying, and it's 9 months, we're down. We're not up. Well, it depends. Some people bought cheaper, but most people are down probably 10 cents to 20 cents on Railtown on average. So we're down. So it sucks. It's been from June to today, let's call it 10 months. And we've had our ups and our downs, and it's just been a long thing. But I was thinking about it today. It won't help me, unfortunately. But if Railtown does what I think it will, and I'm not basing it on trickery or, a short squeeze or anything. It's just the story catching up with the market, or the price catching up with the story, whatever you want to call it. But I think, let's not use 27 cents. Let's use a different number. Let's use 35 cents. Use 40 cents. I'll use 40 cents. If Railtown does do what I think it does and catches up very quickly to Lang Chain from 40 cents, that's 14x. From here, it's 20x. So even with all that urgency and the feeling like I'm missing out, which I am on silver, Railtown has the potential, just in its first catch-up phase, to give 15 to 20x, far outshining silver. And that could happen, to put it in the context of time, if I'm right about the second quarter, Clay, and I admit I've been totally wrong. But let's say if it happened by June, that's 12 months, that's 1 year. And yes, we've been down this whole time, but the catch up could bring that entire year to a 15, 20x experience. It's not bad. It's not bad. But I agree with you. How do you get the time back? I don't have an answer for that one. Do you see the negative slope? 2 more weeks of this, and we are at a dollar, at 13 cents. I can't. Let me see how many messages. I don't think I can go. I don't agree with you on that. I did bring a chart to show you, Clay, but I didn't get to it yet. But I don't agree with you. You're reading the negative slope. Yeah, all right. I'm trying to be negative like you are. Um, I don't see 13 cents, but I hate to say it, it could go to 25 cents, 24 cents. It could come back to how low it was before. And I was going to show you that. And I will show it before I sign off. I don't see 13 cents. I think you're being. Are you saying all the way back to the low in May of last year? What was that low? It's hard to read here. Let me see if I can tell. That might have been 13 cents. I don't know. That was a weird one-off trade. I don't see 13 cents at all. Could it go back down to 25 cents? Yeah, in a day or two or for a few days, sure. There might be a stop limit order down there they want to get to. And then I guess what you're saying is it would keep going and fall by half again. It's not what I see, though, Clay. I'm trying to see it. Maybe what you're doing is looking at a longer chart. Let me look at a longer chart. That's the problem with this chart service. I can't do that. Let me go to. Yeah, that didn't work either. That did. Yeah, I just don't. I can't come up with 13 cents. What I can come up with, which is what I was going to say today, is right here. Right here looks like support. But the way it closed today and the way it traded, I can't tell you it's going to stop here. It could go down to, there's this little tiny gap, which most people might ignore, but I don't. And that's around 26 cents. It could go touch that just for the hay of it. And if they really want to win and scare you and get you negative, they're going to get it to 25 cents, 24 cents on the bid, 24.5 cents. I think they could do that. And then the chart will look like shit. And I think they'll try to do that, possibly, Clay. But I really don't think it's going to last for a long time. You're trying to see something in the stock price, and you're trying to see something in the chart because you've been trained that way by all these day traders and all these hot tips, and that is the world of the day trader and the short squeezer and the hot tipster. But the chart, as even Ham always says, it doesn't really mean anything. I use charts mainly after I've done my fundamental work, but I've rarely, if I want to own a stock, I rarely put in a price based on a chart. I just say, screw it, I'm going to buy it. But, so I'm not a day trader at all. But I do look at the charts to try to see what's going on. And I did really like Ricky's trend line, but it broke. That's the bitch of it. When they break, you got to live with it. And then there was another trend line formed that I showed you by the stock coming down to the 20-day moving average, but it broke that. And that is what I'm trying to say, is the computers use these parameters. And the computers are set to see if they can break those parameters. In a normal trading market, those parameters mean something. But in a market where stock can be borrowed ad infinitum and sold without consequence, they break those parameters. And then it triggers stop limit orders, it triggers panic, it triggers angst. And it's fair to ask, why won't they destroy this stock? They've done it with everyone else. The main difference is twofold. One, there is no toxic financing out there, none, and they don't need it. They closed the only merger they entered into at a better price in terms of shares than they announced. They've got all the cash they need to go to profitability. They don't need to raise money. There is no toxic note for Wall Street to hide behind or exercise to destroy the company. That's one of the great things about Railtown. If Railtown had taken financing, I'd be telling you a different story. I'd be telling you, screw it. I don't care how good the story is. They've got to get through this onslaught. But they don't need financing. And there isn't toxic financing in place. I do question whether Corey really understands, like any CEO, the damage done by a Canaccord Genuity or one of these toxic financiers, sometimes anyway. But it doesn't matter. He didn't do it. He didn't do a toxic financing. And he's not going to, because he doesn't need money. So we dodged that bullet. Now, that doesn't mean the computers don't play that same way, because I'm telling you, these jarheads, they're not jarheads. That's unfair. That's unfair. Lugheads, PP heads, as my cousin used to say many, many years ago, you PP head. Whatever, these despicable people, they will still set their computers because they know, Clay, that you're going to react to it. You're going to, at some point, the pressure is going to be too much. And you're going to look at this chart and you're going to say, oh, it's going to go to 13. And you'll give them your stock. I don't think you're going to do that. What I say you, it moves from you specifically to you in general. And I'm not saying you're going to do that. But that's what they think shareholders are going to do. And they'll press it to the maximum until it hurts. That's one reason I look at charts. So, because it's tough. But usually when you're about to give up, that's when it switches. But also, it's always darkest before it goes totally black. So, Clay, I don't think it's going to 13, but I think it could go to 25. I don't think it will, but it could. I think it's going to bounce around here and it's going to go sideways. Anyway, that's the chart. None of it's going to matter, Clay, when the revenue starts kicking in. And unless you believe in the revenue story, you're going to drive yourself crazy. Let me try to explain the revenue again. The Railtown bought AIP Partners. It's an consortium of an agglomeration of a confab of a conglomeration of a community of AI startup companies in Canada mostly, who are currently doing over 500 million in annual revenue. Do you hear that? The companies in the AI partnership network are doing over 500 million in revenue. And whilst the plan hasn't been initiated yet, and why would you do it at 27 cents a share? The intention is to roll up those companies into a division of Railtown and build a cash flowing powerhouse. Do you hear it? They're doing 500 million in ARR. Have you ever been in a stock? Finger, GDC, M10, G-Bucks, Logic, MUL. Have you ever been in one doing 500 million in revenue? Now, that's not coming to the top line or the bottom line of Railtown. So why is it relevant? Well, those 500 million in revenues that are going to 200 companies are predicated on an annual spend with hyperscalers of 200 million. That's approximate, of 200 million. I don't know the number. Both are growing, but Railtown has, Clay, I think you remember this. Railtown has an agreement with Telus, which has been disclosed in part, that they are going to share revenue on the Telus data center. I was cleaning up and I don't know if I have everything here. And I know it's hard to remember these things as the stock goes down. Yeah, I don't have it here. But Railtown has an agreement with Telus that we haven't fleshed out, that at this data center, if Railtown brings the annual spend, it's already being spent. And it has been being spent across 200 companies. It's not vulnerable to one company quitting. 200 companies are spending $200 million a year on other hyperscalers. It could be less or more. It's the picture. 200 million. Railtown owns that network, Clay. So Railtown is highly motivated, whether they have to go door to door or buy everyone a Lexus or a snowmobile. They are highly motivated to get the company network, which they own, to transfer all of that annual spend to the brand new only Canadian sovereign AI factory, which is using state-of-the-art NVIDIA, which is half the price in terms of electricity because of hydropower, which is green because of hydropower, which has massive capacity, and which uses the latest in large language models, the latest in AI technology, and we believe the best in the orchestration frameworks with Railtown. Railtown controls that move. For the stock to go to 13 cents, they would have to not be able to move $40 million worth of 100% margin revenue from companies' network that they own. They own it. Stop. We got to stop listening to the devils that talk to us from the shorts. Now, you can quibble if it's going to get to 40 million. I'm using 40 million as the exit 2027. That's why I'm comfortable with that number. But if they get to 40 million, Clay, from the companies they own the network of, and that network is growing every month, and the revenue from the companies is growing every month, and their spend is growing every month. But let's say it goes to 40 million exiting 2027. And that all transfers to the Rimouski data center. And let's say the number of shares only goes to 220 million by that time. That's 18 cents a share, Clay, in pure profit every year. You pick it. For the rest of our lives, Clay, rest of your life, rest of my life, that's 18 cents a share in pure profit from companies they control. So if it goes to 13 cents, what is 13 cents telling you? It's telling you that the suppressors suppressed the price for a little while longer. But at 18 cents, if you put, you just want to put one multiple on it because the stock chart looks negative. Well, at a 1 multiple, that's higher than 13 cents. If you put a finger motion multiple on it of 2x, it's 36 cents a share. Now the question is, do you have to wait all the way till the end of 27 to get it? No, you don't. You just need analysts, whether public facing or internal, looking at those numbers, projecting them. They're sticky. They're 100% margin. There's a moat around them. That's the terminology they use now for a high barrier. They're protected and they're growing. But if you want to use a finger motion multiple, that's 36 cents a share. And that could be reflected in the stock price if you want to be negative in May. Once revenue starts, as long as it's projectable. But what's more likely? 10x? That's a pretty low multiple in a high growth AI area. But that's $1.81 a share. Just at 10x. Just at 10x of revenue solely from the AIP network that they control. And it's 100% margin. And it's growing. And it's Canada, mostly Canada. It's $1.81 at 10x. Just on that revenue, Clay. So for you to get scared, not you personally now, I'm talking about everybody, for one, to get scared of 13 cents, it's just panic. It's just the devil. It's just emotions. And you don't want to listen to it. Simply from the annual spend on the companies they control, at least they persuade, they own the network, at 10x, you can get a target of 181 at 10x. If it's 25x, which is probably the multiple on the low end, an analyst might be projecting to you 450. Remember that Langchain achieved a $1.25 billion valuation on projected 12 million in revenue, 16 million in revenue. You have to trust the conscious part of your brain. It's only 4% of our brain. Instead of all of our muscle memory and our subconscious and our fear from previous trades, we have to trust this analysis at least this time. Ignoring Telus's projection, ignoring any other source of business, ignoring Uniserve, ignoring the whole bloody planet, just looking at the AIP network, transfer of their spend at 25x, you get $4.50 a share, and that could come this summer. You don't have to book it. It just has to be a credible projection. As long as it's growing, that could come now. The chart is meaningless. The punishment is meaningless. The parameters that the computers use are meaningless. You're just waiting for the revenue to show up. And until then, we're just staring at our navel. We're just examining our navel over and over and over and over again. But that's just that one source of revenue. And it's growing. Who knows? It could be much more. And remember that AIP network, the only source of revenue isn't their data spend. The biggest story of their revenue is they roll up one by one. And if they get 80% of that 500 million, they roll in 400 million in annual cash flow. Of course, they got to issue stock for that. So they don't want to do it down here. But once they issue some, it compounds and it gets stronger and stronger. Look at Constellation Software. Do not believe the stock price right now. I know it's totally unfair. Your statements should have a disclosure that says reading your stock price is hazardous to your health. Do you know when you buy stock in the American markets, you're just buying a securities entitlement? And if your stock's under $5 and if your CEO takes a financing, your stock's going to zero. It should be disclosed on every statement. Then you would know. But because I'm telling you it, you're not getting any confirmation of it anywhere else. You want to believe the stock price. That's what the devils want you to believe. And even if it goes to 13 cents, which I don't think it is, that is going to, there's the saying in the oil and gas business. Do you know what the solution to low prices is, Clay? Low prices. If Railtown goes to 13 cents, I think somebody will come in and buy 20 million shares. But that's because I'm bullish. If you want to be negative, you're going to think it goes to 13 cents, even though the company has $6 million in cash they're going to raise money at 7 cents. It's going to be toxic and it's going to go to 2 cents. You can drive yourself crazy. This is not Brent's son at Logic trying to engineer a stock price. This is not David Reichman, which apparently, according to records, was potentially a thief. And he might have been in cahoots. This is not Jeremy Frommer, who might be best buddies with Easton. This is not whoever the hell, at whatever the hell company. Please. You're driving yourself crazy. The chart is telling you nothing. On the other hand, to me, it warns you it can go to 25 cents. But the price is meaningless, Clay. So you want, and I guess I'm asking you now directly, you want to be the one person in the world that can buy a stock and it doesn't go down. And I've never met anybody that can do that. They can get lucky once in a while. You want to be the one person maybe that buys a stock that you don't have to wait. And I'll admit, lately, the last few years, there have been a lot of stocks that just soar right away. But my experience, which started, I got my number in 19... I think I got it in 1981. I've never seen it, Clay. I've never seen anybody who can buy a stock every single time that goes straight up. I've never seen anybody who can buy a stock, even with information, that doesn't have to wait. Warren Buffett had to wait. But I'm not claiming to be a day trader. I've never have been. And I'm certainly telling you that Railtown is not a day trading stock. And if it goes to 13 cents, I don't have any money. But if it went to 13 cents, I assume other people out there would sell their automobiles, sell their back lot, sell their tools, sell their garage, sell their vacation home, and go buy the stock. I think 13 cents is just absurd, Clay. It means that you just throw out all the analysis that you've done, all of the evident data. You just throw it out and look at a chart. I guess that's, if you are a day trader, like my friend who asked me, why am I so stubborn? And that's not what he said. He said, when are you going to give up? He basically said it because he has good instincts, trading instincts. He really does. He basically said it 1 or 2 days before Railtown broke down. And the irony is, late at night, I thought, you should just tell him to sell, because if he's got that instinct. But that morning, the stock broke down, so there's no way to win. But it collapsed from around 42.5, and the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, it collapsed all the way down to 31 cents. It rallied, and then it headed all the way down to 24 cents over the next 2 months. And I'm sure he thought, William's no different than anybody else. He's full of shit. He doesn't know any. Well, I'm not a day trader. And I say that to you. I did warn everybody that it was going to be tough, tax loss season and the vacations. And these bastards just keep selling. And Clay, the background is there's a news blackout. You don't want to accept, not you, that now I'm talking to everybody. Everybody doesn't want to accept that there's a news blackout. They want to believe that people that are in the know would buy anyway. Well, that's one theory. So you've got the short sellers who do not have to be correct about fundamentals. All they care is that the next price is lower. And they can press the stock down near, like you said, maybe to 13 cents, because all they care about that day is it starts at 15 cents and it closes at 13. That's all they care about. They don't care about the story. They don't care about revenues. They don't care about the future. But you put, again, not you, Clay, everybody puts significance into that price action. And we have to live through the hell. But it's so damaging to your ability to hold a position. You say time, now I'm talking to you. I say it. You say time's going by. But what's the better idea? I'm open. Is there a better idea? Go buy NVIDIA? Go buy calls on Microsoft? Go buy Finger? Get back into G-Bucks? Buy silver. Buy Ethereum. What's the idea? That you're not going to have to wait time. I don't know. If Railtown were to roll up 400 million in revenue over time, and they did it without issuing a lot of stock, but they'd have to issue some, and you put a 10 multiple on it, on 400 million times 10, $4 billion in value there. I don't know how to help you, because if you see 13 cents, it's going to scare you. And I would, if I saw 13 cents, you know what would be going through my head? Darn it, I wish I had more money. Darn it, I wish I had waited. If I'd known, I could have, instead of having the number I showed you, I could have 3 or 4 times that. But you know, all of those messages are shoulda, woulda, coulda. You can't do it. All right, I'm going to move on. 13 cents quit. Clay says, now that's serious. AI going at breakneck speed. Everybody except Railtown and Telus. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? Number one, how do you know everybody in AI is going at breakneck speed? Had you heard about Confluent before it popped up? What's the one? Chat GPT is going at breakneck speed. Exactly. It could go bust. Anthropic, I think, has lucked into the tokens, and I think it's great. NVIDIA, you're right, it's at breakneck speed, but is AMD or Intel keeping up? Facebook is going at breakneck speed. Meta, but they just wrote off all their investment in Meta. So they literally went at breakneck speed. What? I don't know, Clay. Maybe you should get out of it. I don't want you to, but maybe you should. I think you expect too much. And no company can perform like that. I think you're looking at a lot of overnight successes, but you don't know how long it took for these companies to get everything put together. You're just seeing the sprint to the finish line. Railtown started 7 years ago. They've worked their ass off, and they sprinted before anybody else sprat. But you didn't, not you, everyone didn't know about AI until ChatGPT came out. How do you know what's going on behind Railtown, behind the scenes? I don't, we've all gotten so spoiled by instantaneous. Just a month ago, well, a little more than a month ago, the top two investors in Canada, the two guys from BlackBerry, invested in Railtown. That's not good enough? How do you know if working on Rail Engine was not at breakneck speed? I'll tell you what, they did it with a lot less money than LangChain has, a lot less dilution. I don't know. Maybe you just put your money in a mutual fund and let other people manage it, because it's sometimes it's just too much. But to me, I'm breaking out in hives. I don't know why. To me, Railtown is moving at breakneck speed. A year ago, or no more, 16 months ago, 15 months ago, Railtown was going conference to conference to conference to conference, trying to scrape up business, trying to tell its story. And it was about to raise money in the US capital markets on a punishing basis. They went to British Columbia, AI After Dark in British Columbia, and they met John Ruffalo, Mike Norbrega, two guys that worked at Omers, and funded Constellation Software under $10 a share. They met Dr. Tom Core, and they met Pat Horgan. By the holidays, they had an agreement that Railtown was going to buy AI Partners. They announced it February 8th. And yes, attorneys take bloody forever, but they got it done by November. And they did it under budget. They paid $20 million, depending on which currency you use. And they'll probably make that revenue back, if my projection is right. They'll make that entire cost back in 6 months. I'd say that's breakneck speed. I'd say that's brilliant. It's possible, my contention, my suspicion, that AI Partners introduced them to Telus. During the summer, during the third quarter, not only did they meet Telus, they locked down the pole position on the stack of Canada's only AI sovereign factory using NVIDIA. They're the best position on top of the best chip company, which is evolving into the total solution for sovereign AI stacks in the world. They're right there. And you don't think that's breakneck speed? That's faster than Meghan Markle going from Prince Andrew to Prince Harry and becoming a princess. It's breakneck speed. I don't agree with how you see it. I don't agree with how you see it. I think they've massively changed the story. And you don't understand because you don't, and I'm saying it directly to you, Clay, you don't want to see it. And I agree. I mean, I actually agree. This is my projection. So you may be correct in saying to me, well, you've been wrong before. And that I can see that. But you don't see the power of a $30 billion company, Canadian, doing $20 billion in revenue, owning 4 data centers primed for the AI revolution, with one ready to go and one right behind it, projecting $2 billion in revenue by a year and a half from now. You don't see any power to when Telus, for lack of a better word, flips the switch. I mean, I know they're already open. You don't see any power in that. Is Telus going to leave that data center empty, Clay? I don't think so. Is Telus going to promote it? I think so. Is Canada keen to see it promoted? I think so. Do Canadian AI companies want to be on a sovereign AI data factory so they can protect their IP and protect their information from the United States cloud? I think so. Should they move at breakneck speed if it means they do shitty contracts? Should they move at breakneck speed if it means they sign up a bad LLM partner? Should they move at breakneck speed if the cooling system isn't ready to go? Should they move at breakneck speed if the Fire XAI, whatever the hell it does, doesn't work? Should they move at breakneck speed with Railtown, even though Rail Engine might not be fully installed? Or should they move at the fastest possible speed that they can do the best job possible to make sure that what they install works? Because the key to the Railtown story, Clay, is that the proof of concept comes out with gold stars the first time. They can't hurry up so that they keep up with the rest of AI, in your perception, if when they turn on the fire hose of clients, it goes and fizzles out. That wait a minute, we got a do-over. We got a do-over. You know, I know what we did wrong. You know what we did wrong? We didn't have the rail engine hooked up with the rail stack, and then the rail ADK didn't go through the conductor. We just needed this one additional line of code. If that happens, the company's dead, Clay. If you go too quickly to keep up with the competition, just to keep up, you're dead. So I just don't agree with you. I think they're moving very quickly. It's just your stock price isn't moving quickly. But go look at charts. Look at Facebook. Look at Amazon. I don't know. Look at NVIDIA if you have a big enough chart. Nothing goes straight up, Clay. Nothing goes straight up. Not even mutual funds. There's people out there that have gotten 20%, 25% a year managing money. Those days are over with, unless they have a radical change in their style. I don't know, Clay. Number one, in your observation, I don't think it's going to 13 cents, but it could. It could. Number two, I think Railtown, I think we are blessed at how quickly and how much better the story has gotten. And it doesn't show up in the stock price because you're expecting that the people who make money by 2 more cents down, 2 more cents down, 3 more cents down, they don't care about the story. And there's no buying. I don't know, Clay. I can't say much more about it. Everybody except Railtown and Telus. Railtown a year ago, well, 16 months ago, didn't have a deal with AIP. 7 months ago, they didn't have a deal with Telus. And how do you know what else is going on? What you really mean to say, AI is going at breakneck speed and a lot of stock prices are going up except Railtown and Telus. That's what you mean to say, that it's not reflected in the stock price. I don't know, Clay. You're going to be pissed off at me, but I really don't think you understand the stock. I'm glad you're in it, and I hope you stay in it because I think you're going to make more money than you know how to spend the rest of your life. But I think it's probably a flip of the coin if it went to 13 cents. I think it's a flip of the coin whether you would stay in it, and that's a shame. And then if you're this concerned with it, I'd say it's a flip of the coin if you stay in it past $2 or $3, which is also a shame. And I don't know how to get across to you. I really don't. You're not wrong in your reactions. You're not wrong in your questions. You're not wrong to doubt. But where I think perhaps you're being obstinate is you don't want to accept that Railtown has value that is verifiable with comps and with the AI market. You don't want to accept there's any value in Railtown. And I guess you don't want to trust that the management won't do a toxic financing. I mean, that's fair enough. You don't know the management. I don't really know them. But why would they? Why would they destroy? They each own almost 20 million shares. Why would they destroy the potential in each case to be worth $250 million in return for a shitty financing? Why? It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. And I guess the only other thing is you could be worried about is it could take it nothing happens in April, nothing happens in May, and maybe nothing happens in June and it grows until July. It could be. It could be. I can't promise you a rose garden. So you might have to wait, and maybe you don't want to wait. I don't know. I'm open to other ideas. Maybe there's a better place to go before this goes to 13 cents. But it doesn't make sense to me. I think really where you haven't said it, but because you're kind, but I think really where a lot of frustration comes in is I haven't managed expectations well enough, and I thought something would happen in the first quarter. It didn't. But Clay, I read to you the CSE filing that Railtown made for January. It was the first week of February they made it. And they said Rail Engine completed in January. So that was the first indication that we had that Rail Engine, which took over 2 years and was a heavy lift. That was the first indication we had that Rail Engine wasn't ready in December, wasn't ready in November. We didn't know that before. Would you rather they installed it complete? Well, then in March, we read the February CSE report. I read it out to you, and it said that Rail Engine completed in February. So they either cut and paste, or maybe Rail Engine wasn't finished in January and it finished in February. Would it be better that they put the platform on the top of the Telus data center with an application that wasn't ready to go? I don't think so. And how do you define breakneck speed? 2 years of heavy lift. A lot of engineers. I don't know. It seems pretty fast. But I don't know. Maybe that's not breakneck speed. But Clay, I really think you've got to, and only you can do it, Clay. You've got, maybe with a pad of paper, there's only 3 numbers you got to write down. Write down what you project the annual recurring revenue will be in 2 years, or a year, or 3 years, you pick it. What do you think the market, what multiple will the market give to that revenue? And part of that is the stickiness of the revenue. It's the margin, 100% of the revenue of that revenue, and the stickiness. Sovereign data center is very high. And then, so the growth rate and the stickiness and the margin, that determines the multiple. But pick a multiple. If you want to be negative, you can use the finger motion multiple. If you want to be expansive, use the 170 multiple that companies have been financed at. But you pick it. I won't even give you a clue. So you come up with your own revenue projection. 2 sources to look at are the annual spend by the current AIP partners. Another is the 3rd and 4th quarter earnings report from Telus on what they expect their revenue to be from AI-enabled technology. Look up Uniserve. Look up that Uniserve is a software as a service company with 2,000 or 3,000 customers that has to shift to ADKs from SDKs if they want to keep their business. It's a smaller number, but it's a proof of concept. You can start extrapolating beyond one data center if you want. Just Google what's the total addressable market. But anyway, come up with your own revenue number. If it's 0, well, then you shouldn't be in the stock. If it's a low number, depends on the multiple and the growth rate, I guess. But come up with your ARR projection, come up with the multiple, and divide it by the number of shares outstanding. That'll give you a target. Another way to do it if you think Sequoia, if you think Sequoia and the other let's see, October 20th, Lang Chain raises 125 million to build the platform for agent engineering. Today we're announcing we raised 125 million at a 1.25 billion valuation to build, it's not already built, to build the platform for agent engineering. Now the names have changed. They're all experimenting with what to call it. We're also releasing new capabilities to accelerate the path to reliable agents, including LangChain and LangGraph 1.0 releases, a new insight agent, and a no-code agent builder. IVP led the round alongside Sequoia, Benchmark, Amplify, Capital G, and Sapphire Ventures. Now, Clay, do you think those guys are idiots and they mispriced it? They might have. They might have. Yeah, only you can decide that. Three years ago, large language models will change what applications will do, but the real power comes from turning large language applications into agents with access to data and APIs. Essentially what Railtown does. Railtown does it better. But you might write that down. Maybe you think LangChain beat them to it. Maybe you think it's a small market. Google it. The addressable market. But do you think Sequoia, Benchmark, Amplify, Capital G, and Sapphire Ventures are idiots? Because they valued LangChain at 125 million. 1.25 billion. So if you don't want to do all the other analysis, you can write down on a pad of paper. So you can look up all those investment banks, but you can write down Sequoia valued LangChain at 1.25 billion last year. I, Clay, give that an 100% chance of being the correct valuation, or I give it a 50% chance of being the correct valuation, or a 25% chance of valuation, because I've researched a bit and I'm not comfortable with Sequoia. It's up to you. You pick it. But if you think Sequoia, Amplify, and IFP and Benchmark came up with a reasonable valuation, say you're comfortable with it. All right, then the next question is Railtown at least comparable to LangChain? You can go to both websites and read about them. So write down the probabilities. I think it's 100% sure that Railtown is equivalent to LangChain. I only think it's 50% sure. You write it down. Or it's 150%. And then the final thing you have to do, figure out how big the market is. What the market in the case of Railtown, it's always in the 30 billion range. But it's expanded now to 100 billion. But whatever, you look it up yourself. But for simplicity's sake, if you assume that Railtown is worth what LangChain was worth 7 months ago, It's $5.86 a share. Or you can think the chart's going to 13 and that's the real value. I don't know, Clay, what to tell you. I think we're very lucky to be with this team, with this incredible advisory board, to have BlackBerry on board. To imagine they just came in February. They never invest outside of their own ecosystem. They never invest. That just happened in February. That's not breakneck speed. They didn't invest in Lang Chain that I know of anyway. I still believe the story. I still think the story, this is Clay. I still think the story has only gotten better, but we need to get this going. I think every indication is not only is it going, it's going at lickety split speed. The only thing that's not going is the stock price. But in the span of a year, they've added a network that does 500 million in revenue. They've brought in Telus. They have a deal with Telus that they can translate into at least 40 million in annual sticky recurring revenue at 100% margin. If you allow me to grow that to 48 million, that's something like 4 million a month in pure profit, pure cash flow. I think they're moving. I think they're getting it going pretty damn well. It just hasn't shown up in the stock price yet, which explains why I keep saying buy the stock. The stock is mispriced. All you're really saying is somebody's got to get the stock price up. Well, Clay, when the buyers can't buy that know the story, and the other buyers that should know the story don't know the story yet because of a quiet period, and the sellers are computerized selling that cheat, I don't know what to tell you. We just have to wait. I don't know what I can do to get it going. What's Corey supposed to do? Call up the congressmen and get them to change it? Call up the regulators, get them to change it? Go down to the trading desks if he could find one and get them to change it? What's he supposed to get going? And I think that Clay says, and I think Corey Brandolini has not communicated in a timely fashion with the shareholders. Number one, you don't know that. Number two, there is a blackout on communicating with the general public. What part of that don't you understand? Your suggestion is that Corey should speak to us and break the law. Corey has spoken to Tony Two Tiger twice. That's an outreach. I think it's misdirected, but he tried it. He's spoken with me once. He made that effort. But I think I told you. I asked him if he'd come on here and talk to everybody. He said, sure, I'd be glad to. But let's do it after. And he didn't explain what after was. He didn't explain it to me. Because he can't. In other words, he can't do it right now. But you want him to break the law because you want to be communicated with. Anyway, that's how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong on that. He's made all the filings timely. Everything's been filed on time. Everything. So he's communicated properly with shareholders. Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to see if the slaughter is inside. Her cat just ran out.
She's not in with me, but I thought you wanted to.
Oh, no, I wasn't knocking on your door. I was knocking on our door to get their attention because I'm yelling for them.
Is the cat running away?
The cat's outside right here somewhere.
No.
But I'm trying to get them to come get their cat, but they're not answering. I don't know if they're here or if they're not here. But they're fucking here.
That's what.
I can come in within a month and you make enemies of everything.
Is it one person or more than one
It's
person?
2 people. It's a couple and a fucking cat. No, that's inside the residence.
Yeah.
Sneak the cat in and see her boyfriend. And then she never even paid any money. So that fucking cocksucker gives him a fucking code thinking he was gonna come down from Massachusetts a month later, like a month. Now we have a slaughter and we need to be over there.
Little boy? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the plan is supposed to get another code.
Well,
And we're just gonna fill this thing up with more squatters until she gets a couple, when she fucking leaves and fuck Lou, cause he's fucking, he went to, he got arrested. Yeah, he got arrested. He scurries off to Massachusetts, and then he tells us, oh, we can deal with it. Obviously, the court told you you can change the law, so you don't wanna fucking get in more trouble, but that's literally all the threats that he's been
The
threatening.
court said, don't change it.
He can't, cause she's offended. She's been here longer than a month.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
It's his fucking fault, like, you
You
don't.
can't self-help.
Yeah. And then he wants to try to, he's putting the burden on us. I'm about to not pay him rent. And I'm probably gonna either sue him or go to a bank, get an escrow account, and put everything in escrow, and he can evict me and try and get his money through the court. But the top's all fucked up. There's no, like, he has my kid in the attic. There's no windows in the attic. It's just hot. There's a whole bunch of issues up there. Like, I've been in this unit before because other people used to live here and I was friends with them and we would hang out. This is
I haven't been up there, well, once I helped carry furniture, but I had a friend that she did a lot of work here that's better, but it's.
Oh, so you even had work done, yeah.
Well, she did it and he got upset with it, but she did painting and stuff.
Man, he's like, what the fuck are you getting upset
The
about?
big issue I had here, I won't tell you about, but, he, anyway, I'm going through an issue with him now along those lines.
Yeah, and I contacted Office of Tenant Advocacy,
Yeah.
and I haven't heard from them either. Like, none of these government services are helping out. It's literally just the Attorney General that's just trying to make a name for himself, going after people on his own, that his team are finding, but they're not assisting any of like the residents going through.
This could be it's a good, good location.
It is. It's just he's so money hungry that he doesn't give a fuck about how the rapport, how people get along in the house. He just stuffs people, and if you give him the security deposit in the first month's rent, he's like, okay, you can move in. Then eventually he starts harassing people to get them
He's
out.
a bully.
Yeah.
He scares me because you're young.
Mhm.
To me, I couldn't.
No, I mean,
I couldn't defend myself.
I mean, yeah, he's a big 6'3", 60-year-old, and he's still active, and he still does his own like lifting and stuff like that. So like, and then he speaks with the big Boston accent. So I understand that he's like imposing and shit like that. I try to avoid confrontation, but at this point, I'm getting more and more pushed to the edge to be confrontational.
Well, I'm glad to help in any way I can.
Because this is getting ridiculous. I mean, like, at this point, I'm looking for other places to move to, and I'm not paying him rent. If he moved in a spotter, don't expect, like, bro, you did this, you fixed it, you get them out, and unless you get them out, you can't get any more money from me. Because I'm not paying you
For an
to
unlivable,
yeah,
it's not livable.
It's
He's
not
supposed to do it.
it's fucking ridiculous. But
All right.
even
What's
like
your
the trash,
first name again?
I'm Jose.
Jose.
Yeah. Even like the trash, like that trash was there from when Jake was here.
Yeah.
He should have got rid of that before I moved in. He made me deal with that stuff, and then I dealt with it. I moved it off to the side, thinking he was gonna get it from the living room. Moves in this girl, and this girl just throws everything all over the place, and she doesn't even bother to take it out. And it's just
She walked in here the first time she came in. I'm moving in. So I guess his code works on my door and I'm thinking, fuck, I'm not even secure.
yeah. It's like you might as well get a deadbolt or like one of the little chains and shit just to keep it up. But
That's not
whatever the
good.
fuck you try to do to that girl, you got his ass arrested for it.
Yeah, I saw it through this window. I saw a bit of it, and it was a big deal.
Yeah, I came once he was already in handcuffs over here. I was like, what the fuck happened? And then I heard he was getting arrested.
But the first time I heard it, I thought maybe you were arguing with your. I don't know. I didn't know what it was, but then
It was loud.
it was loud, and it was a woman's voice, which was obviously hers. And so I thought I better not be involved. When I saw
Yeah.
red lights.
At that point, I freaking like. At first, primarily, I checked on her because I was like, oh, this big guy just went after this girl. He's getting arrested for simple assault. Like, did he put her hands on her? But like now, seeing how she's carrying herself and what she's doing, it's like I can kind of see it now. I get the story that he didn't even get a fucking dime out of her.
Well, exactly. I can see his frustration.
So it's like,
I felt sorry for him when I saw him,
but then at the
but
same time,
apparently he did something. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, I'm assuming he opened the door to some dumbass shit. Like you
Well,
can't.
you're not allowed to do that.
Even like coming into our residences and stuff like that, you have to give a 24-hour notice. And that's
But
why
he's been in that residence for 2 weeks working up there. I don't know if you guys knew that.
No, yeah. And one day he opened the door in my bedroom. And I told him, I was like, you're lucky my girlfriend wasn't here. If my girlfriend was here, I would have told her to call the police on you.
Good.
Yeah, I'm starting to get fed up with Lou, especially after he fucked us over with this bitch. Because that's unnecessary, uncalled for, and I mean, not he's fucked his own money flow up. I'm trying to get Eugene to just be like, bro, we're not cool. Get them the fuck out of here, or you deal with it, or you're gonna start. We're all gonna live in here for free until you get this bitch out. Because it's your fault to put her in here. Eugene told him not to put her in here off of a phone conversation before she even ever showed up. And he said no. He said she's moving in. He never even got a fucking dollar. God knows.
Or a contract.
God knows what fucking sob story she fucking gave him. And how gullible are you? To, when I moved in here the first time I ever lived here, I gave him my rent and I was short my security deposit. I gave him my security deposit within 2 weeks. I told him exactly when I was gonna give him the money. How the fuck do you go a whole month without a fucking dime?
Oh, little kitty cat.
And then, like, as soon as we start texting you, oh, there's a cat, there's a boyfriend, this and that, choose the fucking lots, you fucking idiot. You don't have residency.
Well, I don't think he should even come in here without. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit. At this point, that's what he is.
All right, President, talk to you later. Oh, Lordy. 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 I don't know what to say. I don't know what happened with the service. Sorry about that. The guys upstairs, it's something. I don't know if you remember last week, I think it was, I said under my breath, I hope I said something like, I hope they don't have a gun up there or something. It wasn't that. What happened was the landlord came, and he's his own thing. He's a slumlord landlord. But I guess he went upstairs and I don't know, walked in on a girl or something. And I don't know the whole story. I guess he let her in without a lease and wanted her to sign it. But anyway, she called the police. He got arrested. So it's all drama. It's all drama. And then my friend up there wanted me to get his color TV before she got to it. So I thought it was he knocking on the door, but I guess she left and her cat got out. Anyway, the whole thing, it's just, I'm sorry that distracted me from you, Clay, and from the rest of you. I'm going to go through this. There are some things to show, and I'll try to get through it. But Clay, I don't agree that, I think Corey's doing a yeoman's job. And I actually think things at Railtown are progressing at such a rapid rate that they can't keep up with all the good news. That's my opinion. And you've got to understand that there are times when companies can't talk, and that can be for legal reasons, which I think is what's happened here. First it was AIP, then it's Telus. But it can also be for strategic reasons. But there's no way on God's green earth that Corey's going to take time to communicate with us and put at risk the strategy he has with Telus or with things we don't even know that's going on. You know, my opinion, Clay, for what it's worth, I know my opinion is worthless, but I think that there's more than just the Telus deal going on. And in that kind of period, the only word I have for it is quiet period. But if you look it up, it's the wrong word. You don't talk. You don't talk. It's frustrating, but you just don't talk. You don't put your whole company at risk. And I'll show you a chart. I just don't think Railtown's going to 13 cents. But obviously, anytime any stock can do anything. But if it did, that would be a huge opportunity to buy it. All right, let me keep going. All right, so I lost a bunch. I actually lost a bunch of messages, but that's all right. I'll just go from where I am. I lost an hour's worth of messages. Ricky Ward, if RT could get a deal with Microsoft like Telus, that would be better off than being a unicorn. Yeah, it could be. I've hit the ask and got them cheaper. Yeah, I always go in at the ask and get it cheaper. But it's been a long time since I bought anything. That 52,500 guy is a ghost, and they are ghost shares. I don't know. I didn't write them down. And again, I missed a bunch. I missed Clay. I missed a bunch of your comments, and I didn't do it on purpose. It looks like 45 minutes worth of comments disappeared. And, I'm sorry about that. I had to turn off the machine and go back on because for some reason it got in a stall. I don't know. Okay. Ward Richardson. Ricky Brogan, yes, I agree. I'm sure the licensing fees will be enormous with NVIDIA, Microsoft, and so on. That brings up another point. Ward might be onto something there. I don't know much about licensing fees, but I mean, I don't know enough to talk about it. But if instead of being bought out, they sold their, I guess that means instead of selling your software to somebody, you sell access to your software like Microsoft does, or a lot of services I subscribe to do. That's, I guess, called a subscription model, and it's a pretty big thing. Ricky Brogan, absolutely, 100%. Ricky, I remember when Ham going to South Korea or Japan to get finger on exchange. Yeah, he tried. I think he's got a lot of ideas. Fidelity showing 271. Ricky, when RT gets above 5, will it be marginable since it's on the over-the-counter? Yes, but be careful of it, Ricky. Be careful. What they'll do, depending on your account and depending on your agreement, depending on your history, but theoretically at $5, they'll give you 50-50 buying power. So if, let's say you have $100,000 worth of Railtown at $5, I guess that'd be 10,000 shares. No, that'd be 20,000 shares. You could borrow 50 grand to buy another stock. And then, so that would be 50-50. Then the maintenance requirement, the Fed call is 25%, but the maintenance might be 50%. It might be 40%, it might be 30%, depends on where you are. But the problem at $5 or $5.50 or $6 is once it goes below $5, the maintenance actually jumps back to 100%. So you could be in a position that to try to hang on to shares, you borrow some against your account. Let's say, I forget, using your numbers, let's say it goes to 550, and you've done such a great job of buying additional cash cows. So you have $376,000, and you figure, you know what? I'm going to borrow 10 grand out rather than sell stock because I want to catch up on some of my bills. Well, instead of selling whatever 2,000 shares at 550, you borrow the money, right? Well, if the shorts, which they will do, I'm telling you, they will do it as soon as this stock is sort of 550, 650, they will do everything they can to get it under 5, because then the maintenance requirement goes back to 100%. In a lot of, it depends on, look, it depends on the firm, but that's what the risk is. It goes back to 100%. Well, then all of a sudden, you've got to come up with your 10 or 12 grand that you took out. But now you don't have the money because maybe you spent it. So now they're going to make you sell the stock at 450 or 4. It just turns into a nightmare and you get all pissed off. So, Ricky, my point is, don't borrow very much at $5 or $5.50 or even $6. Just don't borrow very much. If your position went to $10, you'd have almost $700,000. Well, if you wanted to borrow 5% at that time, that's 34 grand. I think it's unlikely that the stock will come back down to $5. So, that might make sense, but I wouldn't overdo it. I just wouldn't overdo it. In fact, I wouldn't borrow unless it's to do a trade that you have high confidence in. And one of those trades might be to buy puts to protect yourself. Another trade might be to buy income. But the problem is most brokerage houses now charge so much for margin, it doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's leave it there for now. Ricky, I just sent you an email. Okay, I'll look. I can't do it. Pat, if it goes under 25 cents, we need to buy. I get my tax money soon. Lots of life. Yeah, I think it could. I'll show you a chart, which I was going to show anyway. Hotel AV jobs, I have enough, but I will buy more if it goes down to 20-ish. I don't think it's going down to 20-ish, but I agree with you, Jordan. I would buy. Well, I don't have any money, but I would buy more if it got down there. I'm not sure it's going to, and I wouldn't count on it. I wouldn't plan on it getting down there. Ricky, I met you. I know, I remember that. And you met John Donahue as well. You know who bought those pizzas was Frommer bought those pizzas. I remember it. And they put me in an interview there, but I never saw that interview, so I don't know what happened. Tennessee played awful against Michigan. Michigan came ready. Michigan was going to steamroll them. Phil Haynes, will we ever make any money on any of your recommendations? I don't think you will, Phil, unless you short it. I'm not going to defend myself, Phil. A lot of people have made money on things I've said to do. But if you're putting a time frame, an artificial time frame on the performance of Railtown, that's on you. That's not on me. I never told you that Railtown was a 6-month hold. I never told you Railtown was a 9-month hold. I never told you that by this date you were going to make money or you should sell the stock. I never said that. I did make predictions, which I would submit to you. Those predictions were wrong, and we're very lucky Railtown isn't a call option because we'd be all out of it. But those predictions in terms of price, I stand by every one of them. The timing is wrong. Timing was wrong. But why was the timing wrong, Phil? I just don't want to go through it again. Railtown initially to me was a trade because I thought Railtown had something brilliant and their biggest partner was Microsoft. So as they gained customers, the obvious buyer was Microsoft. I thought that would happen middle of last year. But instead, they ran into AIP partners. That was fantastic. And I'm not going to go through the reasons why. But it stretched everything out to November. I didn't know that, but it was great news. And then they also ran into Telus. And we haven't seen the fruit of the Telus arrangement yet. It is fantastic news. But you want to put an artificial deadline on it. That, my friend, is on you. And I suggest that you stop listening to me. Garg Medical. Hey, good to see you. I didn't know that was your, what's the word? Tagline. Long time no see. Phil Haynes, when is the last time you gave us a winning stock? all you do is spit out bullshit. Tired of losing money listening to you. Well, I've only talked about one stock, Phil, for the last 9 months, and it's Railtown. I haven't talked about another one. And did you lose money in Railtown? Have you sold it? Have you sold it, Phil? If you did, you might have lost money. No wonder you have no money. Well, that's not. That's fair enough, Phil. I was making a lot of money, and then I trusted partners in real estate who cut me out, which was not right, but it happened, and I kept working at it for quite a while. So my income went from all I needed to zero. I raised a lot of money for a gold company, and that company was it is run by a CEO that had his own agenda. And to protect my investors, based on what the CEO said, he needed money for testing, and it was going to work. I forget, something like 70 grand in it, because it was the final step. Well, it turned out that the guy just paid that money to an attorney. So that was a mistake in retrospect. But I did it because I was working with a good group of investors. That CEO also brought in a charlatan who ran through the company like Sherman on his way to Atlanta. And he ended up having full access to my clients, which stopped that as a channel for me. By falling behind on my mortgage in a great neighborhood, I lost my house, and I lost a lot of equity. I think a lot of people made some money in Finger and GTII, maybe CRTD. When I first told them about it, I didn't do it live, but not everybody sold. Some of my friends sold, made money. I didn't sell because I believed in the stock squeeze theory that Ham had. But Phil, unlike you, I don't blame other people, and I study. And I ran across The Great Taking by David Roger Webb. And that was about a year ago. It was through David Morgan's report. And that's where I learned that the UCC code had been changed so that when you purchase stock, Phil, if you buy stock, you should know this, you're not buying stock. You're buying a security entitlement. And this allows brokerage firms to put what you bought in a blob of stock in their street name, and then they can hypothecate it and rehypothecate, write derivatives on it, and they can lend it out as hypothecating means, but they can lend it out endlessly and then do trading to short stocks. Now, on Finger, I thought that had a good fundamental story, and I stuck by that. But if you've listened to me, I turned extremely cautious on it because it hasn't panned out. And you have to adjust with the stories. And I've suggested many times people sell or sell calls. On GTII, I turned negative on GTII in August when they asked me to be CEO, and I said yes. It was, I won't say who. But I made it very clear that I thought what was going on was not good and people should sell. But it apparently didn't come across that way. On CRTD, Frommer, that's a GTI story, bullshit story. But once that collapsed, I was not positive on that at all, and I made that clear. Now these stories, those three, were all short squeeze stories, and they all came to me via him, which is fine. I'm not blaming him, but the concept was a short squeeze. So if you got in those, Phil, you were gambling on a short squeeze. Now, my role in it, which was pretty strong at first, was I studied past short squeezes. And I did all the projection, the numbers, what could happen if it squeezed. And I really thought they were going to squeeze. I really did. I didn't sell. But I no longer think that. And I've explained that other times. And I'm not going to go through it again. One stock that I thought was a good alternative, and a senior guy at the American Stock Exchange was really explaining to me how this stock was going to work. And I had been introduced to him through another good friend of mine in New York. I went to New York several times to meet the CEO. And the story has evolved. I don't want to go back over it, but it was essentially one piece of paper became four different breakups, different investors, different companies merging in, and financings that I discussed live that I didn't like. And the split occurred. One of the companies called Collective Audience did a financing that I just got very upset and said, and I fought and it just went to hell. But no, I didn't tell it. Nobody bought the stock. That was a spinoff. And then Logic, which was the shell remaining, was, and it's all in the news. They were going to roll in $1 billion worth of assets. But the CEO, good guy, I think, has a psychological problem. As soon as somebody says, wow, you did such great work, he works hard, and then he gives it all away. He signed a bad deal, a shitty deal. And I think Aubrey Advisors and Chadron, who you may know, I don't know, but they shorted the hell out of those two stocks, and it was a setup from the start. It was a 2-year sting operation. And for all of the good that the CEO was trying to do, there's no way to win. And I was upfront about it all the way. It's my largest position remaining, maybe my largest in terms of shares at any point. And there's one other one. I'm trying to remember the other one. Oh, MMTLP. That I just bought that. It turns out I bought it over several weeks in small pieces, but I didn't remember it that way. But I never recommended buying that. But I really liked the oil and gas story of it, which I had studied. Torchlight, I knew all the principles. And yeah, you're right. All of those stocks lost money for me. I lost I don't know, 33 grand in MMTLP. I probably lost, I don't know, because it was an investment over time, but I probably lost 150 grand in the whole logic complex. I lost a lot of money on Finger, which I've explained to the boredom of everybody before, a lot of money. I lost in GTI and CRTD too. So you're right. That's why I have no money. That's one of the reasons. But I'll tell you what, Phil, another reason is I've been doing this, and for a while I thought that I was going to be building something, so it made sense to keep doing it. That whole thing has disappeared. So now this is it. But I don't make any money at this, and I've been stubborn about seeing the Railtown story through, because not everyone is as ungrateful as you are, and I feel like I can't quit until either the story changes, like a CEO does of toxic financing, then I have to say, you know what, this isn't going to work. Well, that hasn't happened here, and I don't expect it to. Or that something great happens, and then people can make their own decisions. But I, Phil, appreciate your anger and your mean-spiritedness, but you don't know me. You don't know my goals. But you're absolutely right. I went from having a $2 million house, a $2 million account, ongoing business, to I'm living a different life now. So thank you for being mean. Thank you. Phil Haynes, yeah, BlackBerry is worth a whole lot right now. Oh. Ricky Brogan, just wait till we get revenues, Clay. That easy. I agree with that. And I lost some of Clay's comments, so I feel like I left him hanging. Julius Quam, Ricky, when is revenue? Well, nobody knows for sure. So Julius, the Telus data center at Rimouski opened in the summer. It's been producing revenue, albeit on a low basis, with 3 customers. I don't want to look them up. I think one is that accounting firm. I think another's a healthcare company, and I think another's a Salesforce type company. So it's not that the data center isn't open. It is open. But I think it's running through the paces, testing NVIDIA, getting the stacks in, getting the copper and the wire in, getting the cooling systems, all the whatever needs. It's a complicated thing. But I also think they're making sure that the large language models work. Telus has their own AI they're adding to it. And then one of the premises of our investment in Railtown is that Railtown is the orchestration framework that is on top of this data center. Now, in order for the data center to provide a smooth, clean, efficient, productive, powerful user experience, it needs the orchestration framework layer. It needs the LLM. it needs the Fire XI, it needs the NVIDIA chip. It needs the whole thing to hum. Well, the Railtown AI piece consists of rail tracks, conductor, and rail engine, and maybe something called rail stack or something like that. But it consists of this soup to nuts platform. We just found out that rail engine either completed its first version in January or February or both. So it's entirely possible that rail engine has just been installed recently and is running through its paces. We don't know the exact thing, but that's a possibility. If you were Telus and you want to just crank up the number of users, do you rapidly turn on your data center and have bad user experiences? Or do you wait till that orchestration framework is ready to go and shine? So I don't know the answer to the timing. Last year, I heard it was going to be last year. Third quarter, fourth quarter. But AIP never finished. And anyway, it is what it is. But I don't think Ricky knows when the revenue's coming. Because I don't think anybody knows outside maybe of the company when Telus is going to make whatever the hell announcement they have to make. Nobody knows. But, I thought it was going to be last quarter. It didn't happen. It could be tomorrow. Or it could be May 1st. Or it could be June 1st. We don't know. But it's coming soon. And once it happens, you don't go back. You don't go back. So Ricky's opinion, Julius, is that revenue is coming this quarter, a 70% chance of revenues on AIP partners, and 99% the quarter after we get revenues from both AIP and Telus, my opinion only. I think AIP partners could take longer than the revenue from Telus, but I flip it. And I would give the odds of this quarter seeing revenues at 100%. I'll go with 99. I'll give myself a little wiggle room of 1%. But I can't see why the delay would go much longer. But, I've been wrong before. Thank you. I'm doing very well. Thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. And Ricky, thank you for your $1.99. And it's great to see you again. Jack was catching up later with you. It sounds like Lou is an ass. I hope you're surviving the drama. Yeah, I think Lou is an ass. Ricky, thank you, William, for explaining margin. But, Lou is a human being. He goes through his own things, whatever. Just don't be really careful of it, Ricky, because they'll take your stock away from you. So just hold off until the stock's at higher prices before you do it. That's my main message. And then when you do it, don't borrow very much. And if you can think of it, if you do, if you borrow, let's say it goes to, let's say you have, let's say you have $1 million account and you hear one of Ham's ideas and you love it. You want to buy $10,000 worth. Well, if you do it, but use your discipline. Buy it early, let him pump it, you dump it, don't hold on for everything, and then get the money back get the margin paid down, and then with the profit you can do something if there is profit. But I wouldn't do those kind of stocks with that margin. What I would look at is maybe buying silver, maybe buying puts on the banks once the stock market is up, or maybe there's I have it here somewhere. There's some income generating royalty streaming type companies, and that'd be an interesting thing to do. Buy those stocks to have a hedge in the mining and the oil and gas area. But the problem is they yield probably, if you averaged them all together, 8 or 9%. It might be lower now. And you're going to pay 13, 14% on margin. So that is also a losing game. All right, I'm going to go through what I wanted to go through, and then I don't know. Start drinking again. Let me show you these charts first. I forgot. I have 3 of them. I don't know why I have 3 of them. I know one is Railtown. Yeah, this is Railtown. Very broad brush. But this broke support. If you use the top of this line, not the width of it, but if you use the top of this line, and it's not exactly drawn perfectly, but Railtown broke down. And I drew this yellow line here horizontally as where I thought support would be, which is where it is. And it was there when I drew the line. But there is the possibility that it could come down now that it's broken this support. There's the possibility that they'll drive it down to 25 cents again, and they will intend to try to get it below that. They are going to want to find out if there's any stop loss orders down here. Now, the other trend line is this horizontal here. There's 2 horizontals. The first yellow one right here, that was Ricky's line. That used to be purple. It broke down there, and then it broke this horizontal. So it's, there's no support where it is. Well, there is support on this horizontal support that comes all the way across here. But there's no reason that this stock looks like it's all of a sudden bullish. This is a disappointing short-term chart. I don't see anything to go wow about. But at the same time, it can turn around on a dime. And it's, the difference between 27 cents and 37 cents, it's not that much. And it can happen pretty quickly. But anyway, so I was going to show you that before the questions, because I wanted to just say it broke down. It doesn't mean it's going to stay. It doesn't mean it's going to take a long time, but it could take days. It could take a week. It could take 2 weeks. So, all right, what's this one? All right, this is Finger. It's a similar story. This support, this green line all the way through, horizontal support, it's broken that horizontal support. And that's really bad. That becomes resistance now. And I don't know. I mean, you've seen it before. You see this rally over here. It can happen. But that's just tough. And then the blue line, it broke that support too. And that's tough. But one bullish thing on finger, you see the purple? It's hard to see, and I can't quite show it to you. Right here is where the two lines meet. It's like a very narrow triangle in purple. And to me, that could be bullish, but I would give it a 60% chance that it's bullish. It's just too small to quite tell. But those kind of declining wedges, if it is one, are very bullish. So it could get a little bit of a bounce. I don't know what the third one is. Oh, this is a trade idea I would recommend if you have extra money. This is the silver company that I had, which I cannot get into tradable form. And right when they merged Dolly Varden Silver with Contango Ore, the shorts just destroyed it. And guess what? It's going on the NASDAQ, which I think the shorts are going to have a grand old time. However, they are a producing company. They produce gold, some silver, and they're going to produce more silver. I think silver is getting ready to rally, like I said, and it could go to 200. I agree with the other gentleman. It could go to 400. Anyway, now that the merger's over with and it's popping up, there is research out there. That's the red line. There's research from a credible source with a target of $34 or $35. This sell-off was all program selling. It was all relative to the merger. That little yellow circle I drew, that's a gap, and I think obviously it's going to fill it. It almost already has. But then there's another little gap up here. It'll fill that. Anyway, I think if you bought calls, you don't have to buy the stock. If you're dangerous player, you could buy 6-month calls, 9-month calls, and I think you can see 10 points in this stock or more. But anyway, I'm not telling you to do it. It's just interested me. What's this? Yeah, this is the hyperscalers, and over here you see Telus. And up on the large language models, you see Anthropic. And up on the orchestration frameworks, you see Railtown, LangChain, and Google. Well, Google you can't invest in. LangChain you can't invest in. But you can invest in Railtown. Here is the orchestration and control layer. At the bottom, you see the infrastructure layer on top of the NVIDIA parallel processing and the flash storage and the data. And then you see a bunch of AI training nodes on the left. Over on the right, you see some observe and control loops, which I think Railtown might be part of. You see some observability, Railtown might be part of that. But in the middle, you see the orchestration layer. This is the workload scheduling, all the government oversight, the control policies, and then above, you see the large language models, but you also see the application layer. This is where the agentic AI services are, the users, but you have the observability dashboard. And etc. This is all What makes this a valuable stack is the orchestration and control layer. And in our case, that's Railtown. At least that's the working thesis. Okay, I'm going to go through these, and then it's going to be midnight, and I'm going to wonder what the hell did I do with my life? And I'm going to think about how mean that one guy is. No wonder you don't have any money. This is the latest news on Telus. PI Works fuels AI RAN evolution with Telus partnership. I mean, it doesn't seem to help us. PI is taking significant strides in AI-driven automation for modern, complete, complex 5G standalone networks. Their EVO platform and EXA applications offer crucial visibility and cross-layer intelligence necessary for sophisticated Open RAN developments. This collaboration with Telus highlights the importance of software-defined management in unlocking new revenue streams. I'm not going to read the next page. I'll show it to you. But I'm not going to read it all. I'll read the middle there. Telus realizes the potential of having contractual and architectural access to interfaces previously restricted. Anyway, I don't want to get bogged down to it. That's a predicate for the question I asked, and here's the answer. Does this help Railtown? Yes, but only indirectly. This story is mainly about Telus's Open RAN and AI RAN network automation stack with PI Works, not about AI orchestration frameworks in the enterprise software sense. This is where Railtown is. Why it matters. The core theme is network intelligence for telecom operations, automation, vendor agnostic control, predictive maintenance, and AI-driven resource management inside the radio access network. That is closer to telecom orchestration and inference at the network edge than to a general AI orchestration platform like a developer-facing agent framework. So that's what Railtown is, developer-facing. Railtown Telus's relationship appears to be on the sovereign AI / agentic software side, where Telus provides secure Canadian compute and Railtown deploys software development AI tools. The PI Works / Telus item is a separate Telus initiative, but it still signals that Telus is building a broader AI platform strategy across network operations and sovereign AI. This could make Telus more something to adjacent, more valuable, I guess, to adjacent AI partnerships. We'll get that sentence right now. If you're underwriting Railtown, I'd treat this as a positive ecosystem signal rather than a direct revenue linkage. The overlap is strategic. Telus, this is important, Telus is increasingly comfortable with AI-enabled infrastructure, orchestration, and multi-vendor openness, which can support more partner integrations over time. All right, then I asked right here, talk about inference. What is it? Inference is very hot right now, because the market is shifting from training models to running models everywhere. especially at the edge where latency, speed, privacy, and bandwidth matter. Recent market estimates put AI inference at about US dollars 100 billion this last year, rising to 120 billion, with edge inference cited as the dominant deployment mode in 2026. What makes inference attractive is that it is the production phase of AI. Once a model is trained, companies need to serve it continuously, cheaply, and close to users or devices. That is especially true for telecom, where AI can be embedded into network operations, anomaly detection, and closed-loop automation. So what is the Telus angle? The Telus PI work story is relevant because it points to a more intelligent software-defined RAN where AI can help manage network behavior and longer-term enable inference at the edge of the network. The cited discussion specifically notes that RAN sites are among the furthest practical edges for distributed inferencing, which is exactly the kind of environment that can expand use cases such as camera feeds, industrial telemetry, and other low latency workloads. So what's the benefit to Railtown? Railtown can benefit, but indirectly. Railtown's Telus partnership is about sovereign AI and agentic software development, and its own positioning emphasizes AI frameworks, observability, and tools for building and managing agentic systems rather than telecom inference infrastructure. If Telus keeps building out AI native network infrastructure, that strengthens the broader Telus AI ecosystem and could make Telus more likely to support adjacent AI vendors, including software layer players like Railtown. But Railtown is not the direct beneficiary of the PI Works deal. The cleaner read is that it benefits from Telus's broader AI momentum and sovereign compute strategy, not from this specific RAN inference use case. It's a good point. It's a good point. I see the point. All right. I asked, how does Railtown support inference or their frameworks? Railtown's agentic frameworks support inference by managing the layers around inference, managing orchestration, tool use, real-time data ingestion, observability, and deployment control. Railtown's own materials describe Railtracks as an agentic framework that autonomously selects and executes tasks. And the materials describe its newer platform stack adds real-time ingestion and observability so agents can act on live data and be monitored in production. That's massively important. How it helps inference. Inference is the moment a model is actually used to produce outputs. Inference is the moment a model is actually used to produce outputs. So the hard part is not the model call itself, but everything around it. Feeding the right context, routing tasks, tracking state, and debugging failures. Railtown's Rail Engine is designed for streaming ingestion, which helps agents receive current signals instead of stale batch data. That's something without a lot of workaround that's something LangChain cannot do. While Conductor adds visibility into behavior, performance, and reasoning paths during execution. This makes Railtown more of an inference operations or agent runtime company than a model provider. Well, which one is the lifeblood of the whole bloody thing? In practice, this can improve latency, reliability, and cost control for production AI systems because the framework and orchestration, because the framework can orchestrate when and how inference is invoked, with what context and under what controls. The Telus relationship strengthens this because Telus is providing sovereign infrastructure where Railtown can run these agentic workflows securely in Canada. That is relevant for enterprise inference deployments that need data residency, governance, and operational oversight, which are often the real blockers to shipping AI in regulated environments. So yes, Railtown is positioned to benefit from the broader inference wave, but indirectly through the tooling stack around inference rather than from raw GPU model demand. That's fine. The strongest thesis is that as more enterprises move from demonstrations to production agents, they need orchestration, observability, and secure deployment layers, exactly where Railtown is aiming. Here's the clean mental model. So you have a model, you make it work. That's inference. You need orchestration, you need observability, you need enterprise deployment. The model can be created anywhere else. The rest of it's all Railtown. Railtown mostly sits in the orchestration and observability layers, not the base model layer. That means it can help enterprises run inference better by coordinating agent steps, feeding live context, tracking what happened, and making production AI more reliable. Where Railtown fits, inference is the point where a model produces output. We went through that. Railtown helps decide when inference should happen, what context inference should use, and how to monitor inference afterward. The value of Railtown is strongest when companies move from demonstration models to real production systems with lots of moving parts. Which part of that do you think the revenue stream sits? If you're an enterprise, raw inference is easy to buy from a model vendor. The harder part is making it work in production. Low latency, good context handling, auditability, failure recovery, secure deployment. Again, which part of that makes the revenue? That's where Railtown is. So it's low latency. To make it work in production, you need low latency, good context handling, auditability, failure recovery, secure deployment, and ongoing observability. That is the zone where Railtown can be useful. And remember, this information, they don't have that much more information than you all do. The difference is they don't get, the computer doesn't get emotional like I do. For Telus, the connection is strategic. Sovereign infrastructure plus agentic software is a good combo for regulated or data-sensitive use cases. So Railtown may benefit if Telus keeps pushing AI native infrastructure and wants partner software which can run on top of it. So at the bottom line, yes, Railtown is plausibly positioned to benefit from the inference boom. But as the layer that optionalizes inference, not as the company supplying the underlying model compute. Perfect. Would you rather be a commodity or would you rather be necessary? So that's the right read. A framework / observability / inference layer business is usually broader and potentially more valuable than a single model company, because a framework observability inference layer business can sit across many models, many workloads, and many customers instead of being tied to one model family. Railtown's positioning around agentic frameworks, ingestion, and observability suggests it can be used wherever enterprises need to run, monitor, and govern AI workflows, not just where one model is being served. In AI, the market generally awards the highest multiple to companies that control scarce, defensible layers like models, infrastructure, critical data, ops rails, while application layer or tooling businesses usually trade at lower but still healthy multiples. For startups, rough revenue multiple ranges often cited are about 10x to 50x for early stage AI firms, 8x to 20x for growth stage AI startups, and 8x to 25x ARR for AI SaaS and AI as SaaS as software style businesses, though actual pricing varies with growth and retention, which we went through already. So here's comparable companies. OpenAI is a frontier model provider. Is it public? No. Anthropic is a frontier model provider. Is it public? No. Together AI, inference and model platform. Is it public? No. Fireworks AI, fast inference platform. Is it public? No. Hyperbolic, serverless inference platform. Is it public? No. Replicate, model hosting / inference. Is it public? No. Hugging Face, model and inference platform. Is it public? No. Grok, inference hardware / engine. Is it public? No. Railtown is not really in the same bucket as OpenAI or Anthropic. It's closer to the agent runtime / orchestration / observability layer than to a pure model vendor. That usually means a lower valuation than a frontier model company, but it can also mean a wider addressable market and less dependence on one model's moats. What it implies for Railtown. If Railtown proves it can be the control plane for production agents, it could justify a stronger SaaS-like multiple than a single use app because it rides across multiple inference stacks, and enterprise workflows. The Telus relationship helps because sovereign regulated and enterprise deployments are exactly where orchestration, governance, and observability matter most. My practical view, not mine, the computer, would be more broadly applicable than this is good for Railtown, more broadly applicable than a model-only company, likely worth a better multiple than a narrow point solution, probably still below frontier model vendors on a pure revenue multiple. Best comp set is inference platforms, agent tooling, observability, not model labs. Okay. Inference platforms plus agent tooling and observability. I wonder about Tiger tooling. Yes, being a framework layer makes Railtown more broadly applicable than a model-specific company, as it can integrate across multiple models, clouds, and enterprise stacks, rather than being locked into one proprietary LLM. So here's a valuation framework. Here's a clean comp table for Railtown, blending public, private, SaaS and inference platforms and agent tooling. Multiples are forward revenue multiples. Multiples are forward revenue multiples based on recent market norms for AI adjacent growth firms. Datadog, observability, public, 15x, growing at 25%. Snowflake, data platform, public, 12x, growing at 30%. And Datadog is agent monitoring, enterprise reliability. Snowflake, data ingestion, agent AI workflows. Confluent, streaming, public, 10x, 25%, real-time data for agents, closest to Rail Engine. Confluent, real-time data for agents, closest to Rail Engine. Confluence, streaming, public, 10x, 25%, real-time data for agent, closest to Rail Engine. Together AI, inference platform, private, 25-35x, growing at 100%. Fireworks AI, serviceless inference, private, 20 to 30x, growing at 80%. LangChain, agent, private, 15-25%. Direct, agentic comp, open source. So Railtown AI is agent orchestration. It should trade 12x, 20x, 50% growth. Those are estimates. So at the base, it's SaaS-like observability. It's the bullish case is Telus transaction plus agent boom. Key drivers: public comps trade at 10x, 15x forward revenue, 10x, 15x forward revenue for steady growth. AI inference platforms command 20x, 35x. AI inference platforms command 20x to 35x because of scarcity and 80% growth rates. Railtown fits 12x to 20x because its orchestration, observability, sticky SaaS economics with agentic upside, but it lacks proven hyperscaler revenue yet. So guess what? If it gets the proven hyperscaler revenue, things change. Key drivers: public comps trade at 10 to 15, forward revenue. So we'll go on the bull bear base range. Bull case, 20x. Telus ramps to 5 million, so low. ARR, agent frameworks go mainstream, 60% growth, so low. Base, 15x. 2 to 3 million Telus pilot scales, enterprise wins, 40% growth, like public SaaS. Bear, 10x. That's the one probably for some of us. Slow adoption, commoditized by Lang Chain, Hugging Face, 20%. It's commoditized, which means you don't control your margins. But I think Railtown is in the data stack. At a 50 million market cap for Railtown today, that base case, you need 3 to 4 million in revenue this year. That would be, to go with Clay's negative point, not picking on Clay, but his reading the chart, and that's what chartists do. That would imply to get to 13 cents, you would need 1, maybe 2 million in revenue. This positions Railtown as a leverage play on inference ops without model or CapEx risks. In other words, Railtown, according to this analysis, is already trading as if the company was going to earn 3 to 4 million this year in revenue from the data center. So your risk is mitigated on the downside if you believe revenue's coming. I suppose you could believe it's not coming. Yes, you're correct. IBM completed its $11 billion acquisition of Confluent in March 26 at $31 per share in cash, explicitly to power real-time data streaming for enterprise AI agents. This validates the streaming/data layer as strategically critical for AI production, which strengthens Railtown's positioning since Railtown has Rail Engine, its real-time ingestion engine, which is a direct analog in the agentic stack. Confluent's deal implies a 10x multiple on its trailing revenue, but a premium came from the AI agent tailwinds, plus IBM's strategic need, not pure growth arithmetic. So here's the updated multiples table. Confluent streaming acquired 11 billion. If Railtown were acquired for 11 billion and the stock were trading at 13 cents, the stock would jump to $51.64. And from 13 cents, that would be a 397x move. So Confluent is the closest. But anyway, there's Datadog, public, Snowflake, public, Together AI, inference, private, Fireworks AI, private, inference, LangChain, agent framework, private, 15 to 25x, 60% growth, agentic comp. Railtown AI, agent orchestration, upside from Confluent, Precedent, plus from Telus. But that might scare Clay because it's it's a prediction. Revised Railtown range, bull case 22x. The bull case is that the Telus data center scales, plus you have a confluent like merger and acquisition buzz, plus the agent data ingestion space becomes table stakes. The base case is lower, and the bear case, it just becomes a commodity. Confluent sale de-risks the real-time data thesis and shows big tech will pay up for AI plumbing. This is good for Railtown if it executes on its enterprise pilots. But stock's going to 13 cents. The shorts must know something. IBM acquired Confluent primarily to supercharge IBM's enterprise AI capabilities by owning a real-time data streaming platform that's critical for production AI agents and inference workloads. Confluent's Kafka-based streaming tech lets companies pipe live data like user events, IoT signals, or network telemetry directly into AI models for high-speed inference and decision-making. IBM saw this as table stakes for competing in agentic AI, where models need constant, fresh context rather than batch data. Without it, IBM's Watson X platform would stay stuck in demo mode. With Confluent, IBM can power closed-loop enterprise apps. It was a strategic fit because AI agents need streaming. Agents that act in real time, fraud detection, dynamic pricing, network ops require event-driven data flows. Exactly Confluent strength. Hybrid cloud push. IBM wants to own the full stack for on-premises hybrid customers who won't move everything to Amazon or Google Cloud. Inference plumbing ties directly to the productionized inference thesis. Data ingestion is the bottleneck. Data ingestion is the bottleneck after models are trained. At 11 billion, it was a 10x multiple on trailing revenue. But there was a premium on AI scarcity value. IBM paid up to avoid building Confluent itself, and IBM paid up so that IBM could leapfrog in the data for AI race. IBM paid up so it could avoid building it itself and in order to leapfrog in the data for AI race. What's the angle with Railtown? This reinforces why Railtown's rail engine, real-time ingestion, plus agent orchestration is well positioned. Confluent proves big tech will acquire proven data pipes for AI. Confluent proves big tech will acquire proven data pipes for AI. Confluent proves big tech will acquire proven data pipes for AI. If Railtown scales, Telus, or enterprise pilots, Railtown could attract similar merger and acquisition interest. But it's going to go to 13 cents. And I don't know. I can't wait for it. Strategic fit. AI agents need streaming. Agents that act in real time. Fraud detection, dynamic pricing. Network ops. Required event-driven data flows. Exactly Confluent strength. I read the rest of it, and I read the Railtown angle, but I'll read it again. This reinforces why Railtown's rail engine, real-time ingestion, plus agent orchestration is well positioned. Confluent proves big tech will acquire proven data pipes for AI. If Railtown scales Telus or enterprise pilots, it could attract similar M&A interest. Lang Chain, do you see that top line? Do you see the top line? Lang Chain does not have a dedicated real-time ingestion agent tool like Railtown's rail engine. Lang Chain does not have a dedicated real-time ingestion agent tool like Railtown's rail engine. Lang Chain does not have a dedicated real-time ingestion agent tool like Railtown's rail engine. Lang Chain excels at agent orchestration, which is a large market, by the way. But that's great. And Lang Chain excels at tool integration, i.e. web search APIs. And Lang Chain excels at streaming outputs. But ingestion is handled via loaders and splitters for batch static data like PDFs or web pages. It supports real-time via streaming, for example, token by token responses and custom tools for live APIs, but Lang Chain lacks a built-in event-driven ingestion engine for continuous streams like Kafka-style topics or telemetry. How it compares to Railtown. Lang Chain. Lang Chain is great for ad hoc agents pulling one-off data. For example, real-time search tools. Developers build custom streaming if they need it. Railtown Rail Engine is purpose-built for production scale, production scale, production scale, real-time event ingestion, real-time event ingestion into agent workflows, closer to Confluent Lite for AI ops. This gap favors Railtown. Lang Chain is more framework / generalist. Railtown can own the quote production data pipe for agents niche. Railtown can own the quote unquote production data pipe for agents niche, especially with Telus sovereign compute, where data velocity and residency are critical. Lang Chain users often bolt, not the bolt I expected. Lang Chain users often bolt on, add on external streaming, for example, Kafka integrations, creating a clear upsell path for Railtown stack. Oh, this is what Australia's new AI deal means for Anthropic, for creatives. I was going to read that to you. I'll save it for tomorrow. I'm dead tired. Let's see. Jack Hamilton, it sounds like, yeah. He's going through something. My sister pointed out he must be under his own stresses. And I think Jack, analyzing all the feedback, I think he's over leveraged, and it's money. It always comes down to money. People get unhappy because of money. If people have enough money, life is grand. But they still seem to screw it up. All right, here's Ricky. I would like to borrow 12 to 15K to get shingles on the house. You could always get the shingles shot, and maybe they don't need shingles. 2 new patio doors replaced. I would wait, Ricky, until let's say the stock goes to, I don't know, $12 or $13, and you have $1 million. I would wait to borrow against your account until then. But I'd also consider just selling a little bit and paying cash. My reasoning is the markets can crash. And I think if the overall stock market collapses, some people say 80%, I say 95%. It won't stay down. And a lot of areas will snap back up and become leadership. But if you have too much margin, even 50 grand in $1 million account, and that account goes down 95%, it can wipe you out if you're not careful. And you won't sell on the way down. You'll get too paralyzed. So I think, we'll see how it goes, but I think I would only borrow if, for example, Microsoft bought Railtown. Well, then you probably have some bufferability to the downside. But I also would only borrow if at the same time maybe I bought some puts to protect against the risk of the decline. Because if you take money out to put shingles on your roof, or maybe build a new roof and put on doors, and the whole thing collapses, you're not going to have money to meet the margin call if a disaster strikes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't be complacent. Think over the next 2-year time frame that the stock market could collapse 95% in a matter of weeks. Think catastrophe before you borrow money against your account. On the other hand, just so you don't get all panicked, I think if the market corrects, Railtown might not go down more than there will be margin call selling across the market, but Railtown may bounce right back up because of revenue at that time. The other thing to realize is AI. From my perspective now, I think AI, which is kind of in the lead now, I think it'll remain leadership in the next route. The markets will snap back with government and Fed help. It'll probably take 6 to 9 months, 12 months. I don't think we'll ever see the highs that you will see soon again. But I think Railtown will be one of the new leadership, AI in general. Ricky, I think if Becky Kurzweil could release a PR and change in reverse, you don't want her to, look, you do not want Railtown to be promotional and in the habit of trying to goose the stock price. It's not necessary, number one. Number two, you've heard the story of Crying Wolf. Let her release news when it matters. She does a good job. She does a very good job in her interviews too. Ricky Brogan, I think possibly Telus oils be thinking they need to be closer to the dividend because to get RT 1-for-1 share plus $3 for every share. Yeah. I don't know exactly what you're saying, but the point is, I think a good one. If Telus buys Railtown, it'll at least be 1-for-1 shares. It's possible you'll get 2 shares of Telus for 1 share of Railtown. The dividend, I think, will stay in place because if Telus buys Railtown, they will goose their revenue and their cash flow. But you gotta acknowledge that with the stock price down and a financial engineer from Merrill Lynch as CEO, they might cut the dividend. You have to acknowledge that's a risk. Ricky Brogan, Dr. Tom Core seems like an honest man. Yes. There's a lot of honest men who don't always get as far as dishonest men. But I agree with you that Dr. Tom Core not only seems honest, he seems quite capable. He seems to have a very good following, and I think he does a good job. G. Diddy, how are you? Good to see you, G. Diddy. Good evening. I just started watching your video, Marathon Live. Yeah, my ankles are killing me. As always, thank you for sharing your knowledge. My home repairs are underway. Hopefully put it on the market. Yay! In about a month. Hoping for a good amount of money. Bravo, bravo. I'll try to follow up on that with you. I don't know about tomorrow or Friday. I'll see. I'm so dead tired. I got to get up. I've got to walk an hour, so it's probably 2 or 3 miles to physical therapy at 8 a.m. And then I got a lot of work to do tomorrow. And Friday is Good Friday. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a big day. But I'm glad to see you. G Diddy. All right, I'm going to see if there's a news headline of what Donald Trump said today. And then I think I'm going to go jump into the river and drown. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's the worst news possible as far as I'm concerned. But it's predictable, so maybe it's negotiating. Trump vows to smash Iran extremely hard for 2 or 3 weeks before ending the war. It's not going to be his choice. The only way it's going to end is if we abandon Israel and leave the Gulf. I'm telling you guys, they won't stop bombing unless Russia is put in charge. All right. I'll see if there's another headline on that. Alex Jones viciously turns on Trump. Well, I can't blame people for being mad about starting a war. Trump considering firing Bondi. About time. If you look into how corrupt her brother is, whew. All right, one last place to look if I can find it. I want to see what the futures are doing, and the only place I can think to look is Yahoo Finance, but that might not have it. Yeah, it does. S&P futures are down 1%. Dow futures are down almost 1%. NASDAQ futures down 1.29. President says U.S. will complete war with Iran very shortly. See, you can't trust the daily hate. We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly, the president said. He did not provide specific details of an exit from the conflict, but he said the U.S. would hit Iran, quote, extremely hard over the next 2 or 3 weeks. They can survive that. After the conflict is over, Trump said that the Strait of Hormuz will open up naturally. I don't know. Trump's speech comes as markets are highly sensitive to developments in the Middle East, where the war has, this is not the correct use of this word, has impacted. You have impacted teeth. The war has impact? No, it's had an impact on oil prices and a variety of assets. The war has also drastically reshaped expectations for inflation, economic growth. Oil prices held at above $100 a barrel. Imagine controlling a project with 100 million barrels of oil at $100 a barrel. Imagine that. First entry price, 5 million, second entry price, total 17 million. Starts to cash flow in 90 days. Then you bank finance the rest of it. Imagine. But doesn't look like we're going to, well, we'll see. We'll leave it in God's hands. How about we do that? Helium and fertilizer are going to be in short supply. All right, with that, I think I'm just, my neck, everything's hurting. So it's 11 o'clock. I appreciate it. It's good to see you, G. Diddy. And I'm going to end in this Easter week wishing everyone peace, asking forgiveness for my shortcomings and everything I've failed at with each of you, but also I pray for peace in each of your lives and success, love, happiness, and I pray for peace in the Middle East and around the world, for all the children and civilians in Israel, for all the children and civilians in Iran, and same for Russia, Ukraine. And overall, I pray for peace in the world, everywhere. With that, I say good night. And I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I've got to work. I'm going to be tired, so we'll see if I come on. I'll try to come on, but I'm not promising. Ciao.